me 1 second here. This was working a minute ago. All right. Detective Donahue, we last left off. You had testified regarding video from 2900 West Lisbon Avenue as well as 1650 North 30th Street. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. I have up here the clip. If I can, I'm going to try to replay the clip from 2900 West Lisbon. All right. I have video file marked starting D2 ending in 7395 or 35.mp4. I'm going to play it from 9:51. It's 7:29:32 a.m. on the video clip. Paused at 10:19. There's a city bus there.
Yes, there is.
Okay. Playing at 10:19. Don't know what that's from. I paused the video while that was happening.
I'm just going to move this back.
All right, playing from 10:26. Paused at 11:03. The TV went out. All right, playing at 11:03.
Who did that? Bravo! It's coming, it's slow!
Paused at 11:51. Detective, when you first reviewed this video, well, how many times have you reviewed this video, first of all?
I've reviewed it dozens.
And when you listen to the audio, how are you listening to it?
I'm listening to it with a pair of Bose noise canceling.
And what do you hear being yelled during those last minute or so of that clip?
What she's yelling is, he did that, call the fire department, call the ambulance.
The subject that that person is sort of pointing at walks south on 30th and then turns onto Walnut, right?
Yes.
That's the video we watched yesterday.
Yes.
I'm going to show you exhibits 447 and 448. Are these two screenshots from that video?
Yes, they are.
I moved those two exhibits in. It's 447 and 448 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
1 minute, I'm sorry, 1 minute. Can I see those again real quick? No, I don't have any objection.
They're received into evidence. You may publish.
All right, and these screenshots, I have exhibit 190 on the screen here. These screenshots were from the video that we watched yesterday, from this building here that I'm circling with my finger, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm gonna put them up on the elbow here. It's 447. And that's 448. Looks like, well, tell us what he's wearing.
The subject is wearing dark clothing. The top is a hooded sweatshirt or jacket. The pants are dark pants. It appears that he has like a tan colored shoes with white sole on them and a camouflage or tan rucksack style backpack.
He's walking westbound on Walnut on the north sidewalk, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that direction, about 1 block would be the 31st and Galena playground, correct?
Correct.
After Miss Robinson had been reported missing and her car had been found burned behind 29 in the 2900 block there, West Lisbon, were people, including law enforcement as well as family and friends, canvassing that area extensively to try to find any clues about what happened there.
Yes.
And that was almost round the clock, right?
Yes, it was.
Were you part of that?
I was, yes.
Obviously, you've already talked about you going to these places and getting these videos, but you were also searching what areas around there? And if, I'll pull the map back up if it helps.
Am I able to move this back? There's a glare on
As
it.
long as all the jurors can see it, yes. Is that okay, Your Honor?
Is that better for you with the glare?
It is, yes.
Can all the jurors still see? Okay, that's fine. Please proceed.
Okay, you can answer the question. I just want to know what areas you were searching.
Sure. So my initial responsibility was to go and canvass the area for video surveillance. When we noticed the subject go southbound on 30th Street, we then go to the 1651 address on North 30th Street. We then see the subject walking westbound on West Walnut. We then canvassed to the west, and we are unable to locate additional video. So myself, other detectives, and some uniformed officers then conducted a canvass of the playground area. I had knowledge that there were train tracks that were located down in this area right here. We then walked down to the train tracks, canvassing for additional evidence, and that's when we received a call stating that
Objection, hearsay.
State,
I can just ask a follow-up question.
go ahead.
All right, so you're searching basically, actually, why don't you come down here, detective? I'm gonna have you use this pen and marker, if I have one.
Do you want a Sharpie?
I think I have one, Your Honor, thank you. Why don't you just trace on Exhibit 190 the route you're specifically talking about to help orient us as to where you were searching?
so this is the area that we started at with video surveillance. We then see the subject go down 30th Street and then westbound on West Walnut. We then searched this area right here.
Okay, you can have a seat, thank you.
I know. I know.
Were you there searching on April 5th?
Yes, I was.
That would have been 3 days after Miss Robinson was reported missing.
Yes,
Were you with other detectives?
yes.
And what happened?
We were notified that human remains were discovered in the wooded area just east of the playground.
Who notified you of that?
Detective Cassie Linder.
Did you subsequently assume the responsibility of documenting the scene of where those remains were found?
Yes, I did.
And so this would have been, was it late in the day on April 5th?
It was, yes.
About what time? Do you recall?
It was nighttime. I recall that the two pieces of human remains were collected at 1:14 and 1:16 a.m. So we were probably out there for a couple hours at that time.
So from the 5th into the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. So can you just give us an idea of how many people were canvassing that area and searching around that park and that playground, or excuse me, and those train tracks?
During the initial canvass that I was a part of, I would say approximately a dozen.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 191. Is that a map of the 31st and Galena Playground?
Yes, it is.
And does it document where the remains that you were involved in recovering were found?
Yes, it does.
Move 191 in,
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
ask to publish.
Go right ahead.
Detective, are you aware of whether or not in the subsequent days, after the night from the 5th into the 6th, in the subsequent days, were additional body parts found around that playground?
Yes, they were.
Does this map document where the remains you documented were found as well as those?
Yes.
Got on the screen Exhibit 191, just a zoomed in map of the 31st and Galena Playground. We've got 31st Street on the left side of the map, correct?
Yes.
All right, and on the north side is Walnut.
Yes, that's correct.
The video from 1630 West Walnut, originally when we watched it yesterday, we started at 6:50 a.m. when we saw Sade's car driving westbound, correct?
Yes, I was at 1651 North 30th.
Okay, can you tell us, just point out where that video was covering when we saw that car driving?
An approximate would be this area right here.
So kind of facing northwest?
Yes,
All right, so 6:50 a.m., her Civic is going westbound on Walnut past that building, and then it turns north on 30th Street, right?
that would be eastbound on West Walnut and then north on 30th Street.
Thank you for correcting me. So right next to this park.
Correct.
Then at 7:30, a few minutes after, is when we see the subject walking westbound on Walnut, that those screenshots were from, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, you can have a seat, thank you. I'm going to show you exhibits 109 through 145.
No objection to any of these exhibits.
Can I have the numbers one more time?
109 through 145.
Thank you. Then they're all received at this point.
All right, and we have permission to publish?
You may.
Okay. These were all photos from the scene that you helped document, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And this was done in the nighttime.
Yes, it was dark when these photographs.
All right, we're gonna go through these, detective, and actually, before we do, can you identify for us you don't have to get up, just tell me which one of the body parts locations are we about to be talking about? There's 4 of them up there.
Yeah, so we're gonna be talking about the 2 that are located on the left side of the map right there. The foot location and then the flesh and bone location.
Okay.
More specifically, 2 pieces of flesh, we'll cover that.
Exhibit 109. What are we looking at?
That is gonna be a photograph of the playground area in the park.
Facing south?
That is facing south, yes.
And then 110, the cameraman just turned to the left a little bit, correct?
Yes,
And 111 turned to the right.
yes.
Okay, and that street right there would be what?
That would be North 31st Street.
Pretty dark area, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay, not a lot going on there?
No.
All right. To the north of this block, well, actually, I'll hold off on that. Next, exhibit 112, cameraman turned which direction?
That's gonna be facing east towards North 30th Street.
Okay, so
Is that on the other side?
behind those trees would be those train tracks?
Yes, that is correct.
And then on the other side, way on the other side, would be that North 30th Street video camera that we were talking about.
It is, yes.
And then the street that we're seeing on the left, that's Walnut?
Correct.
113. What's this?
That's more of a zoomed in photo from the prior picture showing West Walnut, and there you can see the bridge that goes over the train tracks towards North 30th Street.
114. Cameraman looks like he just moved over into the street, right?
Yes, that's eastbound on West Walnut.
The sidewalk right here where I'm pointing, is that the sidewalk we were watching that subject walk past?
Yes, it's the north sidewalk.
And then there's this kind of brick building on the left-hand side, right?
Yes,
115, little clearer view of that brick building.
yes.
What is that?
I don't even know. I believe it's like an abandoned old factory building.
So I guess what I'm getting at is, did you guys check for cameras from that building and that area?
Yes, we would have checked all buildings, all residences in that area.
Were you able to locate any video footage that showed the Galena playground, the 31st and Galena playground?
Not from that building, no.
Okay. 116. That same building is on the right side, correct?
Yes, that's gonna be facing westbound on West Walnut.
117, we're back towards the playground.
Yes,
Okay, so the playground is going to be on the left side and we're looking south.
yes, that is correct.
118,
That is gonna be a further camera angle south.
that apartment complex at the end of the street there, what street is that?
That would be Galena.
Any video cameras recovered from there?
I don't recall if there was any footage on Galena.
119. Would orient us here.
This photograph is hard to say, but I believe that's gonna be,
It might be a little bright. Just give me a minute. Okay. The bridge that's on the right side, is that Walnut?
yes, so that's gonna be on the other side of the tracks facing northwest.
This kind of depicts that there's some elevation from the tracks to the playground. Was that how it looked?
Yes, it's hard to see in that photograph, but from both sides of the train tracks, it dips down, elevation.
Maybe 120 will help. I have that on the screen now.
Yes, that's what I would be referring to, how the train tracks are low elevation.
121,
That is a photograph, you can see the playground on the left of the picture, and that's gonna be facing, southeast direction, towards the lead.
122,
That's gonna be facing east.
and then 123, we just get close, is a closer up of that same thing we see in the middle of 122, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and then right next to that or near that, 124 is what?
That's gonna be a pathway that, leads down to the train tracks.
And into the wooded area, correct?
Yes,
125,
that's gonna be facing, south.
all right. Then that pathway, I'm putting up 126, leads to where?
That pathway would be, leading to the train tracks, and you can see there's a retaining wall that's pictured there.
Retaining wall that would separate the train track area from the playground, right?
Correct.
Okay, 127. Oh, and these yellow cones, those were items placed there by you or your department?
Yes, I placed the cones there, that depicts, where pieces of evidence, were located.
127,
That's a closer photograph of the evidence markers. You can see the retaining wall, the pathway down to the train tracks, would veer to the left, close to the retaining wall and continue down.
128,
This picture is gonna be facing towards Walnut. The train tracks are gonna be down to the, right-hand side.
let me put up 129 here. Is this the same tree?
Oh, that is, so I was mistaken. So
Okay.
that's gonna be facing south towards, Galena, and that's the, retaining wall right there,
On the left side.
on the left side.
And then we've got a mattress and some other items on the ground, right?
Yes, I don't recall exactly if that was a mattress or a box.
Okay.
But,
Was there a significant amount of sort of trash in this playground?
yes, there was a lot of, trash and debris.
At the point that you were that these photos were taken and that you had been alerted to the location of a body part, you had really no information about what would be significant to recover, right?
That is correct.
So items with that amount of trash there, you didn't know what might relate to it or what might not relate to it, meaning the body part.
Correct.
Okay. Did you mark or notice, mark as evidence certain items that you later came to conclude probably had nothing to do with this?
Yes,
Exhibit 130, that's just the retaining wall, correct?
it is, yes.
131. Looks like cone 8 on the right, lower right there.
Yes, that's an overall photograph of an area that evidence was recovered.
And then 132. Items 9 and 10, which are located in the woods near item 8. What are those items?
So item number 9 is going to be a smaller piece of flesh that was recovered. And number 10, I documented as a larger piece of flesh.
133 is going to be a closer, slightly closer view. .134 is going to be a close-up of number 9. And 135 will be a close-up of number 10. 136, number 9. 137. Is this sort of just an image of the retaining wall in the relation to where those items were found? Those body parts of flesh?
Yes.
Okay. How big were items 9 and 10, if you could describe?
Detective Jenny, can you pull that mic back around towards you, please? Thank you.
The smaller piece of flesh was approximately 2 by 2 inches. The larger piece of flesh was approximately 6 by 6 inches.
Here's 138. What is that cone down there? Number 11?
Yes, that's going to be evidence marker number 11.
And do you know what number 11 was?
Yes, number 11 was a human foot.
$139. The foot is to the left of the evidence marker.
It is, yes.
$140. What's that?
That is a closer photograph of the human foot that was recovered.
141.
So in this photograph, we're depicting that the toenail polish on the human foot was pink.
And this foot on the top of the image, that is the retaining wall, right?
It is, yes.
So the foot was right up against the retaining wall.
Yes.
142. When the foot was found, was it covered by some leaves there?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead to 144. Another view of where the foot was. And 143 and 145 are going to be images of the foot. The cut line at the ankle, how would you describe it, Detective?
It appears to be a straight cut that the foot was severed.
$145. Top view from the ankle.
Yes.
Are you able to see that same straight cut just from the top?
Yes.
And there's another piece of flesh coming off of the ankle, correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in sum, Detective, when that night, when you documented that scene, that would have been the night of April 5th and then going over the midnight hour into April 6th, you located a total of 3 separate pieces of human remains, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Can you just reiterate what those 3 separate things were?
Yes, the 3 separate human remains were a smaller piece of flesh, approximately 2 by 2 inches. The second piece of flesh was larger, approximately 6 by 6, and it was the left foot, human foot.
Was the medical examiner called to the scene?
Yes, medical legal death investigator is their official term that respond.
That would be your standard practice would be when you have a homicide or a case that involves recovery of human remains that you would summon the Milwaukee County medical examiners to the scene.
Yes, that is correct.
And do they then recover the human remains?
Yes,
Was that done here?
it was, yes.
Was there a specific case number assigned to the recovery of the remains we just discussed?
Yes, there was.
Was it medical examiner case number 24-02399?
Yes.
As we had indicated before, as you indicated before, there were a number of other items in addition to the human remains that you marked with an evidence cone, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Were any of those other items deemed to be relevant in any way?
No, they were not.
Could you just give us a rundown of what those other items were?
Yes, we located, I believe it was 5 spent casings. We located a condom that appeared to be used at some point. It was outside of its wrapper. We located a doll that was screwed into a tree. I recovered screws that were next to that doll. There was a burlap sack that initially we believed may contain human remains. When we opened that burlap sack, it was a dog that was placed in the sack, and it was rotting at that point.
Casings, right?
Yes,
Did you mention that? Okay. Those casings, were they like worn?
it was hard to tell how long that they've been there.
In those other items seem to have been items that had been there for quite some time. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Lastly, Detective, what we just talked about, flesh located in this little area here, correct?
Yes.
It says and bone, but that, you didn't find the bone on this side, right?
No, that was found at a later time.
And then the foot was right about here.
Yes.
And that retaining wall is basically, you can't see it on here because it's kind of contained within those trees and brush. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
I have nothing else. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Good morning. What was in the backpack the person was wearing?
I don't know.
You've studied these videos, you said dozens of hours, hundreds of hours you've spent watching the videos?
I believe I stated that I watched the videos dozens of times.
Okay, thank you, dozens of times. Can you see blood on the backpack?
No.
One would expect that if they were putting body parts in a backpack, you'd see blood on it, wouldn't you?
That's fair to say, sure.
In the dozens of times you've watched, and when you say dozens of times you've watched the tapes, we're referring to really all of the tapes that you had canvassed throughout that area, right? Because you've watched all of them multiple times.
Yes.
Did the car, the Honda Civic, did Sade's Honda Civic ever stop at the park here that's on the screen on Exhibit 191 at Carleena?
I don't know if it did or not.
You're not sure?
No.
And that's because there's no video that actually shows that car ever stopping at that park, right?
That is correct.
And similarly, it's true that there is no video of a person getting out of that car at the park at Carleena. You would agree with that as well?
Could you repeat that question, please?
Sure. There's no video of a person getting out of that Civic at this park area at Carleena, is there?
No, there was not.
certainly we have the video we've seen of a person walking, but I want to talk about the videos of the car. In all the videos of the car that you've watched, who's driving the car? Can you see?
You cannot see who's driving, no.
Can you see a gender of a person?
No,
So then I'm assuming you can't tell the race of the person in the videos you've watched?
not in the vehicle itself.
And we saw that one clip yesterday. Where there was the passenger window was going up. Do you remember that video?
Yes,
And that was actually when the car was going sort of near that playground area, right?
yes, that would have been eastbound on West Walnut, just prior to turning north on 30th Street.
Sure. And in that video, when the passenger window was going up, Mr. Vance Curzan asked you about whether you could see a passenger, but you also couldn't see a driver in that video, right?
That is correct.
And when you look at that video, when you study it closely, can you see, are there body parts of any sort visible in the car when you look in on that video?
I could not see, no.
Now, we watched the video this morning again of Lisbon Avenue. That was a liquor store, 2900 West Lisbon, where that tape, that footage was secured from, correct?
Yes,
And you were involved in actually getting that video. You talked to the owner of the liquor store and acquired the video, right?
yes, that is correct.
He was cooperative with you and turned it over, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it true that you also, you don't work alone, you work with Detective Ryan Casey also, don't you?
yes,
So you're Casey Donahue, but we also have Detective Ryan Casey, right?
yes, that is correct.
And he's part of the homicide unit as well, so he's trained on these types of matters.
He is, yes.
And is it true, would you agree with me that oftentimes when two people work together, one detective might do the report, another detective might not do the report, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so sometimes when people are partnered up, if you work closely with Ryan Casey, he might be the one to draft the report on April 5th. You might be the one to draft the report on a different date, right?
Yes,
You would agree that on April 5th was the day when you and Detective Ryan Casey went to Lisbon Liquor to get those videos, right?
yes,
And in fact, the Mr. Singh, Parmejit Singh, Pramejet, took you into their room where they have the DVR and he turned over those tapes, right?
yes,
And you guys actually watched them together right away on April 5th, didn't you?
yes, we did review them while we were at the liquor store.
You would agree with me that and now this is 3 days after the incident, after 3 days after April 2nd, right?
Yes,
Between April 2nd and that date, you had never we saw the two women that were on the street in front of the liquor store, right?
yes, that is correct.
But between April 2nd and April 5th, neither you nor your partner had ever spoken to those women, right?
No, I have not spoken to either of those witnesses. I cannot speak for Detective Casey, whether he had spoke with them at any time or not.
Okay, and the two of you watched, right? You can only speak to who you've talked to. You have not talked to either of those women, right?
I have not.
Now, on April 5th, when you watched the tape, you would agree that that there was a report written about the two of you watching the tape, fair to say?
Yes,
In that when you guys watched the tape, you could see the women on the sidewalk and that they were pointing in the direction of a person. You noted that, right?
yes,
But you would also agree that in the report, it's indicated they're yelling something, quote, inaudible. Would you agree with that?
that is what Detective Ryan Casey's report reflects. My observations and what I heard on the video is what I testified to.
Sure. Did you ever draft a report that reflects your impressions of the tape?
No,
Now, eyewitnesses, well, how long have you been a detective? I'm sorry.
since 2020.
Certainly, eyewitness testimony can be a form of evidence in any criminal case, right?
Yes,
And it can be an important form of evidence because it can help shape your investigation for starters, right?
yes,
And it can help you pursue leads. An eyewitness might tell you to look at a certain area. So that's another reason it could be useful, right?
yes,
And an eyewitness could be right. That's another reason they could be useful because an eyewitness may be accurate with what they're saying, correct?
yes. When we speak with eyewitnesses, we'll want to corroborate any sort of information that's given to us.
And they can also be wrong.
Yes, that is correct.
They can make a mistaken identification.
Yes,
There's ways to try to figure that out, video surveillance, DNA evidence, but eyewitnesses can be wrong.
is
Right?
that a question?
Yes.
Yes, yes,
And-
they can.
In their ability to observe, in this case, for example, we watched the video again this morning. And you saw the woman who's pointing, right? The woman who's pointing and making the statement. She really only looks over in that area for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
In which area are you referring to?
The 2900 West Lisbon footage, when we see the man walking across the field and she goes, he did it or whatever she said, she only looks over in that direction for about 6 to 7 seconds. Would you agree with that?
I would have to watch the video again, but that is an approximation that,
Okay. And obviously, she may you would agree with me that a person who is making an observation, their view can be impacted if they're under the influence, right?
yes, amongst other things,
What are some of the other things?
stress,
Weather conditions.
yes,
Obviously, if a person knows someone or doesn't know someone, that can be an important consideration too, right?
yes,
Making an in terms of making identifications as a detective, there's a procedure you can use as a detective to try to, I'm sorry, give me a minute, please. As a detective, there's procedures you can use to try to make an identification, right?
yes, that is correct,
You can do what's called a live lineup,
correct,
where you take a group of people, one might be a suspect, some people aren't suspects, and you put them out in a room, and there's a process to it, but essentially the eyewitness can choose if they see the person.
yes, that is correct,
And there's also photo arrays that can be done where specific photos are used of, for example, Max Anderson, and then other photos of other people to show, is this the person you saw, right?
yes,
And that you never did that, you yourself never did that with either of these two women, right?
I did not, no,
Now,
Detective Donahue, can you pull that mic towards you again? Thank you.
in the woman on the street who's pointing, I'm sorry, you never, you never had her do any photo array or a live lineup. Do I have that right?
I did not speak with her, no,
Now, she never yelled, he threw a lighter. Did you ever hear that on any of the tape you watched? He threw a lighter?
I did not, no,
Did you investigate any other car fires at that location, either before or after this incident?
I am not an arson investigator, so that is not a part of my duties, so I cannot speak on whether other car fires occurred at that location or not.
You said that there was basically canvassing around the clock. Did I have that correct?
Yes,
When you say that, are you talking from April 2nd when the car is lit on fire until until April 5th or 6th? What did you mean by that? When did the around the clock canvassing start?
I am unaware of the exact date that it started. The sheriff's department did reach out to the Milwaukee Police Department, and they asked us to assist in recovering video pertaining to this case. I can't say which exact day that was, but it was, an approximation would be maybe 2 days after.
Got it, April 4th or April 5th, somewhere around there.
Correct.
And in between April 2nd and April 4th or April 5th, no body parts are found in that area.
That was the first time any sort of human remains were discovered at that park.
April 5th.
Yes,
Max was arrested April 4th, you know that.
I don't know exactly which day he was arrested.
Okay. The person with the backpack on, that person wasn't running.
No,
In any of the videos you watched, was that person running?
no,
Or appeared to even be in a hurry, right? Didn't even appear to be really in a hurry.
no.
And when you looked in that park on April 5th, when you examined the park, one of the things you just said you found were spent bullet casings.
Yes,
Well, that's evidence of a shooting, right?
yes,
Used condom, whatever, make of that, whatever you will, could be two people had sex, obviously, right?
yes,
Okay. You found a bag, a burlap sack with remains in it of a dog. That could be evidence of animal cruelty, right?
correct.
High crime area, agreed?
Yes,
Meaning that area surrounding that park and even Lisbon Avenue.
yes,
There's lots of police response in that area.
yes,
Now, the person on the tape with the backpack, you pointed out the shoes yesterday, the white shoes. Remember that?
I don't believe I stated white shoes.
I thought you said white soles on the shoes. You were directing us to look at. No?
Yeah, so it would be towards the bottom sole area.
Okay, that's what you were pointing out though, right?
Yes,
That person did not appear to ever have gloves on, did he?
I don't know.
Well, you never saw gloves on that person on any of the videos, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And nor did the person appear to be wet.
I'm sorry,
Nor did the person appear to be wet,
wet?
covered in water, soaking, right?
You can't tell from the video that I was watching.
Okay. And then Judge, I'm just gonna approach the witness if I may and show a few exhibits. It'll be 305, 306, 307, and 308. Okay,
Go right ahead.
if that's all right. I'm just showing you these pictures and asking you to look at these.
Yes.
You got a chance to look at those?
Yes, I did.
Could you start by identifying exhibit 305, please?
Yes, that's a photograph of evidence markers 6 and 7, and what is depicted to be a doll screwed to the tree.
So if we look down, that's what you're talking about, that doll right there?
Yes,
And then exhibit 306. Same thing?
yes,
And then 307, same thing?
yes,
308. Is that the doll?
yes, it is.
And it looks, it might not be perfectly visible. It appears that there's a screw right in the middle of the forehead and then two of them on the eyes.
Yes,
And is that blood smear on the side of the tree as well, the red substance?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. So some person, and this is in the same park where you find human flesh, right?
Yes,
Move these exhibits 306 I'm sorry, 305 through 308 in evidence.
Any objection?
No objection to the admissibility. However, the numbering of them, I think, is going to conflict with exhibits we've already numbered. But we can address that later.
Okay,
That's my only.
I will receive them. And actually, I think we're going to renumber them right now. And
Okay.
we're going to renumber them as 50,
Can we start at 600?
600.
Yes, please.
Let's go to 800 to be on the safe side. So we'll do it as 801, 802, 803, and 804.
And then Judge, while Attorney Finling is marking those, is it okay if I proceed? So Detective, then you had these photos taken because obviously that's not a typical thing to see in general, right?
Yes, when I did my initial walkthrough and began to photograph and collect evidence, at that point, early on in the investigation, we don't know what's relevant, and we don't know what's not relevant. I was informed that homeless encampments near train tracks often place these dolls as a kind of a protection symbol.
Interesting. So the homeless encampment you're talking about right below, essentially right below that crime scene, right?
It would have been near, it was further down,
Yeah,
south.
further south of if you were to go down on the train tracks, then a little bit south of that, right?
Yes,
So you attributed that to potentially the homeless encampment, but you actually, you went to the homeless encampment and talked to people, right?
yes, I did.
You never asked anybody about that doll, did you?
Objection calls for hearsay.
No,
No, it's actually a question, so it wouldn't call for hearsay, and you can answer it if you're able.
I did not know.
Okay, so the body part, the tissue samples, the body parts that were located, obviously those were kept as evidence and sent to the lab, right? The crime lab,
Yes,
for further testing.
correct.
Similar to how, did you ever direct any of those items to be tested for DNA?
I did not send any of the items to the crime lab.
That would be some other person to ask about that, right?
Yes,
Okay, those are all my questions.
State?
Just to clarify, Detective, it's not just that the disposal of those body parts wasn't captured on video, it's that there was no video of that playground. Is that a correct statement?
that is correct.
Nothing else.
Defense?
No,
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
State calls Detective Jose Flores.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Joscflores. Jose Flores,
How are you employed?
as a detective for the city of Milwaukee,
How long have you been with the department?
since December of 2015,
How long have you been a detective?
a little over 4 years.
Prior to that, what was your rank?
Police officer,
Where are you currently assigned?
the homicide division,
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide division?
since September of 2021.
So you were working in that capacity on April 6th, 2024?
Yes,
Did you participate in the search of a playground located at 31st and Galena in the city of Milwaukee?
Yes.
Can you describe what your role was that day?
I worked the late shift, so 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. We were instructed to meet our early shift, who had discovered some human remains. We were instructed by Sergeant Nathan Butts, BUTZ, to conduct a search of the immediate area east of the playground and south of Galena, or 31st.
Was Detective Casey Donahue one of the detectives that you joined out there?
Yes.
And were you working with a partner that night into morning?
Several detectives and officers.
When you got there, was it dark out?
It was.
Can you describe what your search entailed?
We were instructed to conduct a grid search through the wooded area east of the playground, and then along the train tracks southwest about a half mile, and it's approximately 2.3 acres of terrain.
What's a grid search?
Just section by section, trying our best to locate evidence.
So does that entail multiple detectives or police officers working together?
Yes.
Is that a more thorough type of search?
Yes.
Okay, can you actually give us a little bit of detail on what you do?
As a detective, or to locate evidence, what we do, honestly, I work at night, so we bring out big flashlights, handheld flashlights, and honestly, we just get online together and look down, look up, and foot by foot try to search the best we can for any potential evidence related to the incident.
And what was your knowledge of what had been found as you came on shift and came to that playground to conduct your search?
We were briefed that there was some human remains located.
Are you familiar with that park?
Yes.
Can you describe how you get down to the railroad tracks?
The terrain was a little difficult to traverse. There's a large hill. It was quite muddy and it was pretty steep. And we went down that hill to go to the train tracks through a wooded area.
Is that the first area that you searched, the railroad track area?
Yes.
Showing you exhibits 147 through 154. If you can briefly look at those and let me know if you recognize what those depict.
It's going to be the area east of the playground, the railroad tracks, and the wooded area.
And those are areas you searched?
Yes.
Before we get to these photos, I just want to draw your attention to exhibit 191, which is up here. Are you able to see that from where you're sitting? Or?
I am.
Okay. And actually, I will have you step down if you can to just identify where you started and where you ended in terms of your search.
We were briefed in the park area, and then we proceeded down through this wooded area, down that hill, and then onto the train tracks. And then our search consisted southwest all the way down to, I believe, the 35th Street Bridge.
Okay, thank you. You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 147. What is that?
That's the area just east of the playground.
Okay, so kind of at the beginning of
Yes.
that trail that descends down.
Correct.
Exhibit 148.
That's the trail that descends down onto the tracks.
You can see the train tracks in that picture.
Yes.
Exhibit 149.
Just on the train tracks, the dense grassy area.
What street is this up here?
That should be Galena, or 31st, sorry.
Exhibit number 50.
It's just another view of the way down to the tracks.
Looking back up at the playground.
Correct. An additional view.
This bridge depicted in 151 and 149, could that be the Walnut Bridge?
Yes,
Okay, you
apologies.
previously said it was the 31st and Walnut intersect, though, correct?
Yes.
Exhibit 152, what is that?
That is just another view of coming down to the train tracks.
Exhibit 153,
A different view, same area,
Exhibit 154,
the same area.
and you can see that there's a lot of debris or trash that's been disposed of. Did you look through all of those areas?
To the best of our ability, I remember that night, it was approximately 32 degrees. It was wet. A lot of the terrain was wet, icy, and as we work at night, it was a little difficult to navigate through all that terrain.
Okay, talk about your search of the train tracks, please.
After we proceeded down to the train tracks, we essentially, all the officers and detectives I was with, we got online together and we used our flashlights and we just walked slowly, as slow as we can, trying to identify any potential evidence related to this incident. We walked all the way southwest to the 35th Street Bridge and then turned around and proceeded back the way we came.
What, if anything, did you locate?
We eventually located skeletal remains
Where?
on the train tracks near where we first started.
Showing you exhibits 155 through 160, can you identify what those are if you know?
It's the skeletal remains that we located along with the crime scene evidence marker.
Permission, sorry, I'm moving actually exhibits 147 through 154 in, and then I move exhibits 155 through 160 in.
Any objection?
No.
147 to 160 they are admitted and you may publish.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
That is the skeletal remains along with the crime scene evidence marker.
156.
Just a closer view of the skeletal remains.
Does this appear to be both bone and flesh?
Yes.
What is this?
That's just depicting the train tracks in which the evidence was located, along with the marker. And then this, the same view without the evidence marker.
That's 158.
Correct.
159.
And that's just going to be the picture showing the general area in which it was located.
Okay, which direction are the train tracks from there?
They would be west.
And 160.
That would be the entrance down to the train tracks again.
How far from that path, that entrance, was the bone found?
Not very far. The pictures try to show a reflection of the scene, but it was not very far.
Approximately how large was the bone?
I don't recall the approximate, but it was large enough for us to take note.
What did you do with that?
After discovering the skeletal remains, we contacted the medical examiner's office. A forensic investigator from the medical examiner's office responded, Lindsay Doome, Doome. And at that point, they began to conduct their investigation. Forensic investigator Doome determined that it was bone, and then they then document it, recover it to be assessed by an expert from the medical examiner's office.
They determined it to be a human bone, correct?
Correct.
Approximately what time was that located?
I believe 5:42 a.m.
And did that bone get assigned the same medical case exam number that the other items that were recovered in this playground got? Or did it get a different number?
I believe at the time it got a different number.
Okay, was that number 242403?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Ross?
Thank you. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you would testify that you're a homicide detective?
Yes,
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
since September of 2021.
And one of your roles in this investigation was to search this Galena Street playground area, correct?
Yes,
And you had said that you arrived you said your shift was from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.
correct.
And so I assume you arrived at like midnight.
Approximately.
And by the time you arrived, there were already detectives on scene, correct?
Yes.
How many? Do you remember?
I don't recall the members of the early shift though.
Okay. And this is 12 a.m. on what day? April 5th?
It would be the next morning after they initially responded.
Okay, so yeah, they responded April 4th, late at night, and so this is April 5th.
Correct.
And were you joined by Detective Donahue, or was he already there?
He would have already been there.
So detectives had already been around, and they briefed you and said, we'd found some human remains in this area, and so one of your roles was to kind of search this entire area.
Yes,
And you had explained that you did a grid search.
to the best of our ability. Yes, sir.
And I'm trying to like kind of picture this. It's like a bunch of detectives or law enforcement in a giant line walking in unison, correct?
Yes,
And because and you start this search, it's probably still dark out, right?
it was.
And so you're using flashlights to, flash on the ground and flash, up into trees maybe.
Correct.
Because, I mean, you can't see things with the naked eye, so you got to use a flashlight.
It's definitely harder, sir.
And all of these detectives are on foot, right?
Yes, sir.
And because you'd been briefed before you got there, so you knew what you were looking for, probably human remains or bones, right?
Any potential evidence?
And so you're aware that, were you aware that they'd found like very small pieces of human remains before you arrived?
Yes,
So you knew you had to be looking for maybe small pieces of human remains, maybe larger. The sizes could vary.
any potential evidence, sir.
And this search went on for hours, right?
Yes, sir.
Because we see these photos and it looks like the sun is, I don't know if it's up or not, but you can see that it's light out.
Yes.
So probably, can you approximate how many hours you spent searching?
We were briefed somewhere around midnight, and I believe this was 5:40 in the morning, so several hours,
Yeah.
6 hours.
And we saw pictures of, it looks like there's a trail that goes from this park, this playground park, the wooded area, to the train tracks, correct?
Yes,
And we saw, it doesn't look like it's an established path from like the park system. It looks like it might just be human-made of people walking up and down.
it was a path. Yeah, I don't know if it was established or not, but. it
Yeah,
was a
I
path.
understand you're probably not part of the park service. that makes
Correct.
these. Okay. And you testified that the terrain that you were searching through was, I think you said, difficult to navigate, right?
Yes,
And is that just because it's like this wooded area is just full of logs and leaves and trash?
Well, the train track, again, we were all online, so the train tracks was less hard to navigate. As you get closer to the wall, yes, it would have been a little harder due to the field was wet, and it was cold.
And it's probably even more difficult because you're not really familiar with this park. It's not like you on a Tuesday afternoon, you're going walking in this park.
Can you repeat that question, sir?
Well, I can rephrase that actually. The area you're searching is difficult to navigate because you're not really familiar with that area. You don't commonly walk in that area.
I would more sort of say the weather conditions, the field, and like I said, the train tracks weren't necessarily, and then again, we're doing this at nighttime, so that also was difficult for us.
So the most difficult part to navigate is when you're in the wooded area, right?
Yes,
Because you see the train tracks, it's a wide open space. It's very easy to walk that.
yes,
And during this, and you testified this was a very, as thorough search as you could, right?
correct.
And during your search, did you located the bone, kind of almost rusting on the train track?
It was on the train tracks.
Did you locate any other human remains at that time?
Not at that time, sir.
Did you locate, any other, piece of evidence of value that you ended up sending to the crime lab?
No, sir, not at that time.
You don't recall, ever, locating a blanket during that search on April 5th, correct?
We did not, no. And
you didn't find a weapon of any sort, correct?
No.
I have nothing further.
State?
You testified when we started talking on direct, you testified that your shift started on April 6th at midnight. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so when defense counsel said April 5th, and you answered a question about finding the bone on April 5th, can you just clarify what date you found it on?
apologies. We start at midnight. So whatever the shift prior, whenever they started, we come in the following morning. So apologies if I misspoke.
So which date was it?
It would have been the 6th.
Okay, so on April 5th is when detectives initially found pieces of flesh and the foot, and you then were called in to assist.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
State your next witness.
State calls Detective Cassandra Lindert.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Cassandra Lindert, Cassandra Lindert.
How are you employed?
As a sergeant for the City of Milwaukee Police Department,
How long have you been with the department?
total about 11 and a half years.
What's your current assignment?
Currently, I'm assigned as a sergeant to District 6 early shift.
Prior to becoming sergeant, what was your capacity with the department?
I was a detective assigned to the homicide division.
How long were you a homicide unit detective?
Approximately 2.5 years.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
I was.
Specifically April 6th, 2024?
I was.
On that date, did you participate in a search of the playground at 31st and Galena?
I did.
Can you describe what you did there?
On April 6th, I was dispatched to 31st and Galena to the park. I was informed that family and friends of Sade Robinson had responded to the park because they had saw a news article the night prior that police were at the park and were searching it for evidence.
And I should clarify, you actually were there on April 5th as well, correct?
I was.
So why don't you describe when your shift started on April 5th and describe what you did once you got to the park?
On April 5th, my shift would have been 4 p.m. to midnight. I was involved with a team of other homicide detectives. We went to the park due to some video that was retrieved, and we began searching the park. During that search, it was nighttime, and I located a piece of flesh and a left foot.
And was Detective Casey Donahue part of that search as well?
He was.
And was he with you, or did he come after when you located that?
He was with me.
Then what happened?
The search continued on the 5th. My shift would have been over that night, and then I returned to work on the 6th, 4 p.m. to midnight.
Were you searching that playground in conjunction with a specific reported missing person?
Yes.
Who was that?
Sade Robinson.
As it relates to the foot and the piece of human flesh that you located, the medical examiner was summoned to collect those items?
Yes.
Why don't you describe your work on April 6th then in that area when you returned?
So like I was saying, April 6th, I was sent to the park because family members had called our dispatch center saying that they went to the park after seeing the police there the night prior in a news article that were searching for evidence. Specifically on the 6th, the family stated that they had found a blanket that belonged to Sade Robinson.
Describe what happened when you arrived.
When I arrived at the park on 31st and Galena, I briefly met with some of Sade's family and friends that were there. They explained to me that they basically conducted their own search of the park after seeing the news article, and that they had located a pink blanket that belonged to Sade.
Approximately what time was this?
It was approximately 5:10 p.m.
Where did you meet the friends?
Just in the general area of like inside the small park on 31st and Galena.
Then what happened?
After they briefed with me, they took me to the area where they located the pink blanket and showed it to me, and I viewed that myself.
Was there one particular person in particular who you were speaking to?
Yes.
What was that person's name?
I believe her first name was Angela.
Did you document this conversation and contact in a report?
Correct.
Would it help you to review your report? To
Yes.
come up with the name? Why don't you take a look at this and let me know if it's out?
I'm done.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you remember the name now?
Yes, it was Kiana Moore.
Okay, where did Ms. Moore take you to show you the blanket?
She took me to the wooded area, and the blanket was located kind of centrally north and south in the park.
If I showed you a map of the park, would you be able to give us a general idea of where the blanket was found?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously received as exhibit number 191. Do you recognize that?
I do.
That's the 31st and Galena Park and surrounding area?
Correct.
Can you point on there where the blanket was found?
Yes. I would say it was approximately here.
So south of where you located the foot?
Correct.
Is that an area that had previously been searched to your knowledge?
Yes.
Can you describe that area in terms of what all is there?
So that area in particular is the wooded area that runs north and south in the park on the east side. It's pretty densely wooded. It's not a very well-kept park, so there's a lot of overbrush and like garbage, I guess, and just random stuff that's in the weeds and the grass of the park.
Can you describe what you found when you arrived?
So when I arrived and viewed the blanket, it was kind of just balled up on the ground. It was wet from being on the ground for the night and also kind of dirty with just dirt and leaves and stuff that were attached to it.
What did you do then?
We opened the blanket and I could see that there was a photo printed on the blanket of the face of Sade Robinson, along with a small size like brown dog that her friends and family told me also belonged to her at one point.
That photo of Sade, was that readily apparent? If you had passed that blanket just walking, would the photograph have been readily apparent?
Once the blanket was opened, it would have been. The way the blanket was when I found it, you couldn't really see that the photo was printed on the front of it.
What else did you do?
Once we located the blanket and I did confirm that the photo on the blanket appeared to be Sade Robinson, I requested officers secure the park again. So they used police tape to secure the perimeter of the park, and I requested that Sade's family and friends and other citizens that were in the park be moved to the outer perimeter so we could do another search of the park.
Then what happened?
Myself and some other officers began a search of the wooded area again inside the park.
Did you locate anything else?
So close to the blanket, I located a small piece of what appeared to be flesh. I also located a small piece of what appeared to be bone. The bone appeared to be somewhat fresh, as it was still like pink or red with a little bit of like flesh attached to it.
Anything else?
Yeah, so as the search continued, along the retaining wall that runs north-south in the park that separates the park from the train tracks, approximately 8 feet south of where I located the foot the night prior, I found a mound of debris that consisted of like leaves, sticks, and some smaller logs that appeared to have been intentionally kind of piled together. It seemed out of place. I began removing the top layer of the debris when I then could observe a larger portion of what appeared to be flesh that was a darker skin tone.
After finding these pieces of flesh and bone, did you, I know you've described the sequence in which you've searched. Was somebody there present recovering these items as you're searching?
Yes, so once we made the determination that we found the smaller chunk of flesh, the bone, and then the larger that was buried, we froze the scene, called for a forensic investigator along with the medical examiner, the Milwaukee County medical examiner.
The medical examiner's office recovered these items then?
Yes.
Going to show you exhibits 161 through 181 and ask you if you recognize them.
161 is a photo of the park after it had been taped off.
And you can just go through those and let me know if you recognize what each one is, and then we can go through
Okay.
individually what they are.
Yes, I do recognize. I recognize all of them.
exhibits 161 through 181 to be received and published.
Any objection?
No.
They received, go ahead.
All right, before we do that, I just want to draw your attention back to exhibit number 191. Could you step down and point to where the items that you've just described were located?
Yes. So again, I would say the blanket was located approximately here. The smaller chunk of flesh in the bone that I located was very close to the blanket. And then the larger chunk of flesh that appeared to be covered by logs was along the retaining wall, which can't be seen, but it would have been south of the foot location.
You can have a seat. Showing you exhibit 161, just to get oriented, what are we looking at?
That is a view of the park taped off by police tape, and that's in particular the playground section.
Okay, what street is over here?
That would be 31st Street.
162, what are we looking at?
That is a photo of, I believe, myself and a couple other detectives beginning a search of the park.
Where is this relative to 161?
I believe that would have been south of a playground on the east side, right before entering the wooded area.
163, what is that?
That is an overall of kind of walking into that particular section of the wooded area on the 6th where we located those items I spoke about.
Are you familiar with this building?
Not very.
Okay. Do you know what street that's on?
That should be south facing Galena.
Showing you 164, what is that?
That is evidence marker 1, which is I placed next to the pink blanket.
Exhibit 165.
It's another view of evidence marker 1 and the pink blanket.
Do you recall if the blanket was wet or had it appeared to have been moved at all?
It was pretty saturated from being out on the ground. In the state we found it is how it was photographed.
Exhibit 166, what is that?
Evidence marker 3, which I would have placed next to, I believe, the smaller chunk of, smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit number 167, what is that?
That's evidence marker 4, which I placed next to the pile of debris where the larger chunk of, the larger piece of flesh was located.
So here's 168. You can see exhibit markers 3 and 4, correct?
Correct.
Where are those relative to where the blanket was found?
I believe the blanket was slightly south of there.
Exhibit 169, what is that?
That's another view of the pink blanket looking south.
What about exhibit 170? What is that?
It's evidence marker 2 that I placed next to the small bone that I located.
I'm zooming in. There's a ruler there, correct?
Correct.
Approximately how big was that piece of bone?
I would say approximately 3 to 4 inches.
Exhibit number 171, what is that?
So this is a view of evidence marker 4, which was placed kind of on top of the pile of debris. This particular view is kind of looking from the top down.
And is that how you first observed this?
It is,
And are you the first one to locate this item?
yes,
Law enforcement uncovered it?
yes.
Did you uncover it?
Just briefly to see that there's something under there, and then we froze it for the medical examiner.
Exhibit 172, what is that?
That's another view from the top looking down of evidence marker 4. Now more of the debris has been uncovered.
And you described that as being what?
Well, at the time it was we couldn't tell for sure, but it was definitely a larger piece of flesh. It appeared to be a dark skin complexion.
Exhibit 173,
Evidence marker number 3 that I placed next to the smaller piece of flesh.
Exhibit 174,
This is a view again of evidence marker 4, now looking kind of at it towards the east.
before it was uncovered.
Correct.
Exhibit 175,
Another view of evidence marker 4.
Exhibit 176,
A close-up view of evidence marker number 4.
prior to the debris being moved.
Correct.
Exhibit 177,
That would be a close-up of evidence marker 2, which depicts the smaller piece of bone.
Exhibit 178,
So now this is where the medical examiner laid down a yellow tarp, and she placed evidence 2, which is the bone, on top of the tarp with the ruler next to it.
and you were present for that.
Yes,
Exhibit 179,
that's evidence marker 3, which is the small chunk of flesh that was located. Again, the medical examiner removed it from the wooded area and placed it on top of a yellow tarp.
Exhibit 180,
That's evidence marker number 4, which the medical examiner moved to the tarp and now revealed that it was a human leg, which appeared to be severed above the knee and at the ankle.
so that would be the calf portion of a leg.
Correct.
Exhibit 181,
It's a close-up of the human leg where it was severed at the ankle.
did you make any observations of how that was severed?
Where it was severed at the ankle appeared to be pretty clean. I believe the medical examiner stated she believed the ankle was
Objection,
broke.
hearsay.
Any exception?
I think I can ask a different question.
Okay.
Just your personal observations.
It appeared to be more cleanly cut at the ankle.
You contacted the medical examiner's office, and are you aware that this was given a medical examiner case number?
Yes,
And is that case number 242415?
I believe so.
The portion of the leg that was covered under, what kind of debris did you testify it was covered under?
A larger pile of leaves, some small sticks, and then some like larger logs.
You testified that it looked unnatural, or like an unnatural portion of the landscape, correct?
Correct.
Did it appear to you that it had been intentionally covered?
To me, yes.
The blanket, is that something that was recovered by law enforcement
Yes.
and it was placed on inventory?
Yes.
I'm going to have Detective Donner show you. 146. That number fell off. Going to have Detective Donner show you exhibit 162. Sorry, 46. I just wrote that and I couldn't remember it. Do you know what that contains?
It should contain the blanket.
I'm gonna have you open that and identify what's in it.
So this would be the pink blanket that I recovered from the park at 31st and Galena that shows Sade Robinson's face on it.
I'd ask that exhibit 146 be received.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross?
Yes, thank you. So I just want to start with kind of like the timeline of kind of some of the searches you did. You really participated in 2 searches of this Galena Street Park, correct?
Correct.
The first one was on April 5th, correct?
Yes.
And at what time of the day was that?
That was later at night. I believe we may have arrived at the park around 8:30 p.m.
Okay. And you're searching this park with other detectives, correct?
Correct.
And during that search on April 5th, that's where you locate, was it 2 pieces of human remains and then a human left foot, correct?
Correct.
And after that search, your shift ended, you went home, right?
Right.
And then the next day you received a call from Sade Robinson's family or her friends about how they conducted their own search, correct?
I was dispatched to the assignment, correct?
Okay, but you're aware that there was a call to law enforcement that the family had located, or had done their own search in this park, correct?
Correct.
And they had conducted that search. Do you know whether police were present during that time or not?
I believe police were not present.
Okay, so after the search on April 5th, police leave and then Sade Robinson's family comes in and does a search of their own, correct?
Correct.
And so when you arrived on scene, you're aware that the family had said they found a blanket, correct?
Yes.
And you testified on direct examination that the area where the blanket was found had been searched the prior day, correct?
Correct.
And this is multiple detectives and police officers walking through this wooded area, and no blanket was located on April 5th, correct?
At that time, correct.
And we saw a picture of the blanket. It's a distinct pink color. We saw how the position it was when you arrived, right?
Right.
It's pink. There looks like the underside was white, correct?
Correct.
And then about 8 or a couple feet from the blanket, you found more human remains, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't find those remains on April 5th. You found those on April 6th, correct?
Correct.
And so just to be clear, April 5th, no blankets found. April 6th, the blanket is found, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware of when that blanket was discarded in that park, correct?
I do not know.
You don't know if it was, it was sometime before April 6th, because that's when you found it, right?
Correct.
And are you aware that what day Max Anderson was arrested?
Not in particular.
Okay. And were you in charge of ever reviewing any surveillance? Was that a different person's job?
That was different detectives.
Okay. And just briefly here, you said that the human remains that you found looked like they were almost intentionally covered up
Correct.
with leaves and dirt.
Yes.
And that's why, I mean, one of the photos you said that some of the debris had been removed and you were able to see a more clear view of what it was, right?
Correct.
And that blanket that you just opened, was that swabbed for DNA?
I believe it was sent to the crime lab.
And when you found it, did you do any like preliminary, I don't know, review of it? You found any hair or anything?
I just examined it myself. I did observe some red spots that appeared to be blood, but we don't conduct any tests ourselves at the detective level for that.
Yeah, but I mean, your main role is you find the blanket and you secure it and make sure you preserve any evidence that could be found on the blanket or near the blanket, right?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
State?
Based on your involvement in this search, and your knowledge of that area, is it that do you know if that blanket had been there when you searched previously on April 5th?
Objection, speculation.
If you're able to answer it, you can answer it.
On April 5th, I actually do recall seeing the blanket. It was never opened up or looked at because the park is unfortunately extremely littered. There's miscellaneous garbage and clothing items and things like that in the park.
I have nothing further.
Defense?
Did you draft a report indicating that you saw this blanket when you initially searched on April 5th?
I did not.
Nothing further.
State?
Nothing.
Thank you, Sergeant.
Thank you.
So it's 10:30. It's probably a perfect time to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and get right back at it. Please leave your notebooks on your seat. Anything to address on the record? State?
No.
Defense?
No.
Okay, we'll take a break. Thanks, everybody.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey, good afternoon. As we're getting situated here back on the Wisconsin Live Desk, Carl Deffenbaugh with you here back in the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are on day 4 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. And as they are on a short break here with the trial, we want to get you up to speed on what we've heard already when it comes to witness testimony continuing in the prosecution's case against Maxwell Anderson. He is the man accused of killing Sade Robinson and then dismembering her body as well after that. Much of the testimony that we've heard today centers around some of those missing body parts that were eventually located in the days following Sade Robinson's disappearance and the first discovery of a leg in Warnemont Park in Cudahy. Different body parts were then found throughout southeastern Wisconsin and Milwaukee County specifically. And that search and discovery of those body parts and some other items related to Sade Robinson, specifically a pink blanket that you saw at the very last bit of witness testimony there before the break in Milwaukee County Court, has been the subject of the prosecution's questioning. So we're going to take you through who has spoken so far already today and some of the things to come out, including on the defense side of things, the holes they're trying to poke in the prosecution's arguments and in the witnesses that the prosecution has called so far. Of course, the jury in this trial has to surpass the reasonable doubt that Maxwell Anderson may not have convicted the murder of Sade Robinson. So let's get you to who started things off today. That would be a recall by the state of a Milwaukee police detective, Casey Donahue. And they went through a number of different things, all in the location of 29th and Lisbon in Milwaukee. There was a series of surveillance video with some different audio quality, basically saying that there was a subject wearing dark clothing, a hooded jacket, dark pants, tan shoes, a white sole, and then a backpack, either camo or tan, kind of rucksack style backpack, walking in the direction of 31st and Galena, a playground in that area, going westbound on Walnut. And much of what you've seen as well has been a retracing of both video and maps from those areas, trying to get people to understand the area, some of the pieces of evidence that were found in the area that police detective Donahue kind of traced on the map where some different areas were searched at the time, noting that human remains were discovered in a wooded area just east of the playground. And again, this is near 31st and Galena. Now, Detective Donahue says the remains were found at night. It was about actually 1:14 in the morning, 1:16 or so, April 5th into April 6th. And additional body parts were found near the playground following that initial discovery. There are some photos shown of the scene where remains were discovered again, as well as details of exhibits on what exactly was found. And we do want to preface here, as you're aware, with this trial and the nature of Sade Robinson's death, many of these details are gruesome, disturbing to some viewers. So the detective said that there was a smaller piece of flesh and then a larger piece of flesh that appeared to be cut, a foot severed, and that was some of the remains, a left human foot found, again, near 31st and Galena. The medical examiner was called to the scene at the time. The detective takes us through some of the process and whether or not a car connected to Sade Robinson was ever at that park. No video shows that car, no video of the person getting out of a Honda Civic that belonged to Sade Robinson at the park is there. No video evidence of that. Some of that comes from the cross-examination as well of the defense attorneys, pointing out that there is no video of a person ever getting out of that car at the park. There is no video showing the car stopping at the park. And in all of those videos, you cannot make out who's driving the car, not even a gender or a race of the person driving that car. Now, one notable moment, a reminder of the human element of this trial. At one point soon after that, Sade Robinson's mother was actually walked out of the court, helped out of the court by a witness coordinator. She had her head down at the time, her hands behind her back. From our reporter, Bill Miston, inside of the courtroom, it seemed like her eyes were almost closed somewhat to that degree. It seemed like she was kind of affected by the evidence shown. And much of this, of course, related to different body parts of her daughter found throughout Milwaukee County. Now, going on back to Detective Donahue with the Milwaukee Police Department. There was liquor store video, and let me, as you're seeing a picture there of Milwaukee Police Detective Casey Donahue, the first witness on the stand today for the prosecution. Detective Donahue wrote in part that this liquor store video from a liquor store near 29th and Lisbon was inaudible. The defense attorney, Anthony Cotton, now went into the different procedures used to make identifications like this, live lineups, photo lineups, and that did not necessarily happen in this case. One of the other things that the defense attorney, Anthony Cotton, noted with his cross-examination of Detective Donahue here is that there was a number of different canvassing in this area. The Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office reached out to assist with video recovery as well. This is in the time of April 4th or 5th, just a couple days after Sade Robinson's disappearance and the leg discovery at Warnemont Park. Attorney Cotton said between April 2nd, April 4th, and 5th, there were no body parts found in that area. And specifically in the video, that person with the backpack was not running, and the detective agreed, did not appear to be in a hurry at that time. He also noted just the area that this was all happening, again, in the area of 31st and Lisbon, also that liquor store near 29th and Lisbon, and I should say 31st and Galena, 29th and Lisbon. Attorney Cotton asked the detective as well, what else was found in that area, including it apparently turned out spent bullet casings, evidence of a shooting, with the detective agreed with. He asked, the attorney asked if that was a high crime area, and the detective agreed as well. You kind of get the sense for the defense attorney there, Anthony Cotton, trying to point out that not uncommon for crimes to happen in this area, whether or not that was a specific crime in the death of Sade Robinson or other crimes. Attorney Cotton also presented some different crime scene photos from that park near 31st and Galena, including a doll that was screwed to a tree there. Question about whether that was relevant or not, as they say that eventually those human remains found at the park were sent to a crime lab for examination. Now, after the testimony of Detective Donahue this morning, then the next witness for the prosecution was a Milwaukee police detective, again, a different one in this case, Jose Flores, who's in the homicide division and has been in that division since 2021. He participated in a search of that same playground area, 31st and Galena, early in the morning on April 6th. The role was to conduct a search in the east area of that playground south of Galena. Again, the maps, the photos in this case, they go through a series of evidence and locations to try to point to what parts of a wooded area down near some railroad tracks were searched in the days after Sade Robinson's disappearance. In this case, the new detective, Flores, on the stand says skeletal remains appeared to be both bone and flesh near where they had actually first started looking. Some of this is unclear if in the state's case they have tied those remains, those follow-up remains, to Robinson yet or not. But the detective said large enough remains for them to take note of this in this case. And then on cross-examination here from the defense attorneys, they asked about the search process, whether they ever located a blanket during that search on April 5th. Detective Flores said no. Whether they ever found a weapon during that search, again, the answer was no. After that cross-examination was finished, then it was on to another prosecution witness, a Milwaukee police detective again. This woman, Cassandra Lindert, Detective Lindert, who participated as well in the search of a playground near 31st and Galena. This was on April 6th now, and also apparently around this time had informed family and friends of Sade Robinson that they were also coming to the park, had seen an article the night prior that police were searching for evidence in that area. So now, April 5th into April 6th, friends and family of Sade Robinson were in that park looking and searching and trying to help out as well. Now, this search happened at nighttime. And again, a location of a piece of flesh, that left foot that we've discussed already. The search continued April 5th. They returned to work April 6th, actually working from 4 p.m. through midnight or so, according to Detective Lindert. Family members also at the park, and the family, according to the testimony given by Detective Lindert, says they found a blanket that belonged to Sade Robinson. Now, when she got there, she met with some of those family and friends of Sade Robinson, explained that they had conducted their own search and found that blanket, saying this was about 5 p.m., 5:10 to be exact, on April 6th. A family member named, or a friend named Kiana Moore, took the Detective Linder, to a wooded area kind of centrally north and south of the park. And in that area, south of where the foot was located, not exactly a well-kept part, a lot of brush, a lot of trash in the area, there was this balled up blanket, wet from being on the ground, dirty, leaves attached to it as well. Officers did secure the park at that point and asked that family and friends of Sade Robinson move outside the perimeter so that Milwaukee police officers could do another search of the park. So after searching that now wooded area that they're in, Detective Lindert, and again, apologies for the graphic nature, but this is the nature of this case, found a small piece of flesh, according to testimony, what appeared to be bone, and then kind of a pink or red flesh-like item as well. As the search continued there, about 8 feet away from where the foot was found, in that pile of debris, leaves, sticks, small logs, the detective testified that it looked like they were intentionally piled together. She began removing the layer of leaves there and saw a larger portion of what appeared to be a darker skin tone underneath. They called the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner at that point. The medical examiner recovered those items. And according to Detective Linder, the exhibits that were then shown at this part show photos from the subsequent search in 31st and Galena, the blanket found by family members, and later additional human remains found during that follow-up police search. Now, this was a leg that, according to Detective Lindert, appeared to be kind of cleanly cut at the ankle. The leg was under that pile of leaves, sticks, logs, and the like that, according to Detective Lindert, looked, quote, unnatural and intentionally covered at that point. Now, Lindert opened up an evidence bag as well that contained that blanket that has been discussed as well near 31st and Galena, a pink blanket. Interesting note on the cross-examination, if you were just with us, you heard this right before the break, going over the timeline of the searches that specifically Detective Linder participated in, the first being April 5th, and then later that night around 8:30 p.m. The defense attorney in this case, Jason Findling, says April 5th, pieces of human remains were found, that left foot recovered near 31st and Galena. After the search and the shift ended, the detective went home. The next day, she was back at the park with those family and friends as well who found the blanket. Police were not present when the family and friends found the blanket. And then, as it appeared that the follow-up, the human remains in that leg were intentionally covered up, the blanket was swabbed for DNA, sent to the crime lab, was the line of questioning, and a preliminary review had red spots, but the detectives themselves did not conduct those tests. Detective Lindert also said that she had recalled seeing that blanket in her initial search, but never opened it up or looked at it. Part of that is because this park is, she said, extremely littered, kind of unfortunate, but a bit of a dumping ground with garbage and clothing items throughout the park. So she remembered seeing this blanket, didn't make note of it until the following day when family and friends of Sade Robinson said that they recognized that as Sade Robinson's blanket. So that is what has happened so far as we get you ready for the resumption of testimony here. Day 4, of course, the jury selection started on this Tuesday, and then this is now the 3rd day as we had opening statements on Wednesday, and then the beginning of the prosecution's case, calling witnesses to the stand. The jury is entering the court once again, so we're going to get you back up here with live coverage here on Fox Local and the Fox 6 Milwaukee YouTube channel of the trial of Maxwell Anderson. The jury on its way back into the room. So if you want to watch out for the full testimony, that will continue on this feed. I should note as well, just about 10 minutes away or so, Fox 6 News at 11 will have a full recap, and we will listen in live to the trial, as well as give you an example of what's happening outside of the courthouse. This trial received such attention, certainly here in Wisconsin, the Milwaukee area specifically, over the last year plus. There's a group that is showing their support for Sade Robinson outside of the courthouse. and we are going to bring you a bit of their story with our reporter Stephanie Quirk outside the courthouse, while our team of reporters, Bill Miston, as well as Bria Jones and others, continue their reporting from inside the courtroom, our live coverage
Okay,
of the
we're back on the
Maxwell
record. We have
Anderson
the same
trial. And as you're
appearances.
hearing,
State your next
Judge
witness.
Crivello
State House
is allowing the
Detective Justin
prosecution
Sokolowski.
to call its next witness, another detective. I'll get you back to the live stream full coverage of the Maxwell Anderson trial here on Fox Local.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Detective Justin Sokolowski, TINSOKOLOWSKI.
How are you employed?
I'm employed as a homicide detective for the City of Milwaukee Police Department.
How long have you been with the department?
Over 8 years.
How long have you been a detective?
Over 4 years now.
And how long have you been assigned to the homicide unit?
Over 3 years.
Were you working in that capacity on April 7th, 2024?
I was.
Were you dispatched to the area of 31st and Galena, specifically the playground that's located there?
Correct. Me and my partner were in the area doing follow-up at the time.
Who's your partner?
Detective Michael Driscoll, MICHAEL DRISCOLL.
What did that follow-up consist of?
We were in the area conducting follow-up, looking for video. When we were flagged down by 2 individuals, indicated that they believed that there were human remains on the railroad tracks in the ravine.
Who were those individuals?
Kiana Moore and Arlinda Garza.
And were you able to identify how, whether they were related to Sade Robinson at all?
Correct. They indicated that they were friends of Sade
Objection,
Robinson.
hearsay.
Any response?
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, next question.
They flagged you down, and what did you do in response to that?
After we were flagged down by those 2 individuals, we began searching the area. The area is between West Galena and West Walnut in the 1600 block between North 31st Street and North 30th Street. There is a park there located at 1650 North 31st Street. That park was previously searched on the prior day, and we were pointed directly to the railroad tracks that were located in the ravine between North 31st and North 30th Street. I entered the park that was located at 1650 North 31st Street, and I went east through the ravine to the railroad tracks.
You referenced searches on prior dates.
Correct.
Did you participate in either of those searches referencing April 5th and April 6th?
I did not personally know.
So is this the first time that you searched a part of that park?
Correct.
Continue to describe what you did.
So the park is on the edge of a railroad tracks. There's a very steep hill that leads down to the railroad tracks, which is where the 2 individuals indicated that they believed there was additional human remains. Upon going down that hill from the west to the east towards the railroad tracks run from the northeast to the southwest. And I observed what appeared to be a chunk of human bone just west of the railroad tracks and south of the gates that led us to the railroad tracks.
Was there other debris or trash in the area?
Correct. The area is very common to have illegal dumping, which there was multiple garbage bins, other animal debris and things along those nature in that area.
Based on your experience, what did the bone and ligament and tissue appear to be?
So the chunk of human bone that I observed appeared to be a ball joint, and I observed ligaments that were still attached to the ball joint, as well as tissue. What we did was we froze the scene and had the Milwaukee medical examiner come out to the scene and respond to examine the bone.
Did they recover those items?
They did.
Did they get assigned an ME case number 242430?
Yes, they did.
What else did you do?
From there, we conducted an additional search of the immediate area along the railroad tracks to both the northeast and the southwest, looking for additional evidence in the area. There were other animal bones recovered. I believe everything from a dog, deer, and cow were located along those railroad tracks, as well as a bunch of debris and illegal dumping.
No other human bones were found?
Not on that day, no.
Showing you what's been received as Exhibit 191. Can you tell us what this is?
That is going to be a Google map overview of the park located at 1650 North 31st Street and the railroad track that I was describing that runs from the northeast to the southwest.
Can you describe on that map where you located the bone that you've just testified to?
I can. So the circle directly to the right of foot location, there's a circle. If you follow that line to the white box that says proximal bone location, that is the approximate location where I discovered the hip joints.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibits 182 through 189.
I don't object to these.
Thank you, then I'll receive them into evidence at this point.
Can you look at those and just let me know if you recognize what they are?
I recognize where this is.
What are those exhibits?
The photos start off with the bridge directly to the south of where I discovered the proximal bone, facing northbound to cover that railroad track area, and then a series of photos getting closer and closer and closer to the bone that was discovered.
Permission to publish these?
Go right ahead.
Let's start out with that bridge. Is that bridge also depicted on Exhibit 191?
I believe if you move the photo up slightly, you should be able to see the bridge on West Walnut, which will be in the 3000 block of West Walnut.
Does that help?
I believe it's to the south. So you just barely catch the bridge there where you see Google. That is going to be the 3000 block.
Okay, I'm going to show you Exhibit 182 here, and then I'm going to go back to 191, okay? Okay, 182. Your testimony is that this is this southern bridge.
I'm mistaken. That's actually going to be the West Walnut Street on the north side, facing to the south.
This one?
Correct.
Okay. Exhibit 183, what is that?
An additional view of the bridge facing to the south.
Are you sure that this isn't the park?
I believe that's going to be a view of the park from the south.
Exhibit 184.
That is going to be a view from the bridge facing down to the approximate location where the bone was recovered. And that's going to be the light that was set up due to it becoming dark at the time.
Exhibit 185.
Just a zoomed in version of that same photo.
Exhibit 186.
Another zoomed in photo of that same photo.
These photos are getting darker as we go in sequence here. What time were you flagged down approximately?
The initial time of being flagged down was about approximately 6 p.m. I would say by the time that it was discovered and that we had the crime scene investigator who takes our photos arrived on scene, it was probably about an hour to 2 hours later.
And what is this a photo of, Exhibit 186?
That's just going to be the flashlight on the bone that was discovered, as well as you can see a yellow bag on the top right. That is going to be our evidence markers.
Exhibit 187.
Just a closer up photo of that same image.
Okay, and there's an evidence marker number 1 there.
Correct.
Showing you Exhibit 188. What is that?
That is going to be a zoomed in photo of crime scene marker number 1 that we used, as well as a scale for reference due to size.
And what about,
So that's going to be
189.
even a further zoomed in version of the bone that was discovered, showing the ligaments and the tissue that was observed on that bone.
you testified at the beginning that you and Detective Driscoll were out canvassing the area for surveillance video.
I believe that was our initial intention to be in the area, yes.
Did you accomplish anything as it relates to that?
Unfortunately, that night, we did not recover any video. We were occupied by the bone recovery.
Were you able to search for any surveillance video or not?
There was numerous attempts on multiple days to get video in the area.
You personally?
On a later date, yes.
Okay. But your assignment this night kind of shifted when you were flagged down.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Cross?
How many cases involving body parts would you say that MPD is involved in per year?
I would not have an exact quote on that number.
Is it something that you go years without even having to see that situation?
I would say no.
Meaning what? That you, in your 4 years as a detective, you saw something like this every year, or what?
I wouldn't say every year, but there are cases where human remains are discovered in the city of Milwaukee.
Is it important to be thorough?
Yes.
And isn't it true that MPD can preserve a crime scene if they wish to?
Yes.
With tape, right?
Correct.
Or even just by, in the homicide unit, just by stationing officers there, right?
Correct.
And for this park at 31st and Galena, was that ever done?
I think in 2 separate occasions, yes.
On a couple of two different occasions?
Yes.
Meaning that, what were those occasions?
The day that we were flagged down, there was a pretty large crime scene set up to conduct a secondary search, and I believe a day prior it was done as well.
And it appears that as the days are going by, different things are being located. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Meaning that it wasn't thorough the first time.
The area is littered with extensive amounts of illegal dumping, trash bags that are mountains high, tire piles. It is a very common area for illegal dumping. So it is very hard in that area to do search everything.
So you wouldn't say that it was sloppy, you would just say it was difficult.
It was very difficult.
But you would agree that something like this ought to be given the highest degree of attention and care, right?
Yes.
In that once a crime scene is folded up, so to speak, or ended, then the public can have access to it, right?
Correct.
And that happened here in this case a few times, right?
Correct. Upon my arrival on the 7th, there was no crime scene established. It was reestablished once new evidence was located.
Thank you. That's all.
State?
Nothing further.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Brownrider.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Brownrider, B as in boy, Raunreiter.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department?
Yes, I am.
What unit are you assigned to?
The homicide division.
How long have you been a detective?
Since 2021.
Were you working as a detective with the homicide division back in early April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you participate in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles you played in this investigation to canvass the area near where Sade's car had been set on fire near 30th and Lisbon?
Yes, it was.
That video canvas entailed a large portion of parts of the north side of Milwaukee, correct?
Yes, it did.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 225. This is a map of a part of the city and county of Milwaukee.
Yes, it is.
Move 225 and ask to publish.
Any objection?
No.
Received, go ahead.
.225 here, detective. We're looking at a map that on the southern end of the map here, where my pen is, that would be West Clybourne Street, and in the corner here is part of Interstate 94, correct?
Yes,
All right. And there's a freeway exit there.
correct.
Where does that exit get off?
Gets off at like 26 in St. Paul.
All right. If you were getting off, coming from the east, you'd be getting off right there on 25th and Clybourne, is that right?
Yes,
Where my pen is pointed?
yes.
All right. Now, I'm going to direct your attention, well, can you point out for us sort of the general area where you were canvassing for video?
Yes. Do you mind if I stand?
Go ahead.
So the general area was 30th and Lisbon. So this is the intersection of 30th and Lisbon. The
Can you
skeletal.
pull the microphone by you?
The other one.
The other one.
The remains had been found in a park near 30th and Walnut, like 31st and Walnut. And the fire had been on the corner of 30th and Lisbon, just to the north and a little bit to the east in the alleyway. So my main focus was just in this general area, spanning from North Avenue south to Cherry, 27th to 35th.
That was your main focus originally, right?
Yes,
And eventually you searched other parts of this map video that we'll get to later, correct?
yes, it did.
Okay. The playground where the body parts were found, it's not marked by green on this map, but it's right here. Is that correct?
Yes, you can see the railroad tracks coming from the left side of the screen here, kind of in a I guess half circle where they turn north and then they point due north or travel due north through Lisbon Avenue.
Were you able to find videos in the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned that depicted her homicide?
Yes, I was.
Driving.
Yes.
I'm going to show you on the screen now what I have marked as Exhibit 194. I'm going to go back to the map in a moment. I just want you to take a look at this quick. Not on the screen there. Okay. You recognize this camera footage?
Yes, I do.
Is this camera footage from the address of 2001 North 30th Street?
Yes, it is.
Have you covered this footage yourself?
Yes, I did.
I moved 194 into evidence.
Any objection?
None.
It's received.
When we're looking at 225, we see, can you point out to on 225 where this video footage is in relation to where her car was burned?
Yes, so 2001 North 30th Street is the corner of 30th and Brown. Particularly, that's the, it would be the northwest corner of the intersection of 30th and Brown. So we go up to 30th here. This is going to be West Brown. The camera, the store is at the intersection, like I said, the northwest corner. Specifically, that camera view is facing south towards Lisbon Avenue.
The one we just had on the screen?
Yes,
And then are we about to discuss another camera view from a different location?
yes, we are.
Where is that in relation to this?
It's a liquor store. The address is 3013 West North Avenue. So that is the southwest corner of 30th and North Avenue. So you have that camera here, then you have the 30th and Brown camera. My left hand is pointing here, and then Lisbon Avenue is just down here where the fire was located just north of Lisbon Avenue.
Thank you. You can have a seat, and then we're gonna go back to the video. The date and time stamp that's on this camera are up in the left-hand corner, correct?
Yes,
And were you able to determine whether or not that was accurate?
it was accurate.
I'm going to advance. The first clip I have up on the screen, Your Honor, it begins with the letter A and then 08, and then ends in the number 0618.mp4. And it's a 1 hour and 15-minute video. I'm going to advance it to 44 minutes and 21 seconds. You watched this video
Yes, I did.
extensively?
Yes.
All right. The closest I could get was 44:16, so we're just going to do that. The date and time stamp at this part of the video, it's 44:17. What is the date and time stamp?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:50 and 36 seconds in the morning.
And are you aware that shortly after 6:50 a.m., Ms. Robinson's vehicle was picked up on camera on North 30th Street near Walnut and Lisbon?
Yes, it actually, if you follow the headlights, you can see it turns onto 30th Street from Lisbon Avenue. It continues northbound through the intersection here at West Brown, North 30th, and continues north.
It turns northbound from 30th and Walnut, correct?
Yes, sorry. If you zoom all the way in, you can actually follow the headlights. It comes from Walnut, comes through Lisbon Avenue, and continues northbound.
All right. I'm playing this from the 44-minute, 17-second mark to about 45:20. So we're going to see it coming from the south?
Yes, that's the top right corner.
Okay.
Where you can see headlights there. That's the intersection of West Lisbon Avenue and North 30th.
So this is just a continuation of where that vehicle is picked up at the liquor store down on 29th and Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do you notice about the vehicle?
You can see the damage to the passenger side. The fog light is burnt out or broken.
Are the wipers going?
Yes.
And it just passed the camera going north?
Yes.
Okay, paused it at 45:21. Going to advance it to $48.12. $48.14. Playing from that time, 6:54:34 a.m. There it is again.
Yes, and sure, the camera went out, but from that view, you can see the damage to the front passenger rear view mirror is broken, as well as some damage to the front passenger side bumper.
All right. I can't zoom in on this player, but are you able to see right? You're saying that this front passenger mirror appears to be dangling?
Yes.
Okay. And I have it paused at 48 minutes, 19 seconds, 6:54:38 a.m. What about the windows?
They're all fogged up.
Is that kind of something you noticed in other videos you watched as well?
Yes, it is.
Playing from that timestamp. Paused again because the TVs went out. Picking up there at 48:23, and it's off camera, correct?
Correct. It turned westbound on Brown.
Were you able to find a video down Brown Street that picked it up, or not, or was there not one?
No, I was unable to find any video west on Brown.
Going to advance this video to 5206. I'm going to play from 5203. It says 6:58:22 a.m. if we get it back.
Correct.
Okay. All right, playing again at 6:58:28. And now what's the vehicle doing?
It came from the west on Brown Street. It's going to turn northbound on North 30th Street, where it's captured on video at 3013 West North Avenue.
The video we'll watch next, correct?
Correct.
All right. Last part of this clip, I'm going to advance it to 5403. Now we're at basically 7 a.m. on the dot. 7 a.m. and 22 seconds, playing from there.
Again, that's the vehicle. You can see the passenger side mirror, the damage to it.
Dangling down?
Yes.
All right. And what does the vehicle do?
It continues southbound towards Lisbon Avenue, and you can, if you zoom in, you can see that it actually turns westbound on Lisbon Avenue.
Paused it again. All right. So it's way up here in the corner going towards Lisbon, correct?
Correct.
All right. And before Lisbon Avenue, which is difficult, almost impossible to see, the car would be able to turn into the alley where it was eventually set on fire, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to bring up the next clip. It starts with A08 and ends in 2150. Sorry. Got to get the right player up. All right. So we're at I'm going to go to 1 minute, 20 seconds. All right. Very, very faintly up in the corner, are you going to be able to see that car turn off of Lisbon and go into that alley?
Yes.
All right, but it's really faint, right?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to play from 120 to 149. All right. There it is, and it's making the turn now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you've reviewed that video footage from the liquor store before?
Yes, I have.
This is the time that you see behind the liquor store, the car in the L-shaped alley?
Yes.
All right. And then lastly, I'm just going to go ahead. I'll cue it up so when the TV comes back, it can be ready. 13 minutes, 52 seconds, roughly. 7:35 a.m. You can start to see faintly in the upper right corner, the siren, or the the fire trucks coming northbound on 30th.
Correct.
Okay. Paused at 14:08. So just to, well, never mind. I'm gonna move on to the next video before I do that. The next is gonna be Exhibit 195. What are we looking at, Detective?
This is the video from 3013 West North Avenue.
Move 195 in.
No objection.
It's received.
All right, I'm gonna go up to 6. Well, was the date and time accurate on this one?
Yes, it was.
Very hard to see, but I'll bring it up in a minute. Make it bigger. Okay, so what date and time do we have?
April 2nd, 2024 at 6:52 and 42 seconds a.m.
And this is 30th Street right here, correct?
Yes,
And then this would be North Avenue going east if you were going that way.
correct.
And this just picks up where kind of that last camera left off?
Yes.
What are we gonna watch the Honda Civic do here?
So after the Honda Civic goes out of view traveling northbound on North 30th Street, it reaches this, I guess, the entranceway to the parking lot of the liquor store. It's going to turn into the parking lot and kind of back out and then go back southbound on 30th Street.
Playing at 6:52:43. So it gets to North Avenue, then it decides to turn back south.
Correct.
And that's where we pick it up again on that other video?
Yes, at 2001 North 30th.
Okay. Let me advance this to 6:59:07. Or as close as I can get. And this is that second pass as it's going up 30th Street between Brown and North?
Yes.
Makes another turn. Off camera by what time?
6:59 and 29 seconds.
Thank you. So, Detective, in sum, from those two videos, you see the Honda coming northbound on 30th, and it essentially gets to North Avenue on 2 different occasions and decides to double back, seemingly circling the area near 30th between North Avenue and Lisbon Avenue.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Cross?
Did you ever see in any of these video who's driving that car?
No, you cannot.
And you've attempted to zoom in and examine that closely?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all.
Nothing else.
Anything, State?
No.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will recall this witness at a later time. The next witness is Detective Thaddeus Schimmels.
that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus. Schimmels is spelled Schimmels.
You a detective with the City of Milwaukee Police Department,
Yes, I am.
assigned to the homicide unit?
That's correct.
Were you working in that capacity in April of 2024?
Yes, I was.
Did you assist in the investigation into the missing person report related to Sade Robinson?
Yes, I did.
Was one of the roles of one of your roles in that investigation to canvass areas of the north side of Milwaukee for surveillance video footage?
That's correct.
Did you end up recovering multiple videos that depicted Miss Robinson's car driving in and around the area where it was ultimately burned at 7:30 a.m. on April 2nd?
That's correct.
All right, I got exhibit 225 up on the screen. Tell us the areas that you search for videos in.
The City of Milwaukee Police Department was looking at video in the area from North 27th Street to North 35th Street, from the area of West Valete Street to the area of West North Avenue. I ultimately obtained some video from the area of the 32 and 3300 block of West Valete in that area.
Did you also obtain video from a location on North 26th Street?
Correct.
What was that location?
The address was 833 North 26th Street. It was the child care center there.
Okay. That video depicted
The cameras, oh, I'm sorry. The cameras on the building were facing North 27th Street and captured Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling northbound on 27th Street at approximately 4:50 a.m.
All right, to orient us, we'll kind of be looking at the southern part of this map, right?
Correct.
So this is a little glimpse of I-94 here. There's an exit on 25th and Clybourne. Wisconsin Avenue is here, correct?
Correct.
Where is this children's center or daycare? It would be 26th Street here, and then just around Wells. 26th and Wells. Okay, so it captures 27th Street even though the daycare is on 26th.
That's correct. The entrance is on 26th Street, but there's cameras on 27th Street.
I'm gonna pull up exhibit.
196.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. 196 on the screen here. Just take a moment, hopefully. What are we looking at?
This is a camera mounted to the west side of the building. It is facing westbound. The street in front of the street that's in the camera view would be North 27th Street.
Okay. It's on the west side. It's facing west? Okay.
Correct.
All right. So where's the freeway? Off to the left side or to the right side?
It would be to the left.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see is Miss Robinson's dark blue Honda Civic traveling northbound, which would be from left to right through the camera view.
The date and time stamp, it says April 2, 2024, 4:50 a.m. Was this determined to be accurate?
Yes.
I'm going to play clip, the first of two clips. Is that it?
Yes, it is.
All right. Are you able to tell anything about the windows?
Yes, the windows are steamed or fogged up. They're, all of them are cloudy. I can also tell that the passenger side rearview mirror is not mounted fully. It's hanging on the side.
Was that something that you were specifically looking for in videos? I mean, was that something you had known prior to your video canvas?
It was developed during the video canvas, but yes, we were, became aware that there's those distinctions noticed about the vehicle.
Playing it again. And I'm pausing that video clip at 35 seconds. Timestamp is 4:50:36 a.m. and I'm going to play the second clip. So this clip just picks up where the last one left off?
Correct.
All right, it's 12 seconds long. And that's the vehicle going through?
That's correct.
All right. Are you able to see on this video too whether or not the windows appear to be foggy?
Yes, they are.
One more time. Did you recover video from 3220 West Fleet Street?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to pull up here Exhibit 199. Judge, if I called the 833 North 26th Street Exhibit 196, I was wrong. It is it's marked as Exhibit 202. The sticker says 202. That was my mistake.
It might have been mine as well. Okay, so the last video was 202.
Yes.
Got it. And this one's 199?
This one is 199. What is 3220 West Fleet Street?
The location is a Community Care Incorporated.
And its video cameras face where?
They have a number of video cameras at this location. We obtained multiple exterior cameras that were both along the south side of the location, which is West Fleet Street. And there were some other cameras that were obtained that were captured West Cherry Street to the north of the property.
What camera angles were of note or of relevance to this?
The two camera angles that were on the south side location along West Fleet Street.
I'm going to pull up 199. It's going to be camera number 2, the clip ending in the numbers 44000. All right, orient us if you can. Do you want the map? Well, why don't you describe it first, then we'll go to the map.
Again, the building itself is a larger building. This would be located, the camera's on the south side of the building. It's both marked and it's facing in a southwestern direction. The camera itself is specifically titled Belite Southwest. What you see is the sidewalk in front of the building in West Belite Street facing in a western direction. The set of green lights right there would be 33rd Street. And then in the distance, you can see red lights of 35th Street.
So this camera is facing southwest, and then there's going to be another camera watching that's facing southeast, right?
Yes.
All right. And the date and timestamp on this one?
It was 1 minute slow to the actual time.
I'd move 199 in.
Any objection?
No.
199 is received.
Now, we had just watched the, vehicle coming up 27th Street in this direction, correct?
Correct,
All right, and Valid Street is right here, correct?
correct.
So what we're about to see is the car passing by Valid Street minutes after we just saw it on video going north on 27th away from Interstate 94?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to advance this to 16 minutes and 49 seconds. The time up on the top here says 4:56:49, but that's probably more 4:57:49, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Playing from there. And there's the car.
Correct.
So it went through 33rd Street then,
Yes,
up to 35th?
correct.
Okay. It's at a red light.
That is correct.
What's it gonna do?
Once the red light changes in the distance on North 35th Street, it's going to make a left turn to travel southbound on North 35th Street.
All right, there it goes, correct?
Correct.
Paused it at 18:21. And Detective, just in your experience from driving these areas, is that the approximate time it would take to get from that children's center camera to here?
Yes,
Okay. Going to advance the video to 33:20. Playing from there, this would be roughly 5:14:20 a.m.
that's correct.
And what are we going to see off in the distance there?
The vehicle, I believe it goes, is going to travel,
Turn south there?
yes, it was traveling eastbound on West Fleet Street and then it turned south on North 33rd Street.
There's another camera we're going to watch that's going to show that same turn from that intersection, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Going up to 35:15. 5:16:12 a.m.
Correct.
There it is again, right?
That is correct.
Do you know where it came from that time, based on your knowledge of the other facing camera?
Yes, it was actually traveling northbound on North 32nd Street, had turned left to travel westbound on West Fleet Street, and is going to again turn onto southbound on North 35th Street.
So this is its second southbound turn from Valid onto North 35th Street in like the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Correct.
The exact same route it just did.
Correct.
And there it goes. I'm gonna go up to 38:30. All right, now the TV's back. We're up to 5:19:28 a.m., Detective?
Actual time, yes, timestamp
Okay,
of
actual time.
5:18.
Okay. Play a brief clip from here. Paused it. Picking it up. All right, there it is again.
Correct.
This time it's going to turn where?
It's going to turn southbound again on 33rd Street.
So the last two times it did this westbound, westbound path down Vliet, turning on 35th. This time it's turning on 33rd.
Correct.
Paused it at 39:04. This would be roughly 5:20 a.m., correct?
Correct.
I'm going to switch over to channel 4, or camera 4, clip ending in 4400. All right. Let me advance it to 1632. All right, it's at 1638. Up in the left here, we've got April 2nd. This is going back to that first clip we watched where it's coming westbound on Vliet, but we're just looking at the different angle, right?
That is correct.
And those set of lights down there would be what lights?
That will be Ms. Robinson's vehicle traveling westbound on West Fleet from North 27th Street.
Sorry, I meant the traffic lights. What
I'm
street
sorry.
would that be over there?
Lights in the distance would be North 27th Street.
So if the car had been going north on 27th Street, like we saw in the Children's Center video, all it had to do is get up to Vliet and then make a left-hand turn.
Correct.
Is that what we're seeing here?
Yes, sir.
And then it just comes past on passing 32nd and Vliet.
I'm just going to object to leading questions at this point.
I'll rephrase them.
Go ahead.
I played it from about 1645. Is that the car?
Yes.
Are you able to tell anything about the windows as you watched this?
Yes, the windows appear fogged or steamed up. Again, the rear view mirror on the passenger side is hanging, and the front lower fog lamp is looks not like the other one.
Okay. Next clip is camera 4 ending in 5737. All right, same camera angle, just next clip, and I'm going to advance it to 20 minutes, 49 seconds. Twenty minutes, 52. Now you can barely see North 32nd Street there, correct?
That's correct. It's a T intersection there.
What are we going to see the car doing here?
So you're going to first see the street light up as though there's a vehicle there, the headlights of a vehicle that's stopped there. It's going to be stopped there for what appears to be an extended amount of time, just for the fact that there doesn't appear to be any other cross traffic. And then the vehicle come into the camera view just momentarily as it turns left to go westbound on West Fleet again.
So it stops right here a little off camera is what you're saying?
Yes.
And you're able to tell that how? Even though you can't see the car, how can you tell?
Again, the street will illuminate with headlights from the vehicle itself.
Playing at 2052. You see the lights?
Yes.
And are you able to see the windshield?
Yes, the
What does it look
windshield
like?
is fogged and cloudy.
And in this frame, are you able to see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes,
What does it look like to you?
it is angled downwards as though it's not fully mounted or damaged.
And that turn was made at around 5:19 a.m.
That is correct.
Are we gonna see the car do the same turn?
Yes.
You're gonna advance it to 20 minutes. I think I did the wrong clip first. I'm actually gonna go to 17:14. So that was at 5:19. We're gonna back up to 17 minutes, 15 seconds. This would be roughly 5:15 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Playing from there. What's the car doing?
Again, it's stopped. There is the vehicle that's traveling westbound. And now there's no vehicles traveling east or west, but the vehicle is remaining there for some time before it makes its turn.
Can you see the windshield?
Yes,
What does it look like to you?
it's cloudy and fogged up.
And on the, where I have it paused here at 17 minutes, 41 seconds, can you see the front passenger rear view mirror?
Yes, it's angled downwards. It appears to be hanging.
Paused it at 17 minutes, 45 seconds. If I didn't move 199 in, I would do that.
You did 199, you didn't do 202.
Then I would move 202 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I would, I could go on to the next one, but if you wanted to break here, I'd leave it up to the court. We can keep going.
Maybe one more.
Okay, I
Then we'll break.
have actually a quick one. I'll do that. All right, did you get a ring video from an address on McKinley?
Yes,
What was the address?
the address was 3332 West McKinley.
I'm gonna show you what is marked as Exhibit 200. This is a brief clip, right, Detective?
Correct.
Okay. While I pull that up. Zoom in here. All right, so we just watched the video of the car going westbound on Bleed here, right?
Correct.
And then we watched it make some southbound turns on the 35th here, correct?
Correct.
And then we also watched it make one southbound turn on 33rd Street here, right?
Correct.
After it made one of those southbound turns on the 35th Street, is that shortly after it goes off camera there? Did you catch it on camera at this McKinley address?
Yes.
Where is that address?
The address,
The address would be located right here, it would be 34th Street, and these, the east and west would be McKinley Avenue.
Is that a residential area?
Yes, it is.
Were there any cameras down McKinley that were able to help you?
No other ones that we were able to locate.
All right, so, the street, McKinley here, this would then be 34th, right?
Correct.
34th runs into the train tracks, right?
Correct.
Dead end?
Yes, there is a way to get through by an alleyway, that would be in between, McKinley and Believe, but yes, essentially a dead end.
Okay, so we're about to watch video footage from here facing 34th?
Correct.
All right. Is this the video? Oh, sorry, I gotta hit the button.
yes, that is the video.
Let me get the volume on here. All right, I would move 200 in.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
Off to the left side of the screen would be McKinley.
Correct.
All right, and then to the right side is sort of where that train tracks meet 34th Street.
Correct.
Is this the car right here off to the left?
Yes,
And what time and date is this?
it is April 2nd, 2024 at 4:59 and 29 seconds.
Would
AM.
this have corresponded with the timestamps from the other video when the car is seen turning off onto 35th Street?
Yes, it would.
Playing the 50-second clip. What'd you observe the car do?
The vehicle had traveled northbound on North 34th Street from McKinley, went to the dead end, conducted a turn to turn itself around, and then slowly traveled back southbound on North 34th Street back to McKinley.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
After it made its turn to turn itself around, it traveled southbound back to slowly traveled southbound on North 34th Street back to West McKinley Avenue.
At some point in this video, does it appear to you that a motion activated light turns on?
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna play it one more time. Right there?
Correct.
And as the car passed, were you able to see whether or not the windows appear fogged?
They do.
Okay, I think this is a perfect time to break. Again, the same admonitions, right? Don't do any investigation, don't do any research, don't do any blogging, texting, posting about our job here. Don't talk about it with each other. Wear your juror badges prominently. Go have a lovely lunch. Put this completely out of your mind and we'll kick back up. Today we can start back up at 1:30. So we'll open up the jury room about 1:15, 1:10-ish. Yeah. And then I need all of you back in order to go on the record right at 1:30. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Leave your notebooks on your chairs, please. Anything to address on the record before we break for lunch?
No.
No.
Great. Have a lovely lunch. We'll see you back at 1:30.
And in the area around that, they obtained a lot of surveillance videos showing her car prior to it being burned, driving around and circling around that north side neighborhood. One of the things the defense keeps pointing to is while that car is traveling around, making U-turns, seems to be sort of searching maybe for a place for the car fire to take place, you cannot see in the window who's driving the car. You can't see if there's a passenger. It is a wet day. It's somewhat the windows are fogged up, so you can't see inside. And the defense is pointing out that you might see this car. You might be painting the picture that that's Maxwell Anderson looking for the place where he is going to burn the car or set it on fire. The defense is saying, well, we can't see who's inside that car. We do know ultimately the car ended up being burned or set afire, according to witnesses who testified from the fire department and the ATF. It was intentionally set on fire behind an abandoned building or a vacant building there at 29th and Lisbon. We also heard today from officers who were called a few days later to canvass a playground just about a block or two away from where the car fire happened. This playground at 31st and Galena on the north side of Milwaukee is right along some railroad tracks. And in between the playground and a wooded area between the playground and railroad tracks, we had police rather recovered multiple parts of what they say were Sade Robinson's remains. That includes a human foot. We know that the very first thing that surfaced was a leg that washed up on the shores of Lake Michigan. You can see now the park. Right there in the wooded area, they found a foot. It was obviously the foot belonging to the other leg of Sade Robinson's. They found some flesh and bone inside that same wooded area. And then deeper in along the railroad tracks, they found additional human remains. It's not been explicitly stated that all of these pieces of remains were in fact traced back or DNA tested as belonging to Sade Robinson. That seems to certainly be the implication. As you look at this picture, though, at the very north edge of the screen, you can't quite see it, but the north edge of the screen is Walnut. And Walnut this is again all in that area not far from the car fire, but right there at that north edge of where the playground is, the prosecutors presented a photograph of a man who was seen on surveillance walking down the sidewalk on that road just north, pretty much north of where you see the tree line there. You see the trees. If you imagine just beyond those trees at the top of your screen, there's a road that's Walnut. Right there, there's kind of a white bridge that's going over the railroad tracks. And just in front of sort of the white railing of that bridge, Maxwell Anderson, or I should say, prosecutors say Maxwell Anderson, is spotted walking with a backpack and a hoodie. We know there's a person who is walking with a hood over his head, a backpack that appears to be stuffed full, and they describe the color of the pants, the color of the hoodie, the color of the shoes, in fact, with light colored soles, which becomes important later when in other surveillance videos, you can only see his feet, but you can, from these other videos, because it's at the very top of the screen, you can't see the full body. You can still see those white colored soles or lighter colored soles of the shoes. So the implication from the state here is you have the car fire up at 29th and Lisbon, and then a very short time later, this man walking with the backpack and the hoodie, backpack that appears to be stuffed with full of something, and then right in that same vicinity, human remains are found a few days later. The suggestion would be that he left that scene and then dumped these body parts. One thing that defense attorney Tony Cotton asked investigators was, did anyone find these human remains on April 2nd or 3rd or 4th in the immediate days afterwards? And the answer is no, they didn't find them actually until April 5th or 6th, which is after Maxwell Anderson had been taken into custody in this case. The suggestion I would imagine that the defense is trying to make there is that somebody else must have left those body parts and not Maxwell Anderson. Of course, I would imagine prosecutors would argue that they just hadn't recovered them yet. It wasn't until they were called out because of something someone else had spotted in that area that they were called to canvass that neighborhood. In any case, we're going to keep hearing more and more of this kind of testimony. There's one more thing I want to update you on that we heard about today, and this is sort of a reminder that all the people who are part of this case, part of the prosecution, part of the defense, part of the criminal justice system, are real people and have real families, but at the same time, there's a lot of emotion wrapped up on this. We received word today that the Waukesha Police Department is investigating a threat made against defense attorney Tony Cotton. They say that the caller to the police department to report this was an attorney for the Kukler and Cotton law firm, the defense attorneys that are obviously handling the Maxwell Anderson case. High-profile jury trial for the murder of Sade Robinson here in Milwaukee. This is written on Thursday, so yesterday afternoon. It says at 3:30 p.m. today, their office received a phone call from a 262 phone number, and the caller stated, quote, "If Tony doesn't drop the," and I'm going to censor here, "bleeping case, I'm going to kill his bleeping sons," end quote. The caller stated that this office received a call from a blocked phone number. Now, again, these are high-profile cases with a lot on the line, a lot of emotion. Someone's been killed, and in this case, graphically dismembered. You also have someone whose life is on the line in a homicide trial. It is not uncommon that threats like this might happen, but now that this has been reported, we wanted you to know about it, wanted to bring it your way. One more thing I want to get to before we get to our Fox 6 anchor, Ben Handelman, who is out in the field. He's going to give us an update from the Milwaukee County Courthouse. We've heard from, I think, about a half dozen witnesses so far today. Maybe it's a half dozen. One was a recall, Casey Donahue. All of them Milwaukee Police Department detectives. We have the case laying out, or the state once again laying out the sort of methodical case. But as they do, you start talking about things like human remains that are being found, particularly the remains of a young woman whose family is in the gallery watching this. We know at one moment, at one point, the mother of Sade Robinson stood up and was walked out of the courtroom by a victim witness coordinator. Our Bill Miston, who's there in the courtroom, described it as her eyes being almost closed, her hands behind her back. It seemed as though she had been overcome potentially with emotion from watching this testimony. It's obviously difficult material, but we want to bring you every bit of it here on Fox 6 News and here from the Fox 6 Wisconsin live desk. I am going to take a break. When we come back, we have Ben Handelman, who is in the field. Like I say, he is outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse. He's going to set the scene for us out there and tell us a little more about what's been happening in the trial of Maxwell Anderson. We will do that when we come right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And good afternoon. I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. Day 4 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. He is on trial for the death, dismemberment, and attempted concealing of a corpse of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. This is all happening down at the Milwaukee County Courthouse complex, actually the Milwaukee County Safety Building. And our Ben Handelman is out there right now outside the safety building. Ben, thank you for joining us here on Wild, and tell us a little bit about what's happening in your location right now. What are you seeing out there?
While I'm talking here, you're going to hear beeping of horns, and this is why some supporters of Sade Robinson have gathered at this corner. This individual's got bullhorn, who's playing music out here, and as cars have gone by, they're beeping their horns out here. I'm with Eddie Poser, our photojournalist, but I just want to set the scene of how this is all playing out down here. So, I mean, if you've ever been down here to the county courthouse complex, that is the safety building, okay? On the 6th floor is where this is happening. That is where the court is. Just to the west of that, that is the Milwaukee County Jail. That's where Maxwell Anderson is spending his nights, as that's where he is in jail and then comes over to the safety building every day. And then obviously on the 6th floor is where Crivello's courtroom is, way up there. So that's where all of the media is, family members and supporters. Then down here, District 1 Police Station, that's the police headquarters here. And then this here is where, I mean, you can see these are supporters of Sade Robinson, family, friends, and even strangers who just felt compelled to show their support for the family. They've come out here with signs as we're on the break here. But they've got a tent. They've been out here really wanting, there's been a push to show support for the family. Okay, I want to talk about what happened in the courtroom today, Brian, and talk this out with you because I thought it was really fascinating. We got this kind of parade of Milwaukee homicide detectives, and you can hear the state, they continue to try and piece together this timeline. And today's focus in this morning session on day 4 really was the area around the burnt out car and that playground area. And this is not your normal playground. This is on the northwest side. The police department described this. There's train tracks down below, kind of as a dumping area in Milwaukee. They showed pictures of the scene. There's trash that's covering the entire area. And I thought that was interesting because it brought up a key question I had months ago as we were learning some of the details of this case, because the police department got a report of well, actually in today's, in the courtroom today, we kind of got a sense of how they ended up there. And that is what the state was trying to piece together for the jury. How did they find the area by that playground on the northwest side? Well, they were using surveillance cameras as police were, again, they've documented this. It all started with a leg that washed up in Cudahy. They had the missing persons report of Sade Robinson. They suddenly had a suspect vehicle. They started canvassing the area, and police officers eventually were able to kind of track that vehicle's location. What they were showing in court today, we saw some new surveillance video of the car kind of circling around this neighborhood where it would eventually be found burnt out. And through the canvassing, they were able to find this second location where eventually remains of Sade Robinson were found. But what was interesting is that after police canvassed the area, they left, and it was these people. It was community members and friends and family of Sade Robinson found out police were in that area. They went back to the area, and they ended up finding a blanket with Sade Robinson's face on it, called police. Police canvassed the area again, and then all sorts of new things were found. More remains were found, more items related to this case. So there was a gap. And Brian, I'll get your take on this. I thought it was an opening for the defense because the defense, obviously, they don't need to prove who killed Sade Robinson. Their goal here is to sow doubt and just prove there's not enough evidence to convict Maxwell Anderson. And one of the questions is, well, geez, you had all these detectives out there looking through the area. How did they not find a bright pink blanket with her face on it? And I thought it was really interesting. We could talk about the police department's response and the prosecutor's response, but I did think it was an opening, a predictable one for the defense today in court.
Well, and that's what the defense has said from the beginning is, was Maxwell Anderson in the wrong place at the wrong time? Perhaps, but the state has the burden of proof here. And you're right, the fact that they didn't find these remains hours after the car was found having been set on fire, it was days later. It's after this blanket's found. They go back, they find these remains. By the time they found them, Maxwell Anderson's already in custody. So you heard Tony Cotton say today, well, did you find anything before April 5th? Did you find anything before April 6th? No, we didn't. And it seems he's indicating that, well, he's already in jail by then. So why did it take 3 or 4 days to find the remains over here? Now, I would imagine police and prosecutors may point to the fact that this is not your typical crime scene. There's not one location. This isn't 1 or 2 blocks. This is all over the city. And of course, the first body part is found all the way down in Warnemount Park in Cudahy. So in terms of canvassing, they had huge areas to cover. But like you said, that it is family members and friends that were able to zero in and find it certainly makes it look like police missed something up there.
Yeah, I mean, and that was the question that the defense is pointing out. Did the cops screw up here? How do you miss a pink blanket with Sade Robinson's face on it? But I will say the state, they honed in on this. They knew that would come up, and they showed some of the pictures and the timeline. Because when Milwaukee police detectives first went out there through their canvassing and they found the first body part by the playground, it was nighttime. It was a very raw spring day in Milwaukee. It was wet out there. The terrain was hilly, and this area is covered, and I mean covered in trash. So as a detective, you're trying to determine what is evidence, what is not evidence on what they're describing as a dumping ground by the train tracks here in Milwaukee. And so when they did that first canvass, they did miss things. They missed body parts that were out there, according to the prosecutors. The defense is saying, well, wait a second, that's opening up a window for, did someone, after cops had been there and Maxwell Anderson was already in custody, go back out and maybe put things there, or did those items suddenly appear? But the area that was covered, and there was a lot of focus on this morning, really interesting by that playground, where the blanket, and they took the blanket out as a piece of evidence, and that one of the detectives held it up today, and we saw the blanket with Sade's face. And the question is, okay, police, how did you miss this? Their response, well, the blanket with her face, you couldn't see her face when it was on the ground. It was just
that's
a
the
pink
blanket right there
among a sea of trash.
We're seeing the blanket right now.
So as you're seeing it now on your screen, that's not how it was laying, unless you're seeing the pictures of it on the ground. It was kind of just in this sea of trash. And so detectives noticed there was a blanket there, but did not connect the dots that it was Sade Robinson's blanket until, again, these family members or these community members went out there and did their own canvass and found the blanket themselves. So they were the ones who found the blanket, called police up and were like, hey, we found Sade's blanket near this playground. You guys need to come back out. And then police came back out. There was daylight. They found a lot more evidence. Something else that struck me today, Brian, a reminder that this is a gruesome, grisly crime, and that a 19-year-old woman was the victim in all of this. This was a tough day for the jury. This was a very tough day for the family of Sade Robinson, because in that park, they are showing the evidence that they found, and we're talking pieces of human remains. This was, I mean, we're talking small pieces of flesh, and they're showing the pictures to the jury. And I was not in the courtroom at this time, but Bill Miston, who's been covering this trial and doing an amazing job, he says at some of those moments that were really difficult today, Sade Robinson's mother, she got up with one of the victim's witness coordinators and left the courtroom for those images. She did not want to see what was happening. But it's just a reminder, Brian, that this is not an ordinary homicide case. This is something really grisly happened with this murder.
Well, and we talked about this on our recording of Open Record, which will be released later today and be running on Fox 6, the television channel. It'll be running on the air this weekend on Sunday night. But we talked about it with Fox 6 news content manager Amanda St. Hilaire, who said, there's an expectation for true crime lovers that you're going to get the grisly details and you're going to see the graphic photos, and because we're used to a lot of that. Maybe on a streaming service, we see a show that's about a crime from years ago or from far away. But this is right here in our community. This is someone who was a resident of our community and who has family who are still here. And it's a reminder that there's a real person behind this and there's a real family hurting. So it's a very difficult level of what we have, the line we have to walk in terms of what we're showing you. The jury has to see everything, but there is no real journalistic need for us to show you over and over again the most graphic and grisly photos, because there's some real sensitivity we have to balance with. This is a real person here who was killed in probably one of the worst ways imaginable.
And Brian, you and I have covered a lot of homicide trials in our time as journalists. And I got to say, just listening to the testimony, I did not look at the images this morning. Gut wrenching. I mean, my stomach dropped at some of the descriptions of what was found on that playground on the northwest side of Milwaukee. Really difficult to hear some of the details coming out of court today. Something that was really interesting too, and I was talking to Bill Miston about this, and we talked actually with Jonathan Lavoie. He's a legal expert. He's a defense attorney here in Milwaukee. The reaction from Maxwell Anderson as this trial is going on, and his facial reaction, because the jury is watching that, and they are seeing how he's reacting to some of these terrible images, some of the burnt out clothes that were coming out of the car, the description. And it's been a blank face, Brian. I don't know if you've noticed this as well.
I was actually watching
really
comments.
No reaction.
I was watching comments on the Fox 6 Milwaukee YouTube channel as comments are just coming in live. And there were a lot of comments. This guy's so stoic. Why doesn't he have a reaction to anything? People are certainly noticing that. The question is whether or not the jury is picking up on that and whether it has any influence, right?
Right. And I was talking to Jonathan Lavoie about this. He's a defense attorney, right? I mean, he meets with clients. He's had people who are been convicted of murders and are accused of murders. And I asked him, I mean, do you sit down with your client beforehand and talk to him about your body language and your reaction before the trial as you go in? And he said, yeah, it's so important, because that jury, they are humans. They are picking up on that. And his reaction to what he's seeing from Maxwell Anderson, not good. If I was his lawyer, this would not be good, because
I mentioned this in talking to Julius Kim on the podcast this morning. There are extremes, right? Because the other extreme is a Darrell Brooks, who was so animated that it was just beyond and out of control. Very extreme. No one would ever say you should behave that way in a courtroom. But obviously, Maxwell Anderson is the complete opposite, where there seems to be almost no reaction, no emotion. Very rarely does he really seem to be taking note of what is happening, other than maybe kind of tilting his head to look up at evidence on the screen. But certainly we've seen our viewers are making note of that.
Yeah, and if you're just joining us, if you're not from the area, you're watching on YouTube or Fox Local from somewhere else, Darrell Brooks, that's the individual who plowed through the Waukesha Christmas parade, killing 6 people. And then he decided to be his own lawyer during the case. One of the wildest trials we've ever seen, because it was basically just an outburst the entire time he was inside the courtroom. That's not what we have here. We got Maxwell Anderson basically sitting there quiet. We see him writing notes at times. But yeah, this is a very different trial. And you're right. I mean, does it help, hurt him, or maybe no effect? Only the jurors will know what kind of effect it has on them. But I can tell, Brian, we can see now, day 4 of this trial, what the state is trying to do. And this has been a slow unveiling of the timeline. And now I think we're at the most crucial part of the timeline. Because if you are tuning into this trial and you're hoping to find out what happened inside that house or what didn't happen inside that house, I don't think we're going to get that. No DNA evidence, no murder weapon
You're right.
found, no. So we're not going to get that. What is important is, okay, so if we don't know what happened inside the house, and the prosecution's still trying to say Maxwell Anderson is the only person who could have done this, why was he by Sade Robinson's burnt out car on the north side of Milwaukee in the middle of the morning after their first date, didn't have his cell phone because the cell phone was pinged back at his house. So you can tell the prosecution, they are zeroing in on this surveillance video that did capture him. We saw him on a Milwaukee County bus. There are no better cameras in Milwaukee County than a Milwaukee County bus. Those buses have better camera systems than banks around here. But then, even in the northwest side, they're saying this is a high crime area of Milwaukee. How many cameras picked up on the car? Now, we have not been able to see Maxwell Anderson inside the car while it's driving around. But we are seeing the surveillance images shortly after that shows someone walking around that the prosecution say, that is him. And you zeroed in on the clothing that the person in those surveillance videos was picked up on. And you could tell that the prosecution's trying to say, okay, if the defense is saying reasonable doubt, we don't know what happened in the house, well, why would Maxwell Anderson be in this part of Milwaukee by Sade Robinson's burned out car at these hours that really seem to tee up and time the perfect timeline with Cudahy, where the leg was found at Warnemont Park, northwest side. You can see the slow timeline now from prosecutors and the story starting to accelerate.
And it seems like, Ben, ultimately then what this comes down to, because I don't think you're right. We're not going to get the satisfying answer of exactly when, where, and how Sade Robinson was killed. The evidence just isn't there. If Maxwell Anderson knows, he's not going to say it. He's not going to take the stand and open himself to cross-examination. So what that leaves us with is maybe the state can't put a weapon in his hand. Maybe they can't say exactly when and where it happened. Is that enough for reasonable doubt? Or is, like you say, the fact that he's right by the car, if the jury ends up believing this evidence, they say, yep, that picture on the bus, the guy with the backpack going by the playground where the remains are, the guy who lit the fire, that's him. If they believe that, is that enough to say no reasonable person could imagine anybody else did this? And that's what it's going to come down to. It really is going to be 12 jurors in a room. If one of them says, right, I think there's the possibility somebody else did this, maybe he helped, but somebody else did it, that could shut down the case. But that's, I think, what it's going to come down to in the end.
I do want to bring something else up that I know you've talked about in your coverage. Before this case started, there were, excuse me, the truck outside. Before this case started, there were court documents that talked about a confidential informant that had come forward and said he was with Maxwell Anderson weeks before the crime, and that Maxwell Anderson said he wanted to kill Sade Robinson, and then basically described a surgical unit, you could say, in his basement. I mean, we're talking plastic, saws, weapons. None of that has been brought up during the trial. I asked Jonathan Lavoie, again, our defense expert, who's a defense lawyer, about that. It has not been brought up in opening statements. It has not been brought up at all during this trial. And he was saying anonymous, confidential informants, very risky, very unreliable. And some of those details with the court documents haven't really made sense with this case. I mean, it doesn't seem like Maxwell Anderson and Sade Robinson knew each other a long time before this. This was a first date. They met through kind of mutual friends that had hooked them up for this date. So we haven't heard from that confidential informant, and our defense expert does not believe, because a lot of people have been asking about that court documents, that's going to be part of this case.
I think you're right, Ben, and we talked about it with Julius Kim this morning as you look at some of Sade Robinson's supporters there outside the safety building getting attention from passersby. Ben, we talked about it with Julius Kim because that confidential informant, we don't know who it was. That's why they're a confidential informant. It was that person's statement was used, whoever this was that came forward, that statement was used as probable cause to convince a judge that police needed to go back in for a second time to Anderson's home and look for evidence that they didn't find the first time. And we know that what they got that second time was they actually pulled some of the PVC piping out from under a utility sink in the basement of that home. The statement indicated there had been plastic around this utility sink, and it appears they were looking, thinking perhaps there's some DNA. Maybe there was some blood washed down the sink and there'd be some remnants there. I would imagine if they found that, we would have heard about that in opening statements. So the suggestion is they didn't get anything more. And in the end, they determined that that statement was not credible, which is why we haven't heard anything about it in trial. It's probably why we're not going to hear anything more about it. Who was it that came forward? We don't know. They said it was someone who had given reliable information in other cases, but we don't really have any way of evaluating that. Not sure if I've lost Ben, if you can hear me right now any longer, but I think we're going to go ahead and give Ben a break because for the last 20. Oh, can you hear me now?
Okay, I can. Yeah, Eddie Poser with the win here. I put my IP in. Yeah, it hung up on me there.
No
Brian,
problem.
just back to that point.
Yeah.
I want to bring this up because I think it's important when we're talking about this confidential informant and the jurors. It's a clean slate when you go in the courtroom. And we have to remember that. This case has been covered so heavily in the media, and really from the get-go, when that body part was found in Warnemont Park and this whole story began. This has been so covered in the media, and this is also the challenge that this judge and the justice system is facing. Everything that's been reported before this case doesn't matter. All that matters is what is brought into evidence for the jurors during this case. At least that's what you hope. And that is why they try and be so thorough in the process of picking these jurors and asking them what they've heard, what they know. Because again, I mean, if you're a juror and you heard about that confidential informant piece of information that's in the back of your head, that doesn't make you a very good juror now, does it? When you're trying to really be unbiased. So I think it's a good reminder of what the legal justice system is, that whatever you've heard before, you kind of have to wipe your brain clean and start from the very beginning when the gavel strikes down in this case.
You know, it's so interesting, Ben, because there's a lot of activity and noise going on behind you. And this time yesterday, we had Fox 6's Stephanie Quirk on from down there, and there was none of this. So clearly, the supporters have come out today in force, and they are making themselves seen and heard. Ben, I'm going to give you a break for a while. Thank you for helping us out here in our coverage. We're going to come back to you in a little bit because court is expected to return a little after 1:30 today. We got another half hour to go. We're going to talk about some other things back here, but we will take a break. And from our coverage right now, we're going to take a quick break. We will come back and we'll return to Ben in a little while here from the Wisconsin Live Desk.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
And I am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. Day 4 of the trial of Maxwell Anderson in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson here in Milwaukee. It is day 4 of testimony. We have heard from about a half dozen witnesses so far today, all of them detectives from the Milwaukee Police Department homicide unit. And as you heard Ben talking about there a moment ago, much of the testimony today focused in and around the area of the car that was found burned out. Sade Robinson's 2020 Honda Civic found burned out behind an abandoned building at 29th and Lisbon. And in that area, ultimately about a block or two away, human remains found near 31st and Galena. It was April 5th, April 6th. That all came after family and community members in support of Sade Robinson had gone to search that area themselves. They came across what they say was Sade's blanket. We saw that pink blanket presented in court today. There it is once again. That is the blanket that family members say they found near that park. Now, again, Ben did a good job of pointing out that this playground we're talking about in that area, you might imagine it's this clean space where kids and families are every day. How could no one see this for days? Well, in fact, it's not a playground that was very active. It's one that was covered in trash. And it is one that Ben, as he reported, it's been discussed, it's become somewhat of a dumping ground in the city. And even though police officers were canvassing that area after the car fire, they were canvassing a fairly large area and apparently did not come across this. We do have, and I want to bring this up for a moment once again, we do have the locations where some of these remains were found. If you're looking at the screen now, up is north and down is south, as you would imagine with most maps. That playground you see there on the left, the tree line and the railroad tracks are where these remains were found on and around April 5th or 6th, which is 4 to 5 days after the homicide would have taken place, in theory, and also several days after that car had been found on fire just a short time away. To the north and east, so the up and to the right on your screen would be where the car was burned out, and directly to the north of that tree line, immediately on the north side of the tree line, you would see that's where this image comes in. This is what the Milwaukee Police Department says they believe is Maxwell Anderson carrying a backpack, wearing a hoodie. You see the dark colored pants and then those shoes with light colored soles. This railing you see is right over those railroad tracks. So if he were to, from where whoever this person is walking, were to turn left, go across the bridge and turn left, they would be right into that tree line, go a little further and they would be in the playground area. So this is someone who is walking away from the scene where the car fire was and then walking toward the place where some of those remains were found. The suggestion certainly is that inside that backpack is stuffed full of something, that those may in fact be Sade Robinson's remains. This was really tough testimony today. And so it is stuff that, as you heard Ben say, was difficult for Sade Robinson's family members to hear. And while the court is equipped with a number of cameras, I want to bring up this shot. This is one of the prosecutors, an assistant or deputy DA there, as she's doing her questioning. But you can see behind her Robinson's family members who are there in the gallery, and the person who is in the bottom left in the jean jacket, that is Sade Robinson's mother. We were told by Bill Miston, who is in the courtroom and has been from the beginning of this trial, told that he saw at one point Sade Robinson's mother during some of the really graphic testimony of what was discovered in the park area, that she got up and she was walked out of the courtroom with a victim witness coordinator supporting her, had her hands behind her back, looked like her eyes were mostly closed. You obviously can only imagine what this testimony must be like for family members, particularly a heartbroken mother who is there to learn the fate of her daughter's accused killer. So that is really what we saw most of during the morning session. There was, toward the end of that session of the morning testimony, a number of videos we saw showing the blue Honda Civic, the 2020 blue Honda Civic, Sade Robinson's car, driving around, circling around the north side of Milwaukee in and around the area where it was ultimately set afire and where some of these remains were found. Although defense attorney Tony Cotton did point out, he asked the question, is there any tracking or video that shows that car driving by the playground? And the detective said there is not. They couldn't find video beyond that bridge that we showed you, where you have the person they believe is Maxwell Anderson walking toward the playground. They could not find other videos, and there was nothing on the Life 360 or any of the other digital evidence that they received that showed that vehicle directly going past the playground. Now, if he did it on foot, it would explain why you wouldn't have had maybe the Life 360 data from her phone. In fact, by the time he got to the north side, based on the prosecution's theory of events, her phone had already died and lost its battery back on the south side near Warnemount Park. So there wouldn't be any evidence showing the car going past the playground there. But the defense seems to be raising for the jury and trying to poke a hole in the prosecution's theory of events, that there is nothing proving that blue car went by there, or that in fact Maxwell Anderson went to that park at any point in time. It's really in some ways going to come down to whether or not the jury believes that person walking is Maxwell Anderson. He is the person who was later spotted, and we haven't seen this yet. We will see this coming up at trial. We have not yet seen the photo from the Milwaukee County Transit bus, and it's probably going to be more than a photo. It might well be video showing him boarding a bus in the vicinity of where all of this happened, and then taking it back down to a bus stop that is in the vicinity of his home. And so the question would be, what was Maxwell Anderson doing near where the car was burned out if he had nothing to do with this? We already know that back during voir dire, that is when the attorneys are asking potential jurors questions, that defense attorney Cotton raised the question of, have you ever been in the wrong place at the wrong time? Kind of planting the seed that it's possible for someone to look guilty but not be guilty. That seems to be where the defense is going with this, that yeah, we get the state has a lot of evidence that shows stuff that looks bad, but do they have the smoking gun? Can they prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Maxwell Anderson who killed and dismembered Sade Robinson? In the defense's favor, there is no known crime scene in terms of where the death or the homicide took place. The suggestion seems to be it was at his home because they were there for a couple of hours after the date, but they couldn't find any evidence, blood evidence of Sade Robinson's to demonstrate that it happened there. And we don't know where else it might have. There's never been a crime scene found in terms of where the dismemberment took place, which you would imagine would be something that would produce a lot of blood and therefore DNA evidence. In that sense, prosecutors just don't have a story to tell. So they're instead trying to connect as many dots as possible about the timeline of events from the date at 5 o'clock at Twisted Fisherman to the time they spent at Duke's on Water, which is another bar in Milwaukee, to the time they spent back at Maxwell Anderson's home, which looks like it went till around midnight, 1 in the morning, and then whatever happened after that before her leg was ultimately found. Car was found burned out on the north side the next day. Her leg is found the next afternoon, and she's reported missing that night. One more thing I want to talk about. I'm going to take another break. When we come back, there is one other thing that came up on day 3, day 2 of testimony, but day 3 of the trial yesterday. We talked a bit about that yesterday, and that is evidence that police found inside Sade Robinson's apartment, but that didn't make an appearance in the state's case or in the criminal complaint. The defense has made an issue of that. They introduced it as evidence, and it's caused a stir with the Robinson family and produced a statement from their attorney. We're going to talk about all of that when we come right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
am Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk, day 4, the Maxwell Anderson trial and the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. One thing I didn't talk about yet this afternoon that I want to bring back up. Yesterday, you know, we talked about police when they first responded to Sade Robinson's apartment. That is Brewers Point Apartments right next to Lakefront Brewery in the Lower East Side of Milwaukee. Police were showing video from her leaving the apartment and arriving at work that day, but they also talked about when she was first reported missing. So she went on the date on April 1st, and the next day she didn't show up for work at Pizza Shuttle. Coworkers and friends became worried about her, especially when they looked at their Life 360 apps and saw that her phone appeared to be dead down in Warnemount Park in Cudahy. And so they became concerned. They ultimately went to police and filed a missing persons report on April 2nd. And police went to check out that house or that apartment to see if they could find any clues to the whereabouts of Sade Robinson. When they got inside, they found really nothing that was obviously troubling. They didn't find any cause for alarm in terms of the sign of a struggle. They didn't find any evidence of a break-in or anything like that. This was the inside of the apartment. You see the closet right there. Her bed is there off to the left. It's a studio apartment, not very big, appropriate for a college student, which she was at the time at MATC. Inside the apartment somewhere, and I'm not sure if it was in that closet or in another location, but the prosecutors say, or police say, they found a safe, and that safe was locked, and they were able to get that safe open, and inside they did find narcotics. They referred to them as 47 pills of meth, though they didn't really specify what they meant by meth pills. We did talk to one expert who suggested it's a possibility that could have been something like, maybe it was amphetamines like Ritalin or something else, or perhaps it was in fact street drugs pressed into pills. We really don't know because it was never tested at the Wisconsin Crime Lab. But the defense wanted that entered as evidence. It was in a police report, but the prosecution hadn't brought it up. The defense wanted to enter that as evidence, and they talked about this off the record yesterday, or on the record, but outside the jury's presence, I should say. And the judge asked, why do you want this in? The state objected, said, this is totally irrelevant. This has nothing, there was no drugs found in Sade's system. What does this have to do with anything? And the defense said, well, their theory is wrong place, wrong time. Their theory is that maybe somebody else must have done this. And if that's the case, then the possibility she might have purchased drugs from someone, that she might have had a part of her life she wasn't telling others about, maybe even her closest friends didn't know about, that it might suggest she was mixed up with people who could have been a danger to her, people potentially other than Maxwell Anderson. The judge she essentially performed a balancing test. There's the possibility that introducing that evidence could be prejudicial against the defense, or against the prosecution, could be prejudicial in sort of coloring her character for the jury in a way that was not relevant to the case. On the other hand, the judge found it was relevant, particularly because of the defense's attempt to say somebody else must have done this. They don't have to prove somebody else did it, but they do want to raise that reasonable doubt. Now, the Robinson family responded, and they sent out a message. I'm going to see if I can pull this up. An attorney for the Robinson family said yesterday, quote, this is Verona Swanigan, who was the Robinson family attorney, said, this is not a case about drugs. The police testified that the drugs were irrelevant, that the murder was not in any way associated to drugs. The investigation flushed out it was not related to drugs, and to bring up drugs that have never been tested, so we don't even know if they actually were drugs, is highly prejudicial to the victim, and it's a red herring to the jury. Again, that was the Robinson family attorney, Verona Swanigan, as that was sent to Fox 6 reporter Bria Jones. So just wanted to mention that is something that has been raised in the case. It was introduced as evidence. It's something the jury has now heard. Will it have any particular sway or impact? That remains to be seen, but it was something that happened yesterday. So it is 1:19 now. Today, they said the court plans to return at 1:30. The last couple of days, it's been closer to 1:50. We'll see where that goes. So we've got some more time to get you back up to speed. And we're going to take one more break. When we come back, we're going to take you back out to the Milwaukee County Courthouse and Safety Building, the courthouse complex. Outside, we have Fox 6's Ben Handelman. We'll talk to him once again when we come right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here from the Wisconsin Live Desk. I'm here along with Delaney Reed, working back in the studio control room, helping get you all of the pictures and graphics that are appropriate here. And we have Fox 6's Ben Handelman, who is outside the Milwaukee County Courthouse complex near the safety building. He is out there today once again to tell us what is happening in and around the trial of Maxwell Anderson. Ben, what are you seeing right now?
And I just want to tell our viewers, you may hear honking from times, and that is because there are supporters of Sade Robinson's family. There are friends here, family, and honestly, there are strangers out here, just community members who wanted to show their support for the family. So they've set up across from the safety building. They've got signs, and we've kind of heard just ongoing honking throughout this lunch hour as everybody's on break here. Just to recap of where we are, okay, this is State Street here, downtown Milwaukee. This is the safety building. 6th floor is where this courthouse is. That's the very top of the courthouse. That's Judge Carvello's courtroom. That's where all the action is happening. Just to the west of that, that's the Milwaukee County Jail. That's where Maxwell Anderson is spending time. That's where he's spending his nights. That's where he is locked up. So every day, all these buildings here have tunnel systems. So he's being moved from the county jail over to the safety building. This is Police District 1, Police Administration Building right next door. And that's important for what we saw today, Brian, because we saw a parade of Milwaukee police detectives go into the courtroom as witnesses as they focused in, again, on the north side of Milwaukee, the burning car, and really interesting stuff from what they're describing as the playground area. There is a playground, but this is not your ordinary playground because detectives describing it as a dumping area of Milwaukee. Trash was found there, and that's where they found Sade Robinson's remains on 2 different occasions. Brian, I heard you talking about something really interesting that's happened in this trial, and I want to talk to you about it. The drugs in Sade Robinson's apartment, that's been the most controversial piece of evidence that the defense and prosecutors, they were fighting over. Prosecutors did not want that brought up in court. This is not a drug case. And I was asking Jonathan Lavoie, a defense attorney who is one of our legal experts with us on this case. Okay, Sade Robinson was brutally murdered and dismembered. Who cares what they find in her apartment? But Jonathan Lavoie said that was a key part of this trial, that the judge allowed that evidence to be submitted. Why? Well, the defense obviously wants this submitted because, again, they don't have to say who killed Sade Robinson. But in their estimation, if they can bring the drugs into the case, they can bring up to the jury, well, geez, if she's got drugs in her apartment, maybe there's a dangerous individual she's associated with. We don't know. But what I thought Jonathan Lavoie made a really interesting point, that if the judge did not allow the evidence into this case, that would have been something that would have been appealable. Meaning whatever happens with this trial, after all the evidence that we've been through in the appellate process, that could be brought up, and that could be a case for the appeals for them to have to come in and maybe redo this trial again, and that's what nobody wants. So I thought it was important that they did bring it up. How the jury took that evidence, what importance they find that Sade Robinson, there were drugs found in her apartment, we may never know.
Well, it feels like that, as you're saying, and as Jonathan Lavoie said, it's what Julius Kim told us on Open Record, is that it may have been the judge erring on the side of caution, because if you exclude that evidence, now you've given a very key point for appeal. But including the evidence could still be something that's problematic in this case for the prosecution. Does it actually, does it serve to underscore the defense's theory that it could have been somebody else? Or does it simply work as sort of a character attack that Sade Robinson isn't the all-American girl she's been painted to be? I think many would say that's an unfair way of characterizing it. But what Julius Kim did point out is, we've heard from a number of her friends, people who knew Sade Robinson very well. They didn't seem to know anything about Maxwell Anderson, or her going on a date with Maxwell Anderson, or being involved with a guy named Maxwell Anderson. And so his point of view as a defense attorney is, this could be further suggestion that maybe there was a part of Sade Robinson's life she wasn't letting everyone else know about. If in fact these were illegal drugs, then is there something that maybe she was keeping from others? And could that be enough of that seed of doubt for a juror? So for the defense, that was an important element. Obviously, the Robinson family feels it was highly inappropriate.
Yeah. I want to talk about the defense attorney because Maxwell Anderson has gone out and got himself a competent defense attorney, Tony Cotton. This is a man who's Morgan Geiser's attorney. If you know that case, that is the Slender Man trial. Really high-profile case here in Waukesha. A little girl was stabbed by her friends because they were following the fictional character Slender Man. Tony Cotton is the attorney for one of the girls who was stabbing the other girl. Mental health issues, has recently got her out of Mendota, the health hospital. So he's gotten a competent attorney here. Now, you've mentioned this, and this is breaking news today, that according to you, and Brian, back me up on the reporting here, the Waukesha Police Department, they're investigating threats that have been made against Tony Cotton, the defense attorney. And I have been watching some of the comments, especially on our YouTube channel, and this often happens during a high-profile case. How could someone defend such a heinous person if you believe what prosecutors are saying? And I do think it's important. I mean, in this justice system, where the consequences are you were throwing people away in prison for the rest of their lives, you hope that they get it right. You hope that the jury comes to the right conclusion. So you would hope that there are competent attorneys on both sides, because you want everything to be flushed out, and that whenever a decision is made at the end of any criminal case, that whatever the jury has come to the conclusion, it is the right decision. So you hope there are competent people from both the prosecutors and the defense. So pretty disturbing that we're hearing possible threats being made against the defense team here.
Well, I'll say a couple of things to this, Ben. One thing I do want to clarify is I think we should be cautious and use the singular term, a threat. We don't know that there have been multiple threats.
Okay.
We do know for sure there's been one threat, and that was a phone call from a blocked number that, according to Waukesha police, was made to Tony Cotton Law Firm, which is located in Waukesha. And that it was a pretty, direct quote or direct threat. If Tony doesn't drop the bleeping case, and I'm censoring there, I'm going to kill his bleeping son. So it's not only a threat to him, it's a threat to his family. And that's something that obviously police are going to take very seriously. But I will say this, for those who ask that question, because I asked this question of Julius Kim as well, what do you say when people say, how can you defend someone who is perceived by others as a monster? How do you do that? Especially if you know there's a possibility that they're guilty. How do you and he said, in his view, the system we have works best when both sides put their best foot forward and the jury gets to make a decision. The jury of the peers gets to make that decision. But it's important that both sides put that best case forward. And it's actually important for the administration of justice, because if he doesn't have a competent attorney, if he has someone who's no good at their job, he has all sorts of avenues for appeal for ineffective assistance of counsel. So Tony Cotton is doing what the system requires. And I'm not trying to stand up for one side or the other. I'm just pointing out that that is why our system works this way. He is making sure that he has received the best assistance possible. And if in the end he's found guilty, then that's what the system finds. But if he does a poor job, a lazy job, or if he says, I'm not helping this guy out, and nobody steps forward, well, then you're going to have a tough time putting him away in our current system of justice. It is actually part of the ability to put someone away for a crime that they have the most effective defense counsel possible.
And also this reporting also showing how high emotions are right now on this case. Brian, in court, I mean, we saw all sorts of new surveillance video, especially of Sade Robinson's car circling that northwest side of Milwaukee neighborhood. But I think one of the most interesting things that was pointed out, and we knew it would show up in this trial, these people. How these people have, the supporters of Sade Robinson, when police went out and canvassed a scene, they found some things, but it was supporters who learned that there was a canvas, went back out, and actually it was supporters and family members of Sade Robinson that found even more evidence and called police, and that has become crucial evidence in this case, some of which was displayed in the courtroom today. I thought one of the most striking moments this morning was when a Milwaukee police detective opened up an evidence bag and they brought out the pink blanket of Sade Robinson's face on it, that was found near this playground, kind of in this dumping area of Milwaukee. And there were remains, her remains were found near the blanket. And that was not found by the police department. That was found by supporters who were back out in that park. They were the ones who realized that blanket was Sade Robinson's. Now, we talked about this. This did open up an avenue for the defense to say, well, geesh, how did the Milwaukee Police Department canvass an area and not find a bright blanket with Sade Robinson's face on it? And we talked about what kind of an area that was. I mean, there was trash everywhere in this area. And the police department said, well, yeah, we saw the blanket. We didn't see her face on it. You had to kind of open up the blanket to see that. And it was just one of thousands of pieces of items laying in this area. So that was the kind of the give and take that I thought was really one of the most fascinating parts of what happened here on day 4.
You know, Ben, I want to actually talk about those people behind you because you notice that they're wearing pink, right? A lot of them are dressed in pink. And some might say, well, why aren't you up there in the courtroom supporting Sade Robinson? Well, the judge actually made a point of saying that Robinson's supporters could not wear pink in the courtroom because she didn't want any display. Judges don't want any display, outward displays of support for either side. The gallery is usually very tightly controlled by a judge, especially in a case like this with such high emotions. So the wear pink supporters are out there where they can do this and they can rally that support. They're doing it out on the street outside the courtroom. That explains why everyone's there in pink. It is there to support the victim, in this case, Sade Robinson.
And the reason they're wearing pink, Brian, because pink, we were told from family members, that is Sade Robinson, that was her favorite color. So there's actually a mural too. So we're downtown area of Milwaukee. On the east side is where she worked. That's the Pizza Shuttle restaurant. It's a pizza place that she worked. There's a mural there. And that's another place people have gone to bring flowers. And the family and supporters are asking, please bring pink flowers because that was her favorite color. So we have seen kind of multiple areas of the city. What's really interesting, and I don't think should be lost on this, is how many different areas this case covers. Because, especially with the family, there's been talk of maybe building a memorial in Warnemont Park down in Cudahy, where this all started when a severed limb was found there on a beach. But this area also goes to Milwaukee, and we're talking several areas. There's the part where the burnt out car was found. There were remains found nearby there. There's this, I guess we could describe as a playground park area. That's where a lot of the evidence was found there. We're talking several different locations that this case entails, and several different days, Brian, because the timeline that's been really unveiled by the prosecutors slowly, this wasn't a one-day thing. Like, okay, we found this, oh, everything's wrapped up, guys in jail, there we go. This was a several-day investigation as new things popped up every single day. And as we covered it from the media, it's kept us on our toes because during those April days, every single day it seemed, Brian, we were coming in and there was something new with the case. And a lot of it was because the supporters, the family members of Sade Robinson were out canvassing as well as police. There were so many people out there and they were finding things. And we're hearing that now be brought up during this trial.
Well, and you mentioned all the different locations, which it's not a typical crime scene where you've got one location to rope off and focus on, and then it's done. It's inside an apartment. It's at one location outside a house. This was all over the city. It was all over the county. And we know that some of Sade Robinson's remains washed up along the Lake Michigan shoreline as far away as Waukegan, Illinois. Waukegan Beach, there was an arm that surfaced there. That was another controversy in this case when an alderman in Waukegan somehow got a hold of a photograph of the arm having washed up and sent that out on social media, and that thing went out all over the place. And of course, the family was really upset because they didn't know this photo was going to be released in any way. So it was leaked to this alderman somehow, and then he sent it out, and there were people calling for his job. But that just tells you the expansiveness of this investigation, that you have remains washing up an entire state away, and there are still parts of Sade Robinson that have never been found, most notably
that's what I was going to talk about. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people are watching this trial, Brian, and they're hoping we're going to find out everything that happened that night, okay? Because we know they went on a date. We don't know what happened after that. And I think unfortunately, we're going to leave this trial we're not going to know all the answers because we don't know what happened in that house. And from the evidence shown in the trial so far, and including in the opening statements, you think it would be brought up. It doesn't seem like investigators have a true grasp on even where the crime scene is, because we don't have DNA evidence. And we're talking about really a grisly crime. And if that happened inside of his house, and it has been brought up, and this will be a key witness from the defense, we know there was another person in that house because it's kind of a split unit property. And that's going to be a big part of this case. There was someone else, not a roommate because it's a different part of the house, but a light sleeper who didn't hear anything. So we don't even know where the crime occurred. We do know it, obviously it happened. But I think for people who are tuning in thinking, man, I'm going to get all the answers now, they're not going to get that. And we heard in the opening statements from the prosecutor saying, use your common sense. And that's going to be brought up, I think, now as we move forward. Okay, so now they've got this slow timeline. Okay, the common sense is, what was Maxwell Anderson doing on the northwest side by Sade Robinson's burnt out car if he's trying to claim he had nothing to do with this, that he didn't commit this crime? And you could tell that the prosecutors, they're getting ready to ramp this up and really start to hit home that the common sense part of this. But as far as we're going to know all the details about what happened, I don't think that's going to happen.
No, I think that's an interesting point you make, Ben, because I think most of us want to have that satisfying end where we get the mystery is solved. We know what happened. I don't know at this point that we're ever going to get that. Now, perhaps at some point, maybe additional remains surface. Maybe there's more of a story of how she was killed. Maybe some additional evidence does come up at some place. It's been more than a year. It seems unlikely that that's going to happen. I think, like you said, it's really going to be a matter of whether or not Maxwell Anderson is found guilty or if he is acquitted. But I don't know that there's going to be that satisfaction of knowing truly what occurred. As you pointed out, the big question is, where was she killed? How was she killed? Why was she killed? And who and where cut up her body? Where did that occur? With what
Well,
tools?
yeah, that's an important part. I want to bring that up, Brian, because it's not just, okay, we don't have the murder weapon. And I hate to talk about this, but this was a grisly crime. They never found tools that would be required to do what happened to Sade Robinson. And you can hear this was a very tough morning in court as they were talking about the remains that they found and in what condition they were found in. They were talking, we're talking about clean cuts, some not clean cuts. Those tools were never found. That's not something you can do with your bare hands. So that evidence is somewhere out there with whoever is responsible with it, whatever side you look at this. That was never found. So this investigation, Brian, it's still ongoing because, as you said, there are a lot of things missing from what happened on that day in April.
Hitting the wrong button. Yeah, absolutely, Ben. I think in the end, the state is going to do the best job they can to connect all the dots to the point that the jury could not have any other explanation. Their goal is to get the jury to think no reasonable person could imagine anyone else having done this but Maxwell Anderson. But whether or not we will ever find out exactly what he or someone else did is right now looking like it is less and less likely. But, we haven't seen all the evidence yet. We just know what we did hear in opening statements and what we have not heard from those opening statements and what we therefore don't expect to hear during the course of this trial. We know the prosecutors have already said there's no bloody crime scene, but as you said, you're going to have to use your common sense, meaning you're going to have to put two and two together. But that means we don't have direct evidence. We don't have the smoking gun. So it is going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We are at 1:41 p.m., already 10 minutes past when the court said they were going to return this afternoon. We're keeping an eye on that. But meanwhile, obviously the supporters out there, Ben, they are active and they don't seem like they have any plans to go anytime soon.
Yeah, no, and you can see, and I'll have Eddie Potter has been doing a great job this afternoon. They've got a tent. So they're here to stay. They're ready for the conditions. And as you said, this is one of the biggest show of supports. We've seen signs. We've seen people showing up again to the mural on the east side. But this is a really active day where people are showing up. And some of these people did not know Sade Robinson. They have just been struck by this case. So they've come out here to show support for her family. We've talked about this a little bit, Brian. Really tough day for her family. And they've been there throughout the entire trial. And there were at times, especially when some really tough images were shown, images honestly that I did not even want to look at, so I have not seen the images. But Sade Robinson's mom had to be helped out of the courtroom. She stood up. Now, our reporters have said, you can imagine what she's been through. The mother of Sade Robinson, she's had a little bit of trouble walking. So that was from the start of the trial when she appeared. She's getting help from, there's a group from the county that's helping her, kind of a victims advocate group, helped her get her up, move her out of the courtroom. But yeah, just showing you, this is a real person. And including on Maxwell Anderson's side, his family is there supporting him. This is a real case, real people, really tough details. One of the most grisly crimes that we've covered here in Milwaukee, just with the details of what happened. And it's emotional and it's affecting people that they're coming out and they want to show support for the family that they obviously has been through hell and continues every single day. Interesting, talking among the media pool, some of the other reporters covering this, sometimes you get a clear indication of what the timeline is. You know, okay, we got 2 more days left. We've got this many witnesses left. And Ryan, you can correct me on the reporting here, but I mean, we're talking, there's a witness list of hundreds of people. I think it's 250 witnesses.
Yeah, that's right.
They could call from that list. We don't know which witnesses are going to be called and which witnesses are not. They're not going to call 250 people because some people are going to say the same thing as others. But we don't, and they've been moving through. I mean, there was a parade of Milwaukee police detectives this morning that we heard. Sometimes they move through them pretty quick, but we don't know how much longer this trial is going to go. We don't know if it's going to last all of next week or even longer or shorter. I can't imagine the defense list is very long. We do know there's the individual who was in the house who said he was the light sleeper and didn't hear anything. And you know, the defense is going to call him because that was a big part of their opening statements. But besides that, you could tell their defense is they're poking holes into the state's prosecution, and they don't have, it doesn't appear, a witness to come forward and say, oh yeah, I saw Maxwell Anderson at the bar. That wasn't him. It couldn't have been him. I don't think we're going to get any of those kind of witnesses. So their list is much shorter. But again, talking to the media pool, what's interesting about this case, so high profile, but we don't know the timeline of how much longer this could last.
Well, I would imagine we've got at least a few days left, 2 or 3 days left of state witnesses. You're going to have some of those defense witnesses. Like you said, it won't be as long of a list. And then, of course, you're going to have jury deliberation or jury instructions, then jury deliberation. So I think we're expecting this to take all of next week. And there's the possibility it could even spill over into the following week. We won't know, of course. We're speculating. We don't have a clue, Ben, but we have an idea that there's a lot more that's yet to come. I want to update real quick. We do know that some of the parties have returned to the courtroom, but I don't believe we've yet seen Maxwell Anderson, and the jury is not back in the courtroom. So they're kind of running a little bit more on the time schedule they have the last couple of days, in spite of the fact that the judge said they were going to come back a little earlier today. So we're still hanging out here. Ben, I'm curious for you, oftentimes now, because you are Fox 6 main anchor, Ben Handelman, you're often covering these things, everything from the desk back here at the station. You're out in the field here today. It must give a different perspective to be out there among the elements, to hear the family, to hear the honking horns and that sort of thing. Oh, actually,
it just makes it more real.
I'm going to cut that off. I guess they are back in the courtroom, Ben. Thanks for your time today. We're going to get you back out to the, let's see if we can get you back out to the trial now. As I get us set up, they are back underway. Well, they were for a moment. Are we back? It looks like they are coming back now. Let's see if we can get you back out to the trial. Well, Anderson is coming in, or the jury's coming in? Jury's still out? All right. So you can see that's why we call this the Wisconsin Live Desk, right? Things are happening as we go. It looked like we had somebody on the stand, or somebody at least one of the attorneys was speaking. I think that was the lead prosecutor. And then we went right back to the shot of the eagle on top of the American flag. So we'll just hold here until we know that the jury is back in, and we can take you back out to, I'm seeing a message now from Bill Misson of the courtroom. The jury is coming into the courtroom. So momentarily, it'll be the afternoon session of day 4, the trial of Maxwell Anderson in the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson of Milwaukee. This morning, 6 Milwaukee police homicide detectives. This afternoon, well, that remains to be seen. We're going to find out here very shortly. We appreciate you watching here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to keep it here with live testimony throughout the afternoon up until Fox 6 News at 4 o'clock. During any breaks, I'll come back, give you a recap of what we've heard in the most recent period of testimony. And now that I hear the judge, I believe she's calling the case back to the record, so we're going to send you out now to the trial.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a lovely lunch. We still have Detective Thaddeus Schimmels on the stand. We are still on direct examination. I have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear him at this point.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, restate, and respell your name for the record.
My name is Thaddeus Schimmels, Thaddeus, last name Schimmels, Schimms.
Welcome back, Detective. When we left off this morning, we had a video from the 3200 block of West Valete, as well as a video from the 3300 block north of McKinley. Is that right?
West McKinley, yes, sir.
It was McKinley. Okay. And lastly, I got one more video to play with you. Did you obtain video from a gas station at 3308 West Valete Street that depicted Miss Robinson's Honda Civic?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury where that gas station is on the map?
Certainly.
For the record, I have Exhibit 225 up on the screen.
West Valete Street is here, and 33rd Street would be just kind of going through the JJ Fish and Chicken, the eye of the fish. It would be located on the northwest corner of 33rd and Valete.
The footage we're about to watch, we see some of these same movements in one of the previous vehicles. Is that videos? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Which video?
The video from to the east of the location from the 3220 West Valete Street, the care center.
I have coming up on the screen here Exhibit 203. Is this the gas station video you recovered from 3308 West Valete Street?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is 201. I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong case. Okay. I'd move 201 in.
Any objection?
No.
201's received.
The video is date and time stamped, correct?
It is.
What is the date and time stamp?
The date and time stamp currently on the monitor is the year 2024, 0402, which would be April 2nd. The time is 3:57 and 08 seconds.
What can you tell us about the accuracy of that timestamp?
The timestamp is 1 hour and 1 minute slow from the actual time.
So what would be the real time where we have it here?
It would be at 4:58 a.m.
And what are we going to see?
What we're going to see in this video is the camera view. It's showing the front of the gas station, the pumps, and right behind that you can see going from the upper left to the right side of the screen would be West Valete, and then North 33rd Street would be going from the left side of the screen to the upper right.
Okay. Is the car going to drive by like we saw on the other camera?
That's correct. It'll be traveling westbound, going from left to right on Valete Street in a moment.
Playing at that time. Is that the car?
Yes, it is.
Paused at 4:50. It would be 3:57:17 on the screen. So that would be at 4:58 a.m.
Correct.
I'm going to advance the video to (4:13). Let me go back. Cue it up to 4:13:06. Playing from there. see the Honda?
Yes, I do.
And it's doing what? I paused it at 4:13:40.
At this time, it was traveling eastbound on West Bolete Street and making a right-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
The real time of this would be what?
This would be 5:14 a.m.
Advancing the video to 4:15:31, but really that'd be roughly 5:16, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. Is that the Honda again coming west?
Yes.
And lastly, picking up at 4:18:46 on the video screen, this would be 5:19, right?
Correct.
Playing from there. What does it do?
The Miss Robinson's Honda was again traveling westbound on West Bolete and now made a left-hand turn to travel southbound on North 33rd Street.
Paused it at 4:19:06, which would be 5:20 a.m. Detective, is that the last time Miss Robinson's Honda is on video up until 6:50 a.m.?
From my knowledge, yes.
I have nothing else.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Detective. State your next witness.
Detective Rachel Smith.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You can please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
It's Rachel. Rachel, R-A-C-H-E-L, Smith, S-M-I-T-H.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am.
How long have you worked for the Milwaukee Police Department?
I've been with the department for just over 8 years.
Did you assist in the investigation of the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did, yes.
Was part of your assistance trying to recover video from various locations?
Yes.
Did you go, or excuse me, did you help with looking around the area of where Miss Robinson's car was burned for video of any kind?
No, I did not go in that area specifically. The video that I recovered from that area was received via email.
And what was that video from?
It was from a fellow police officer's house. She lives at the area, at the address of 3123/3125 West Walnut.
Can you tell us for the record that officer's name?
Yes, it is Police Officer Shalonda, Shelondia, Tarver, Tarver.
Can you point out on the map I have on the screen, which is Exhibit 190, where the house would be?
Sure.
Okay, and for the record, the witness is pointing to a house about 2 houses in from North 32nd Street at Walnut. Were you aware that through your department's investigation, the sheriff's office investigation, that there had been video of a subject walking away from the area where her car was burned.
Yes,
Is that why this location on Walnut was of interest to you?
yes,
What were you aware of that made that of interest specifically?
sure. I was aware that the person left the area where the vehicle was burned on Lisbon and traveled in that direction on foot.
Consistent with where this Sharpie line is kind of drawn there?
That is correct.
All right, so that individual, and I'm gonna put up exhibits 447 here, which has already been admitted, as well as 448. Are you familiar with these images?
I am, yes.
What do they show?
Sure, they depict a subject walking. They're wearing all dark clothing with a tan backpack and shoes that have like a white pattern on the bottom.
Did you get video, and that subject would be walking in this area here, right?
Yes,
Okay, and he's heading west?
that is correct.
Do you pick up on the video from Officer Tarver's house, that subject continuing to head west?
Yes,
So, are any stops made, or that subject just continues walking west?
just continues walking west.
Okay. I've got exhibit 197 in my computer here. Can you tell us about what these clips are in terms of the video quality and how you received them?
Sure. So unfortunately, Officer Tarver was having difficulty downloading the clips directly from the system. So what she did to not lose the video, she took a screen recording with her cell phone. She recorded it and then sent that to me via email.
So they're pretty grainy?
That is correct.
Okay. I've got exhibit 197 on the screen. It's very small. I'm going to zoom in a moment, but just try to help us get oriented here. There's 3 clips, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Summarize this for us.
Sure. This is from channel 4, which is a camera that's on the exterior of the residence, and it is facing in a northeast direction and it's capturing Walnut. And then in the distance, you can see North 31st Street.
How much is the date and time stamp off?
The date and timestamp is approximately 1 hour and 5 minutes slow.
So on the screen now, it says April 2nd, 2024, 6:26:11 a.m. What's the real time?
The real time would be 7:31 a.m.
I'm going to use the zoom feature to not get the other parts of the screen recording and just the video here. And then I will play it. I'm going to play it one time in normal speed and then one time in sped up. Playing it at 2:07. The clip is 3 minutes, 57 seconds long. And just before I get going, since I advanced it, we're up, the timestamp here now reads 6:28:20 a.m. So that would be what?
7:33 approximately.
Playing at 2:08. And if you could, detective, stand up and just tell us where he's going to be coming, where the person is going to be coming from.
Sure. So they're going to be coming from in the distance here, and then you're going to see them travel on this, the north sidewalk in a west direction.
Thank you. You see him?
Yes.
And then he's off the screen by 3:53?
That is correct.
Okay, just one more time and fast forward. See him walking there?
Yes.
The next clip is going to be from what angle then?
It's going to be from channel 3, which is going to be essentially a directly north angle, and it's going to be capturing just West Walnut Street.
Judge, I don't know if I move this in, but I would now.
Any objection?
No.
Tell me the number one more time.
197.
And this is actually channel 2.
Okay. I'll go to the one that you had mentioned. So this is just looking direct in front of the house then?
That is correct.
Okay. Playing this one from 50 seconds. Are you able to tell anything about the description of this person based on this video?
Sure. As you can see that their person is wearing dark clothing, and then you can start to tell that the backpack itself is a different shade of color. It's not as dark as the clothing.
Last clip. Going to play it from 1 minute, 15 seconds. Where are we looking here?
So this is channel 2, and this one is going to be pointing in a northwest direction, and this is capturing West Walnut Street and North 32nd Street.
Does it appear the subject go anywhere when he gets to the intersection with 37th Street or 32nd Street?
Sure. It appears initially that the subject begins traveling north, but then you do just at the very top of the screen see that the feet continue across North 32nd Street.
Playing at 1:15. I paused it at 1:25. Are you kind of able to tell the color of the backpack here?
Yes, in this view, you're able to see that the backpack is tan in color.
Can you get up and point that out, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. I'm going to back it up and then let it play. And now he's at the corner?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to see the feet there?
That is correct.
All right. I'm going to play that clip again because I would like you to stand up and point that out since it's very faint to see.
Sure.
Backing it up. Oh, sorry. I don't know what happened there. We'll wait till it gets back. All right, I paused it. And just before I continue playing it, what's the timestamp in real time? Okay. Now, if you could, detective, point out what you're talking about with him crossing the street, and if you can pull that mic to you, that would be helpful. Not that one. Actually, there's one right here. Okay, I'm going to play it at this point.
And so here you see the person walking, and then they appear to travel in a north direction. Then you're going to see a car travel through the intersection. And then as that car is traveling, you pick up the person walking again and crossing the street, and then they go out of camera view.
Thank you, detective. That street they're crossing is what street?
That's North 32nd.
So they're crossing North 32nd Street, which direction?
West.
Would that be towards North 35th Street?
That is correct, yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
So this person is somewhat near the 31st and Galena playground, right?
At the beginning, correct, yes.
And the person is just walking leisurely,
Correct,
not running,
correct.
not looking over their shoulder and glancing around and making suspicious movements.
That is correct.
Just appears to be on a stroll.
That is correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you.
Thank you, detective. State, your next witness?
The state's next witness is Detective Scott Schmitz.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
I do.
You could please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
My name is Scott, S-C-O-T-T, Schmitz, S-C-H-M-I-T-Z.
You a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
I am
How long have you been with the department?
with the police department over 24 years.
Okay. Did you assist in attempting to recover video near the area of where Sade Robinson's car was burned on April 2nd, 2024?
Yes, specifically the area of 35th and Lisbon,
Why the area of 35th and Lisbon?
because we had received information that Maxwell Anderson had boarded a bus in the area.
You are aware that other videos were recovered in the area showing a subject walking around that area
Yes,
from where Miss Robinson's car was burned.
yes.
And I'm going to put up again in 448. Is this an image you've seen before?
Yes,
Were you kind of tasked with trying to find video to see if you could pick up this individual walking anywhere else?
yes, we were.
And based on that clothing description, were you able to find video depicting that person?
Yes, we found video from a corner store on the corner of 35th and Lisbon called the Key Spot.
Exhibit 225 is on the screen right now. All right. So, were you familiar with the location where Miss Robinson's car was burned? You know where that was?
I believe it was a little bit south of 35th and Galena. I don't know the exact location though.
And, all right, so right here, we're looking at, this is Lisbon in the middle, right?
Yes,
Okay. The video you recovered is found where?
Would you like me to stand up and show you?
Yes, I have a microphone for you.
So the corner store where we found video, this is Lisbon, and this is 35th Street. So it would have been on this corner, so the northeast corner of 35th and Lisbon.
Can you point to the corner of 30th and Lisbon?
30th and Lisbon.
Okay, so 5 blocks away from the corner of 30th and Lisbon is where you got this video from.
That's correct.
All right, you can have a seat, Detective, thank you. The video you recovered, did it depict what appeared to be the same person as in those screenshots I showed you?
Yes.
There were multiple clips?
Yes, we retrieved a total of 4.
Okay. Who'd you retrieve that video from?
The owner of the corner store, his name was Dominic Key. He wasn't present, but he forwarded us the clips from his phone.
I'm going to bring up the first clip. Sorry. This is Exhibit 198. Let me get off the Zoom. Do you recognize this?
Yes, this is one of the clips that shows 35th and Lisbon going northwest.
This is a video from Key Spot.
Yes.
I move Exhibit 198 into evidence.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
The traffic light that's up here on the right side, what is that?
That would be the intersection of 35th and Brown, I believe.
And this stoplight that's in the lower left foreground of the video, this is the intersection of 35th and Lisbon stoplight, right?
Yes.
What, in sum, Detective, what are we looking for on this clip?
On the very top, where you see the red brick building, that's a school. And you're going to be seeing near that school walking towards us, a male on the left side of the screen, walking south.
I'm gonna play.
Kurzan, is this a CD or is this a flash drive?
This is a CD.
Thank you.
Playing this clip, it's 26 seconds long. If you could, Detective, stand up and point out what you're seeing.
There's a subject walking right here, walking towards the intersection.
All right. Next clip. That first clip was titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 250. And the next clip is titled Key Spot Channel 4, and it ends in 621. Pause it at 20 seconds. Do you see that same subject?
Yes,
Did this clip just pick up where the last one left off?
it did.
Okay. And the date and timestamp, is that accurate?
On these two, they are. In the other two, they're off by like an hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, but this one's accurate. So this one is 8:07 a.m.
Yes.
The next clip I'm going to play is titled, it starts with RP replay and it ends in the numbers 497. before I play that, this is a different camera altogether, right?
It is, and this view is gonna be, I believe, an hour and 2 minutes behind. So on this, it'll say 7:05,
And what's then the real time?
8:06.
And so this picks up where the last camera left off?
Yes,
And do you see that same subject on this clip from the beginning here?
he's right here.
You're pointing to the upper right side of the screen?
Yes, I'm sorry, right.
Okay.
In the upper right-hand corner.
I'm gonna play this clip. It's 54 seconds long. Paused at 6 seconds. I'm gonna zoom in. If I can. All right. Are you able to describe what you see that subject wearing?
He's wearing all black and has like a tan colored backpack.
See right here where I'm circling with my mouse?
Yes,
And what does he do? What are we gonna see next?
in the next clip, you're gonna see him standing at the bus stop until the bus comes.
Last clip. It's titled RP Replay, ends in the numbers 9424. That Adrian Wojnarowski notification was on the video that was sent to you, right?
Yes, it's from whatever, the owner's cell phone.
The zooming in that's happening, that was also from the owner's phone, correct?
Yes.
What just happened?
He made a move towards getting on the bus.
A Milwaukee County Transit bus?
Yes.
Nothing else?
Cross?
Okay, so the video footage we were watching was from the key spot, right?
That's correct.
The neighborhood store on 35th Street in Lisbon.
Yes.
And you spoke with somebody named Dominic Key, who just cooperated fully with law enforcement, just turned over videos, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the videos that we watched show a person walking to a bus stop.
Correct.
That's all.
State?
Nothing else?
Thank you. State your next witness.
Detective Michael Brownrider, the state will recall.
Detective Brownrider, we have a new court reporter, so we're going to re-swear you.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, restate and respell your name for the record.
First name Michael, Michael. Last name Brownrider, B as in boy, Raunreiter.
Detective, you previously testified about some videos in the area of 30th and Lisbon up to 30th and North Avenue, right?
Yes,
And you also collected a video from the area of North 27th Street.
correct.
Okay, why don't you tell us about the video you collected, why you went there, and what you found?
So I collected video from a Milwaukee Police Department pole camera, which is located at the intersection of 27th and Wells. We were trying to backtrack Miss Robinson's vehicle as to how it got into the area. So based off of MCSO's records, we knew that it had come from the area of Howard and 794, and then getting on a off-ramp would be either 27th Street, 35th Street, 16th Street, the viaducts there. So 27th and Wells is our nearest pole camera that I could obtain.
All right. What time frame were you looking for and why?
I was looking for any time after 4:40 in the morning.
Specifically, why 4:40?
That was the MCSO, so the Milwaukee County Sheriff's had the last location of Miss Robinson's vehicle in the area of Howard and 794 at 4:40 in the morning.
What is a pole cam? What is a City of Milwaukee pole cam?
It's a fixed camera, generally on the side of a building or on a pole.
And why does the city have these?
Monitors traffic. Some will be affixed with license plate readers, so they'll capture pictures of license plates as they go through intersections. Some are just in high crime areas where they monitor areas of high crime.
And do you use them sometimes in some of your homicide investigations?
I would say almost every single one.
Are they typically put in busier intersections?
Yes.
Main thoroughfares?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell the jury, I have exhibit 225 up on the screen here, where this pole camera was?
Yes. Can I step down?
Please, we actually,
There's a microphone. Oh, sorry, Judge.
I was just gonna say the same thing. Take that microphone and just turn it on, please.
Okay. 27th and Wells is this, it's actually marked here with Daddy's Soul Food and Grill. Specifically, the pole camera was on the southwest corner of 27th and Wells. So right here where I'm pointing.
So you were basically trying to check any possible route you could check for how the car would have gotten from, what was the area you said originally?
MCSO last had her vehicle or her phone records in the area of Howard and 794.
Near St. Francis?
Yes.
And so you're trying to find a route that would take from St. Francis to the area where her car was burned. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
What freeway exit would one maybe use?
The one that we had spoke of before, which exits at like 25 in Clybourne, 26 in Clybourne. You would come up, closest would be Wisconsin Avenue, then you would take a left turn, and then the first major thoroughfare north and south is 27th Street, the blue right here that turns gray.
26th Street and 25th Street are not busy streets?
No.
Okay. Did you in fact find video showing that?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to pull up exhibit 196 here. You can have a seat with the microphone. Thank you. All right, I'm going to bring up first the video file that is labeled as camera 1. What are we looking at, Detective?
So this is 27th and Wells. It's facing southbound. So in the top right corner of your screen here is actually going to be the intersection of 27th and Wisconsin. And then across the street, so on the other side of the screen is that Daddy's Soul Foods that I had spoke of. And on the left corner of the screen is pretty much the intersection of 27th and Wells.
I'm gonna bring this video, I'm gonna move 196 in, first of all.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
I'm gonna advance this clip to 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would correspond to what time, Detective? There's no stamp on the video, but what time are we looking at here?
The video should have started at about 4:45 in the morning. If you look at the label or the name of the file, it says 4:44 and 59 seconds. So it would be roughly 4:50 in the morning.
Have you yourself driven the route from KK and Howard to this intersection,
Yes, I have.
taking the interstate and the highway,
Yes, I did.
taking the 25th and Clybourne exit?
Yes,
And approximately how long did it take you?
10 minutes.
I'm going to play clip 1 from 4 minutes, 40 seconds, which would be 4:40 a.m. I'm sorry. Yeah. What do we see?
That would be Miss Robinson's vehicle.
I paused it at 5:05. Did I misspeak on the time?
You did. The video started at 4:50 in the morning there, sir. So the vehicle had turned off of Wisconsin Avenue and then turned northbound on 35th Street.
And if I'm zooming in on the vehicle here, what can you tell about the vehicle? What do you see?
The windows are foggy and it appears that there's some sort of blanket or covering over the rear driver's side window there.
Playing at 5 minutes, 5 seconds. Are the wipers going?
Yes.
I paused it at 5 minutes, 26 seconds, and the car just drove off screen, correct?
Correct. Continued northbound on 27th Street there.
So what time would that have been when it drove off?
It should be about 4:51, 4:50 and a couple of seconds there.
Between 4:50 and 4:51 a.m.
Correct.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the next clip. This is labeled camera 2. I'm going to advance it to 5 minutes. All right, so I have it at up to the 5 minute mark. So based on that, what time would this video be? When I press play, what time are we going to be playing from in real time?
It should be 4:50.
Playing at 5 minutes. I paused it. The TV has gone out. All right, it's back. It's paused at 5:06. I'm going to zoom in. On this angle, Detective, did you try to ascertain any information about who the driver of the vehicle might be?
I did.
What did you see?
You can see that the driver is wearing dark clothing. Appears to be a lighter skin tone, most likely a white male or female.
All right, and if you could step down with that microphone, I'm going to have you point out exactly what you see as it plays. So the car, we know from the last clip, stops at this intersection for a period of time, correct?
Correct.
Playing at 5:06.
So while it plays, you're going to see the left hand of the individual driving that's going to move around inside of the vehicle. You're going to also see a shadow of the face. Again, you're not able to make out an identity, but you're able to see that it's a lighter skinned individual.
And that TV went out, so I'm going to back it up and do it again. Playing at 5:06.
You can see the face there as it moved, and then the left hand in the corner of the window there.
Okay. Backing up to 5:09 and playing again. That was paused at 5:19.
As well as, I don't think I mentioned before, but you can see here that this doesn't appear to be the fog or the moisture on the windshield. You can see how that color is, whereas the difference in the rear driver's side window here looks to be like some sort of blanket or some sort of covering the window.
So your testimony is that the windshield appears to be what?
Foggy, like there's dew, if I'm not mistaken, it was raining that day. So it looks like there was fog covering the windshield. You can see that this blanket actually comes into the driver's side window, which makes me believe that it's some sort of covering past the B pillar here into the driver's compartment.
All right. Okay, I got the TV back, so I'm going to play it at 5:08. And if you can point out what you notice about the driver when you see it.
So it's going to be right there. When you pause it, it's a little bit blurry, but it appears that the driver kind of tilts his head or their head to the left, which you can see a skin tone there that appears to be a lighter skin tone. And then that was the hand that had just moved as well.
Off the camera. All right. I'm going to do it one more time. Pulling northbound on 27th?
Correct.
Last clip, this is labeled camera 3. I'm going to bring this up from 20 minutes, 20 seconds. This one's timed a little differently, Detective, correct?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell us how, as I
This clip
bring this
starts
up?
at 4:29 and 59 seconds. So 4:29 a.m.
And then, so if we advance it 20 minutes from there, that's roughly
4:50 in the morning.
okay. Traveling northbound from this intersection, would that get you to Vliet Street?
Yes, it would.
All right, Detective, I have exhibit 225 that's going to be on the Elmo. Throughout your involvement in this investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the exact locations and directions and times where, specifically times, where the Honda Civic is seen driving and where that subject, exhibit 448 on the screen, is seen walking?
Yes.
I have exhibit 225 here. If you could, I would like you to draw on this exhibit with this pen and take the jury through the summary of what those videos show. May the witness step down?
Please.
use this red pen here. I'm gonna put the microphone in front of you. Make sure that it's on.
Oh, sorry. So as I had just testified, the vehicle is northbound at 4:50 in the morning on 27th from Wells Street here. Then it is captured on video. It would be westbound on Valete Street here. And then it circles around, and the first time it's captured right here off of 34th and McKinley in a back alleyway off of a Ring camera. The vehicle then appears to kind of circle in this area off of Valete Street between 35th and it would be about 28th. The vehicle then is last seen at 5:19 a.m. It is coming northbound and then it makes a westbound turn on Valete. And after that, from 5:20 to when I testified earlier today, we do not have the vehicle on camera. We then capture it, as I testified earlier, northbound on 30th Street from Walnut passing Lisbon Avenue.
I'm gonna stop you there. So, just move the map for you. 5:19 is when you last catch the vehicle passing 32nd and Valete here, is that what you said?
Yes.
And then about 5:20, it disappears from camera until when?
Until it should be 6:50 in the morning.
Okay, and where does it pick back up on camera at 6:50 in the morning?
Traveling northbound on 30th Street, approaching Lisbon Avenue.
And how close is that location to where the body parts were found?
A block and a half.
Okay, so it reappears on camera a block to a block and a half from where the body parts were found.
Yes, if you'd like me to mark where the park is
Yes,
on the
please.
camera. So the park is right here. This is 30th Street northbound, where I had testified that we capture it traveling northbound. And then it circles in this neighborhood here off of Brown Street and 30th.
Do you have a Sharpie to write it on darker? It's really hard to see.
Sure, I'll give him a marker.
We will have one right here behind you, Detective Brownrider.
Northbound on 27,
Correct.
then
Westbound on Valete. It's captured in this alleyway here off of a Ring camera at 4:59. It's then circling, or appears to be circling the area off of Valete Street here. The last time that we captured on video is 5:19. It's westbound on Valete towards 35th Street, where it's out of camera until,
Can you write 519 next to that arrow?
yes, ma'am.
Go on.
Where it's then captured northbound on 30th from Lisbon to North Avenue here. As I circled here, this is the park where the human remains were located.
what time does it reappear?
6:50 a.m.
Can you write that?
And then draw a line off that circle and write park.
Then what?
It's captured traveling kind of in a circle around here off of 30th and Brown. And then it pulls into the alleyway, the location of the fire. I'll put an arrow here. That's at about 7:23 a.m. Where then we see shortly after MFD approaching.
Okay, around a little after 7:30.
Correct.
Then, I don't know if we have a different color. You want to use blue?
Use the highlighter here,
Use
sir.
the highlighter. Let's talk about the subject walking after the fire at 7:30. Why don't you Can you draw on the map where that subject is traveling to?
Yes, that subject is seen traveling southbound on 30th from Lisbon. That pops up, okay. And then that subject then travels westbound on Walnut Street and then northbound on 32nd Street, or appears to turn northbound on 32nd Street, where we then do not have any other video. That subject then is picked up again, coming southbound on 35th Street from Brown and coming to the intersection of 35th and Lisbon Avenue.
Can you circle the 35th and Lisbon Avenue intersection in pink, please? And what time is that subject walking southbound from Brown towards the intersection of 35th and Lisbon?
If I'm not mistaken, it's approximately 8:06 a.m.
And is that the time that the person gets on a bus?
I believe that individual gets on a bus at around 8:11.
He waits at that stop and then gets on the bus.
Correct.
Okay. You can have a seat, thank you. So to be clear, Detective, after disappearing from camera at about 5:19 a.m., the car is off camera until 6:50 a.m.
Correct.
At which point it is picked up just next to the 31st and Carleena playground by the video you recovered.
Yes, it's traveling northbound on 30th from Walnut, which is within a block of the park.
Is it coming from the direction of the park?
Yes.
And one last topic, Detective. The area of that playground was canvassed for video, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Were there any videos able to be recovered that depicted any part of that playground?
No.
Nothing else?
Cross.
Yes. Good afternoon, Detective. I want to talk about the video that the state had played of the Honda Civic, and then you described that the person inside the car, you said is lighter skin tone, correct?
Correct.
And you got to admit that the conditions at this time it's pretty rainy at that point, right?
Correct, it is.
I mean, if you could see in the video that it looks like some of the lights that are reflecting from like the street lights are kind of bouncing off the car, right?
Yes,
And that window of the Honda is rolled closed, correct?
it appears to be closed, yes.
I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, but best guess is that it's probably rolled closed, correct?
Yes, it appears to be closed.
And in that video, are you able to determine the hair color of the individual driving?
No,
Are you able to determine the hair length?
no,
Whether the individual is wearing a hat
no,
or a beanie or some sort of, something on their head?
no.
Are you able to determine, you said that it appears that he's wearing dark clothing, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what color? Black, gray, brown?
I would say dark clothing. By looking at the video, I believe it's black.
Okay. And are you able to tell if it's a shirt, a jacket, sweater?
No, you cannot. You can just tell that really all that was visible, like I had testified earlier, was the hand. So based off of that, I would surmise that it would be a long sleeve of some sort. But no, you cannot.
Well, I mean, it could, can you tell if the individual is wearing gloves? Because that could explain why it's lighter.
No, you cannot see if they're a light colored glove.
Okay, and you weren't able to determine the height of the individual driving that car, correct?
The height of the
Yeah.
driver? No,
Or the weight?
no,
And did you observe any distinct tattoos?
no, I did not.
And when do you recall when you reviewed this video, or when you had obtained it and actually reviewed it for yourself?
I believe my report says April 10th.
Okay, and had Mr. Anderson been arrested before that time?
I can't recall.
Are you aware whether you knew what Mr. Anderson looked like before you had reviewed that video?
Yes, I was.
Okay, nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
State your next witness.
Detective Ryan Bergman.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. State and spell your name for the record.
Ryan, R-Y-A-N, Bergman, B-E-R-G-E-M-A-N-N.
Are you a detective with the Milwaukee Police Department's homicide unit?
Yes,
How long have you worked for the department?
since April of 2003.
Through your work as a detective, do you oftentimes find it useful to recover video from Milwaukee County Transit System buses?
Yes,
In fact, so much that they've actually given your department access to their camera system. Is that a fair statement?
correct. I believe there's 6 of us that have access to that.
And were you a participant in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in the form of trying to see if any Milwaukee County Transit bus video could assist?
Yes,
Did you recover videos from the Milwaukee County Transit System?
I did.
Did they show anything of note?
They did.
There were 2 buses in particular that you recovered video from, is that right?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what 2 bus routes those were?
Sure. The first bus video that I would have recovered was from bus Route 57. And that would have been the bus that traveled at the time westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. And then the second bus that I would have recovered would have been a 35 route bus, and that would have been the bus that traveled southbound on North 35th Street.
I have exhibit 225 on the screen here. The bus that travels down Lisbon, that's what you were talking about?
Correct. It's actually they call it the Walnut/Appleton route bus, but it travels down Lisbon.
Because Lisbon turns into Walnut somewhere around 24th, right?
Correct.
I'm gonna bring up exhibit 203 on the screen. Can you see that, detective?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
So this is, there's 4 cameras that I captured off of this bus. This is the bus that was traveling westbound on West Lisbon Avenue. It is currently at the intersection of Lisbon and North 27th Street, going
Facing-
westbound.
Going westbound,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And really small at the bottom here is what?
So that would be the dates, time and date stamp. It says 4/2 of 2024, and it's marked at 7:29 and 24 seconds, so 7 in the morning, 7:29 in the morning.
You're aware that her vehicle was set on fire somewhere around 7:30 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Why don't you summarize what exactly we're gonna see here?
Sure. The bus is going to continue going westbound along West Lisbon Avenue here. And as we approach 29th Street, North 29th Street, you'll see a blue building. And then along the north side sidewalk, you'll see 2 females walking westbound. And then as it keeps on going westbound, you'll see an individual coming out of the yards between, it would be the 2900 block of West Lisbon. And then you will see a vehicle, Ms. Robinson's vehicle in the background, and you will see a flame that starts in the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
And what you just summarized is captured on not just this camera video angle, but a summary of what the cameras from this bus
Correct.
depict. Okay. I'm gonna play this. It is queued up to April 2nd, 2024 at 7:29:24. All right, we're heading west.
Yes, and then the blue building on the right side of the screen is the blue building I referred to. Those will be the two females walking along the sidewalk westbound. And then shortly you'll see a male subject approach out of those yards between the white building and the blue building. Right there.
I paused it at 7:30 and 02, and if you look off to the right side of the screen, what can you see here?
That is Miss Robinson's vehicle, and the fire appears to be just starting inside the passenger compartment of that vehicle.
This is the subject here that I'm circling with my mouse that you were referencing walking out?
Yes.
Is there a microphone up by you, a handheld one?
Yes.
Are you able to go by the TV screen and point out what you're seeing as we're playing through this?
Sure. I can turn this.
Yeah.
I'm gonna back it up here to 7:29:55.
So the two females are walking westbound along the sidewalk, one with a black and white umbrella, the other one with a blue jacket with the number 23 on it. And then to the right side of the screen is Miss Robinson's vehicle. You can see the fire is starting in the passenger compartment of that vehicle. And then in front of the two females, there's a subject, a male subject wearing a black hooded sweatshirt and a large camouflage backpack.
At some point in maybe this clip or other clips from the same exact bus, are you able to tell any demographics about that individual with the backpack?
Yes, it would be outside the curb side view of this bus video.
Okay, I'm gonna keep playing the video. Pause there. Are you able to tell anything about his shoes there?
Yes, you can tell that it has a white bottom sole, and then there's a darker top part of the shoe, and then also dark pants.
I'm gonna move over to the curbside. All right, so I'm on the curbside view now.
Yes,
This is the woman with the umbrella up here.
correct.
The woman with the LeBron James jacket is behind this tree.
Yes.
Okay, playing from there. 7:30:06. Do you see the subject with the backpack?
Yes, so you can see the backpack a little more clear here. It's going to be a tan camouflage backpack. And then you can also see that the tops of his shoes are also that almost similar tan color.
And as I advance the video, the bus has now passed what, 30th Street?
Correct.
And what do you see in the upper left?
That would be the car, Miss Robinson's vehicle becoming more engulfed in flames.
Okay. I'm going to go back again to 7:30. '02. And play from there, frame by frame.
Did you want me to narrate it again, or?
Yes, please.
So the LeBron James jacket is continuing to walk westbound. She appears to look to her right, which would be north. And then the male subject comes out of that lot and stands next to the bus. And then as the bus passes, he crosses the street, which would be southbound across Lisbon.
Sorry about that. Go frame by frame forward. This is on the curbside view.
Yes, and you can see the female with the 23 jacket is looking towards the car fire. The subject with the umbrella continues to walk westbound. I believe she stops as she sees the fire also. And that would be the male subject with the tan backpack. Appears he's waiting for the bus to pass him so he can cross the street. And then we see the car engulfed or starting to be engulfed in flames on the left side of the screen.
If I go to the other side of the bus, what can you see?
So on this would be called the street side camera. And we see that same individual now behind the bus, and he's crossing southbound across Lisbon Avenue to the south side of the street. And that would be 30th Street is that intersection right there, North 30th and Lisbon.
Stopped the video at 7:30:23. Let's talk about the 35th Street bus.
Yes.
Where does that bus travel to and from, if you know?
It's all along North 35th Street. The video that I had got, it was just north of 35th and Lisbon. And then on the video I got from 8:11 a.m. all the way to 8:36 a.m. for that date. So it travels all the way to the south side of Milwaukee, south of Oklahoma, probably even to Howard. It just continues on 35th Street.
Is 35th Street one of the main, I guess, roads that connects the north side to the south side?
Yes.
There's a viaduct that goes over the Miller Valley?
Yes.
Okay, what are the other ones?
We would have 27th Street would be one. 16th Street travels pretty far, but 27th, 35th, and then you would also have 43rd, which would be Miller Parkway, Sherman Boulevard. Those would probably be your main ones.
Are you aware of what Mr. Anderson's listed residence was?
Yes.
Where was that?
I believe it was the 3100 block of South 39th.
Okay, how far away would that be from where one could get off of the bus that travels on 35th Street?
So the two options to get off on around that address would be on 35th in Oklahoma and then 35th in Ohio, which is, I believe, the 3300 block.
A logical bus route to take if you were on 35th in Lisbon and you wanted to get to the 3100 block of South 39th Street, what bus would you take?
The 35th Street bus.
Okay. I have the next bus video queued up. This is the 35th Street bus. I have it timed at, I'm going to back it up a little bit here. 8:11:55. Can you orient us a little bit? What are we looking at?
Sure. The bus here would be looking southbound. It's traveling in a southbound direction. We're on North 35th Street, and then we would be approaching, I believe the lights are going to be Lisbon.
You aware of video that was found showing a subject waiting for the bus at 35th and Lisbon?
Yes.
Tell us what you were aware of when you were looking for this.
So this video I had found prior to that. Once we see the subject standing on the corner, then we went and retrieved more video regarding that. But this was the first video that I found on the bus, and then we retrieved more. But it shows the subject walking to the corner here and waiting for the bus.
Not this video, the video that you were aware of.
Correct.
Thank you. Pause the video. Do you see anyone on this frame that looks familiar from the last bus video we saw?
Yes.
Point them out, please.
Sure. He is wearing the black hooded sweatshirt. He has the brown, you can see the brown shoulder straps for a backpack, black pants, the brownish color top of the shoe, white soles, and then it's the same guy that we saw earlier.
Going over to the, what is this camera?
So there's 10 different cameras that I downloaded off this bus. You have 4 exterior cameras. You have the windshield, curbside, street side, and then you have a rear facing camera. And then there's 6 interior cameras on this one. So the one we were looking at just a minute ago was the windshield camera. This would be called the front door camera.
And there's also cameras that face back into the bus where the passengers sit?
Correct. And then on the interior cameras, there is audio.
Okay. Let me make sure I have that on. And what time are we looking at here? Oh, it'll come back. There it is.
It is 8, 12, and 15 seconds. So 8:12 in the morning.
Playing from that timestamp. We're gonna watch it not extended.
What about you?
I'm gonna go full screen and play it again.
You run last week. What about you? Huh?
All right, detective, the subject did what in those clips?
He enters the bus, he puts $2 into the machine and he asks the bus driver if the bus is going south. And the bus driver tells him it is.
He then goes in the back and sits down?
Correct.
And are you able to see clearly the clothing he's wearing now?
Yes.
Have you watched this entire clip from when he sits down until he gets off the bus?
I have.
Does he ever pull a phone out?
He does not.
I'm gonna play through I'm gonna skip through this, but play various clips, starting at 8:13:34. Paused at 8:13:52. We'll jump ahead. 8:15. Paused at 8:15:18, just sitting there.
Yes.
Let's go ahead, 8:17. Paused at 8:17:19. Let's go up to 8:20. Paused at 8:21. We'll go ahead. 8:24. Go ahead to 8:27. And all this time, detective, where's the bus going?
Southbound on 35th Street.
Okay, and you'd be able to see that on the front camera, right?
Correct.
Paused at 8:28:04. Playing at 8:28:52. Paused at 8:29:07. Playing at 8:30:06. Paused at 8:30:21. Playing at 8:31:25. Paused at 8:31:36. Playing at 8:33:11. Paused at 8:33:35. What's happening now?
He is approaching the front door of the bus to get off.
Paused at 8:33:40. You're able to see on the sweatshirt a little emblem on the right left sleeve here?
Yes.
Okay.
Charles, Ohio. Alberta College.
Paused at 8:34:02. What happened there?
He approaches the driver and asks someone if he minds if he gets off there. The bus is currently in the middle of the street, so he would not let him get off there. The street directly before this is West Lakefield. And then the next stop that the bus driver is going to stop at, that there is a stop, is going to be on Ohio.
Showing you exhibit 204. What is that?
That is the subject that's on the bus.
That's a screenshot of the bus video we just watched.
It is.
Move 204 in.
Any objection?
No.
It's received.
Pass to publish.
Go right ahead.
That's 204. Oh.
Yes,
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
You identify him by where he's seated and what he's wearing.
He's seated at the defense counsel's table wearing a blue button-up shirt with the white t-shirt underneath it.
I'd ask the record to reflect that the detective identified Maxwell Anderson.
Any objection?
I'm not going to comment on that.
The record will so reflect.
All right, I've moved it to the video, kind of shows the door where he got on, right?
Yes.
No, in the middle of the street.
Let me back that up because the video went out.
No, in the middle of the street.
He asked the bus driver what?
If he could get out there, and the bus driver tells him, no, we're in the middle of the street.
And if we look at the front, where are we?
This would basically be Lakefield, and then as you continue through it, you go to Ohio.
Okay. Is this near the address of 3161 South 39th Street?
Yes, I believe Lakefield is a 3200 block. Is either the 31 or 3200 block. It's Oklahoma, Lakefield, and then I think Rustic in Ohio, some type of order.
Is Euclid in there?
Euclid is also, sorry.
Okay. Paused it.
Next block.
He's exited the bus?
Yes.
And then what direction does he walk?
He starts walking northbound back towards West Lakefield.
Okay, which camera would that be on?
That one, the curbside, sorry.
Okay.
And then, can I stand up and just point where Lakefield is?
Yes.
So this is along South 35th Street, and then this intersection here is West Lakefield.
If you were to go to 3161 South 39th Street, what would be the best route to walk to off of this bus?
The quickest way would be either Ohio or up West Lakefield.
Okay. Let I'm gonna play from 8:34:54. I have it on the curbside camera. This one doesn't have audio, right?
Correct. So the subject continues to walk northbound along 35th Street, and then he goes out of range.
I'm gonna bring up a map that's already been introduced and admitted as Exhibit 443. And if I didn't already, I'd move the entirety of 203, and I know I moved the first one in.
Any objection?
No.
203 is received.
Got a map of Milwaukee County up here, Detective. Can you see that?
Yes,
Or do you want to stand up?
I can see it.
Where the subject boarded the bus, who you've identified as the defendant, was where?
The 35th and Lisbon, so along, it would be on the west, or the northwest corner of 35th and Lisbon at that intersection.
Can you use the microphone?
Sure. So it's an intersection of 35th and Lisbon along the northwest corner is where he would have boarded that bus that was going southbound.
And what direction is that on this map? If you could point it out here as I move the map.
It would be going down.
All right. Passing Interstate 94 there.
Yes,
Passing National Avenue here.
yes,
Greenfield Avenue.
yes,
Burnham.
yes,
35th and Greenfield.
yes,
35th and Forest Home here.
yes,
Jackson Park's right next to that, right?
correct.
Continuing south, 35th and Oklahoma.
Yes,
Where's Lakefield?
it would be this street that goes like this.
All right. So if one wanted to get to 3161 South 39th Street, where would you go?
So this street, Lakefield, goes westbound, and then that 38th Street and 39th, it's an alley. So that would get you to the back of your house, basically through the alley.
And you could also walk down 38th to Euclid and come over crossing 39th Street there, correct?
Correct.
All right. The 3100 block of South 39th would be between Euclid and Oklahoma, is that right?
Correct. Oklahoma is 3100 and Euclid is 3200. So it's almost in the middle of the block.
I'm putting Exhibit 445 up next to 204. Does that appear to be the same person to you?
Yes.
Nothing else.
You know, I think this might be a perfect point to take a break for 10, 15 minutes, take a quick bathroom break, and then we'll come back, okay? So leave your notebooks on your chair, please. Anything to address on the record at this point?
No.
Depends?
No.
Then we'll take a 10-minute break.
So you can see that they are taking a break in the Maxwell Anderson trial. Probably, my guess is this may be the last break of the afternoon, but we have just come out of what may be one of the more consequential sequences of the state's presentation, as we've heard a lot of discussion about the movements, the timeline, the movements, what they say, of Maxwell Anderson on the day after his date with Sade Robinson. What we just heard and watched over the last hour and a half was a detailed stitching together of the movements of this person with a backpack from the scene of the fire, the car fire that happens at 29th and Lisbon, out to the road and kind of meandering down a few blocks and eventually boarding a bus at 35th. And I lost the location of that, but at let me go back and find the location. But boarding a bus and then riding it all the way back down within a few blocks of Maxwell Anderson's home. The really telling video here is a shot from the side camera of a Milwaukee County transit bus. As the bus happens to be, and we just learned today that there are something like 14 cameras now on every Milwaukee County transit bus. It happens to be passing by the scene of the car fire just after the fire has been set. You see the bus, which is proceeding westbound, and on one side of that camera, you can see the car looks like a fire is just beginning, and walking away from that car is a man wearing a hooded sweatshirt or a hooded shirt of some type, dark pants, and that's the still photo you see right there. You see right on that white building, the lower left corner of that white building, you see a person who is standing there. The very far right side of the screen, you might be able to see a little fleck of orange. That is the beginning of the fire inside the car, according to the detective who was testifying. And you see a person walking away with a backpack. There's a person with an umbrella standing there. A couple of people. We earlier saw videos of those people reacting from a different camera, reacting to what they saw, and then they point toward the man with the backpack and say, "He did it. Somebody call an ambulance or call the fire department." So we are now actually seeing for the first time a connection between the man with the backpack walking directly away from a fire that looks like it's just started in that vehicle. We know, of course, that fire eventually engulfed the vehicle and gutted much of the inside, although the outside of the vehicle was left largely intact, and so was the trunk. That's where we found, or police found, I should say, we've been shown the police found Sade Robinson's clothing. But this person with the backpack then proceeds down the road away from where this camera is looking right now. As the bus is going this direction, it passes by. There's a rear-facing camera that captures the same individual. You get a little better look at him. That's it right there. Boy, Delaney doing a great job in the booth calling this up. You see that man right there? That is the same one walking away from the fire scene. There's another photo that is picked up of this, what appears to be this same person wearing the dark colored clothing. His shoes have light colored bottoms, and then the tan backpack. This one is at around 30, it's Walnut, a couple of blocks west. It's like one block south of where this is and a couple of blocks west. I'm going to pull up my map so I can describe this a little bit better for you here live. But it is then at Walnut and crossing the railroad tracks about a block and a half west and a block south of the fire. So we're a couple of blocks away, and we've seen that photo a couple of times. I'm going to see if I can pull that one up right now. That is this right here. There's the person with the light colored soles on his shoes, the dark pants, the hooded sweatshirt or hooded shirt, and that stuffed full tan colored backpack. We didn't know where he went from here. Now, I've told you before that just to the south, that would be toward us, as you're looking at the camera, toward us and away from that white background, is a park that is where Sade Robinson's, some of her remains were eventually found a few days later. This was taken the morning of April 2nd, which is the morning after the date that Sade and Max Anderson went on together. So this is at around between 7 and 8 a.m. that you're seeing this still photograph. He continues walking. We hadn't seen what happened after this until now. What we just recently saw on videos that were shown by detectives was this same person continuing to walk and eventually ending up at a bus stop. They say that's him there, the person on the left, kind of at the central part of the screen, but you can see the tan strap around his shoulder as he's waiting at a Milwaukee County Transit bus stop. That is at 35th and Lisbon. And this is at around 8:12 a.m. The shot of him walking away from the fire is at around 7:29. So there's about a 43-minute gap between the time he leaves the fire scene and the time he boards the bus. So what happened in those 43 minutes? Well, we know he didn't go directly down Lisbon, but even with the sort of meandering route he appears to have taken, I used a mapping program myself this afternoon, and it looks like it's at most maybe a 15-minute walk. That leaves about 30 minutes unaccounted for, or at least 30 minutes that we haven't seen prosecutors yet account for. Does that in any way explain maybe what happened and how those body parts ended up in that park area? He passes directly past the park. Did he stop off at some point? Did he go down into the woods? Did he deposit some of her remains there? We don't know, but we do know there's a little bit of a gap in time. So now he's standing there at the bus stop, and eventually, and I don't know that we have any stills of this yet that I can present you, but we did see prosecutors then show the bus itself, the cameras that are on the bus. We see a person who clearly matches. This is the photo we've seen many times. It's Maxwell Anderson boarding the bus and then sitting on the transit bus. And you get a pretty clear look at him. Okay, I think we do have that photo ready to go if I pull it up. That is Maxwell Anderson boarding the bus. Or at least that's what prosecutors say is Maxwell Anderson. It's the person I think we all recognize as him from the booking photos and the photos that we've seen since this all began more than a year ago. That is him. They say boarding the bus. He then pays the fare and then goes back and sits down on the bus. This is on the north side at 35th and Lisbon, and prosecutors say that bus then travels south from the north side all the way down to the south side. And by the way, 35th Street goes all the way through. So they say that he rides that bus along 35th Street all the way down past the interstate, past Greenfield, past Mitchell, past Burnham and Rogers. I think it keeps on going. See how far down this goes. Maybe I took it a little bit too far. Maybe it's not quite that far south. Where is Ohio? No, I think I was right. Actually, it keeps going. Takes it all the way down near 35th and yes, because past Oklahoma to Lakefield Drive. Now, this is just south of Oklahoma, and the prosecutors played part of this video where you see the person that they say is Maxwell Anderson come up to the bus driver as they're approaching 35th and Lakefield, and he says, "Can I get off here?" And the driver says, "No, it's the middle of the street." What prosecutors point out is if he gets off at 35th and Lakefield, that is the most direct walking path to what we know is Maxwell Anderson's residence a few blocks away near 39th and Euclid, because Lakefield wraps around to Euclid. So that would be the most direct. It would be about a 4-block walk to get to his house from there. Instead, the bus driver continues on down to the bus stop, which is at 35th and Ohio. That is also, maybe now it's about a 5-block walk to Maxwell Anderson's house. But what they seem to be showing here, we're finally seeing them piece together. They're connecting Maxwell Anderson to the fire that burned out Sade Robinson's car and had her clothes inside, a bus ride that goes all the way down within just a few blocks of his house, and all of that happens with about an hour's time. This is really the first time we're starting to see the state connect a lot of the dots. They've been laying these out methodically over the last few days. And again, this is at that connection of him with the backpack, they say, going from the car fire scene to his home. We know that we have heard the defense bring up a number of times the question of, can a person be in the wrong place at the wrong time? And it will be interesting to see if the defense ultimately stipulates to the fact that they haven't yet, that is Maxwell Anderson, or if they will say, even if you think it is, we're not admitting it is, but even if you think that's Maxwell Anderson, it doesn't prove he did this. That is likely the argument we're going to hear from Tony Cotton and the Anderson defense team. But there is more to come from the state. We still haven't seen some of what they found inside Maxwell Anderson's home, including photographs they say were pulled off of Maxwell Anderson's phone. We don't know when the state will be getting to that, but this was a pretty consequential series of videos and still photos that we were just shown that seem to, as far as the state's case is going to go, connect Maxwell Anderson to the car fire and then show him going back home. It also shows him, they say, walking directly past the area where some of those remains were found. We're going to take a break here from the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we will have more right after this.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk. This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk. We are in a recess right now from the Maxwell Anderson trial. This is the trial into the death of 19-year-old Sade Robinson, not only the death, but also the dismemberment of that 19-year-old after a first date with Maxwell Anderson. I'm going to take you back through the sequence of events because I do think it was a really important one that just happened here over the last couple of hours. And I want to start with, this is the car. This was Sade Robinson's car that was set ablaze on the north side of Milwaukee around 29th and Lisbon. That video was taken at 8:21 in the morning, as you can see, according to the body camera on April 2nd. It was set about a little less than an hour before this, according to what we have been told by investigators. It was probably closer to 7:30 in the morning. Well, for the first time today, we got a glimpse of some what happened shortly after this. Now, this is, of course, after the fire, but Delaney, if you've got the one, if you could pull up of him or of what they say. Yeah, there you go. So right there, that white building, that's on the sort of right side of that white building, that's where the car fires. In fact, if you can see, there's a faint flicker of orange just to the right of that white building. That is, investigators say, the beginning of the car fire. It's just been, the inside contents have just been set on fire. They said there was an accelerant used, likely something like lighter fluid. And then they said there was an open flame that was used to set that on fire. But at the bottom of the white building, right next to the tree, you can see the figure of a human. It's right under that mouse, what looks like sort of the mouse cursor. There is a person wearing a backpack walking away from the fire. This is the first time we've seen this image that prosecutors are saying that's Maxwell Anderson walking away from the fire. Well, why do they believe that's Maxwell Anderson? Well, let's take a look at the next image, which is this video, by the way, or this shot is from a front-facing camera of the Milwaukee County Transit bus that just happens to be passing at this very time. Well, when that bus continues going forward and passes that white building, we get a reverse shot from a different camera on that same bus, and that, they say, is the same person, Maxwell Anderson, they believe, with the tan backpack, the dark clothing, and the hooded top and then the shoes that have sort of a light colored bottom to them that becomes crucial a little bit later on. After he leaves this location, they say, we see this image. This is a couple of blocks away to the south and west of where the fire was along Walnut Street. And he's just crossing some railroad tracks. The person there in that hooded sweatshirt that prosecutors say is Maxwell Anderson. Again, tan backpack. He's got the shoes with the light colored bottoms. He's got the dark pants and the hoodie. He's moving west. This is directly past, just to the south of this, which would be toward us as we look at this photo. Just to the south of this is the wooded area where some of Sade's remains would eventually be found a few days later after family members located a blanket in that area with Sade's picture on it. Investigators did a second canvass of that area and then found Sade's remains. But this, they say, is him walking immediately past that location. He continues on and ends up at a bus stop. And that is, there you go, that is at 35th and Lisbon, another several blocks to, or a few blocks to the west. But he doesn't walk directly there. Remember, he was on Walnut, which is a block and a half, or a couple of blocks south. And he keeps going through that area, eventually ends up at this bus stop 43 minutes after he leaves the fire scene, according to prosecutors in the timeline they've given. Don't really have a full accounting of what happened in those 43 minutes because it's no more than a 10 or 15 minute walk between those two places at best. But nonetheless, he ends up at this bus stop. He then boards a Milwaukee County transit bus at 35th and Lisbon. And prosecutors say that face you see is the one you likely recognize from all the news coverage leading up to this as Maxwell Anderson, the defendant. It's a much clearer image of the person with that backpack. They say this is all the same person. This is at around 8:12 in the morning. Then, of course, he sits on the bus and rides as that bus heads south. There he is on the left side of the screen. You can see the tan backpack over his shoulder, the backpack straps. Prosecutors say he rides this bus directly south on 35th Street all the way to the south side where it approaches 35th and Lakefield, I believe is the street. I'm going to say, go back and double check that, but Lakefield, which is just south of Oklahoma. So he gets to just south of Oklahoma and he asks the bus driver, can I get off here? And the bus driver says, well, no, this is you know, they're in the middle of the street. I got to keep going. The bus driver continues on beyond Lakefield to Ohio, which is the next stop. And then that is where he departs the bus. You see there, he's just gotten off the bus at around 35th and Ohio. And prosecutors say Lakefield would have been the most appropriate place, the shortest walking distance had he gotten off there where he asked to get off, if in fact that's Maxwell Anderson going to Maxwell Anderson's house, because he lives just a few blocks away at 39th and Euclid. Instead, he gets off at Ohio, and they say he then walks the direction he would be going if he were trying to take that route back to 39th and Euclid. So this is the full picture we see of what prosecutors are saying is Maxwell Anderson making his way from the car fire scene all the way back down to his house the morning after his date with Sade Robinson. Obviously, the picture they are painting here is that this was Maxwell Anderson dumping the car, burning the contents, and then going back home after committing this heinous crime. The defense, on the other hand, says, well, number one, they haven't conceded that that is yet Maxwell Anderson, as much as those images from the bus seem much more clear than some of the others. But they still keep coming back to what's missing from this evidence. There's still no proof that Maxwell Anderson had any particular weapon, that he had any tools that might have been used to have dismembered Sade Robinson's body. And there is no bloody crime scene they can point to where they found blood from Sade Robinson or DNA that was left behind. So there are still missing pieces, but this was a pretty, like I say, a pretty circumstantial afternoon in terms of that chain of evidence, the video that shows what appears to be Maxwell Anderson going from the fire scene back down to his apartment. We know it was Sade Robinson's car that caught on fire. We know it was Sade Robinson's clothing that were in the trunk of that car. What we have not yet seen, but what we've been told through opening statements is still to come, are photographs from Maxwell Anderson's phone, which he still had on him a few days after this date with Sade Robinson, and that was recovered from him when he was arrested a few days after all of this started, after her leg was found in Warnemount Park. The photographs from that phone purportedly are going to show Sade Robinson lying face down on Maxwell Anderson's couch and his hand grabbing her right breast. Another photo will show, according to the opening statements, Maxwell Anderson or someone removing Sade Robinson's clothing, particularly her light-colored jeans and her underwear. When the clothes were recovered from the vehicle, the trunk was still intact. That didn't burn. And what prosecutors found there, what police found and prosecutors say, was the jeans actually had the underwear on the outside. The detective who was testifying at the time was asked what she makes of that, and she said it would be consistent with someone removing the clothing, someone other than Sade herself removing that clothing. I think the photograph we're going to see from the phone may be a key piece of evidence to match those two things together. Obviously, we have a long way to go in this case, but we are starting to get more and more consequential evidence. We're starting to see those dots be connected. The question is, will it be enough to convince the jury that the state has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt? We are waiting for the court to come back in session for the rest of this afternoon, the last one of the week, here on day 4 of the Maxwell Anderson trial. I'm going to take a break. When we come back, we'll keep you up to speed and up to date and take you back up to when the court resumes its testimony. We'll do that after this break.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Fox 6 investigator Brian Polson here at the Wisconsin Live Desk as we continue to bring you coverage of the trial of Maxwell Anderson, who was charged with the death and dismemberment of 19-year-old Sade Robinson. The court is currently in recess, preparing to come back to the room. The judge just indicated to the parties, I'm hearing this through our reporter Bria Jones, who is in the courtroom, that the judge has addressed the gallery and told them not to wear all pink next week because it could be seen as influencing the jury. She had already instructed members of the gallery not to wear pink for this reason. It is my understanding from asking Bria this question just through a direct message. I asked, is anyone in the courtroom wearing pink today? She said, not the family, but there are a couple of people who told Bria they are former co-workers of Maxwell Anderson. They are the only two wearing pink. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Maybe I'm misreading that. Maybe she meant to say of Sade Robinson. I'll have to ask for clarification on that. But there are apparently a couple of people in the gallery today who are wearing pink. And so the judge said, you know, if everybody shows up in pink, there's a message they're sending. It was Sade Robinson's favorite color. The family has chosen that as the color to represent their support of Sade during the trial. A lot of people outside the courthouse today with signs, wearing pink, people driving by and honking. We saw that when we had Ben Handelman here with us earlier today. But outside the courtroom, they can do what they want. Inside the courtroom, the judge has said that she does not want to have that kind of a display. And I am told that they are coming back on the record, so we are going to take you back out to the Milwaukee County Safety Building and the trial of Maxwell Anderson.
An individual walking, and you said behind him you can see a fire, correct?
Correct.
And in that video, what I want to kind of talk about what's captured on it, and what we see is we see an individual walking, and he's just about to enter the sidewalk, right on Lisbon.
Correct. He would be just north of that sidewalk on the field.
Just by like 1 or 2 feet, pretty close.
I would probably say it's more than 2 feet. As it's pulling up and you clear that blue building, you can see him coming out of the field. So I'd probably say it's closer, maybe 10 feet into the field.
Okay. And then you also can see on the video, it was a woman in an umbrella, correct?
Correct.
It looks like, you know, the individual and the woman in an umbrella are pretty close. They're almost like right by each other on that sidewalk.
At first, yes.
Okay. And what the video doesn't show, it doesn't show that individual ever exiting that car, correct?
Correct.
It never sees them driving it, right?
No.
Certainly doesn't show that individual lighting the car on fire, correct?
Correct.
And you can't see that individual, he's not standing right next to the car, correct?
No.
You don't see him toss anything into the car.
No.
You don't see him, putting any liquid anywhere around that car.
No.
You just see him walking, on just about onto that sidewalk where he'll eventually cross that street, correct?
It would be the general direction away from the car towards the sidewalk, I guess would be the most accurate way.
Yeah, thank you. And this individual, he's not running, right?
No.
He's not, doesn't appear to be panicked or looking over his shoulder.
I can't tell that from the video.
Okay, but you're highly trained, as a detective to, look for that kind of suspicious behavior, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I think the common term that you use is furtive movements, right?
Correct.
Like people, maybe glancing around, right?
Right.
People blading their body, right?
Correct.
People running.
Correct.
And like an example is like an example of something that's suspicious is when you see someone walking towards like a police officer, when they see that police officer, they run the other way.
Correct.
And this individual that we see on camera doesn't do anything like that, right?
Yeah, there's no police officer in the area.
Okay. But what we do see is we see the individual walking in one consistent direction, correct?
Correct.
And that individual eventually walks to a bus stop, right?
Correct.
And waits at a bus stop, correct?
Correct.
And this area on Lisbon, it's a very busy street in Milwaukee, right?
It's one of the busier ones, yes.
And we saw in the video, there's people driving down the street, right?
Yes.
People walking down the street.
Yes.
People waiting for buses, right?
Yes.
And so you got to admit this is a very densely populated area, correct?
Correct.
Because there's residential homes around that area as well, correct?
Correct.
And so when you see this individual, I mean, it's fair to describe that he's simply just walking calmly, right? I mean, he's not running.
He's not running, he's walking.
Okay. And so now I want to talk about it's exhibit 204, it's state exhibit 204, if we can bring that up.
204 is the still photo.
Okay.
This is 203.
203, I'm sorry. All right, so we have exhibit 203 up.
Yes.
What portion do you want when he gets on the bus? Okay. That's where we're at. at 8/12/19.
I'm starting at 8/12/19. If you could just play that.
Sure. Use this one. Try this one.
It's on. It's a matter of recording.
You just utilized the HDMI cord from the state, correct?
Yeah, that's what I did now. That TV isn't doing its thing. We have a remote. I can push source or.
This one goes on and off by touch, correct? We could try turning it off and turning it back on. Do you want to help? Thank you.
There is a source selection on there too, before you turn it off. Or when you turn it off. It says power and solar. So you might be able to do it from here. Might.
Otherwise, it's not ideal, but we can do it over here if the jury isn't, it's not perfect, but I mean, if you're asking the witness questions. Yeah. I think we just do it that way. Right, it's not TV, so we'll just do it. Is that okay with everyone? See, that's not. Let's just do that. Yep. What did you say, 8/12/19? I started at 8/12/05, okay?
And we've reached out to the IT person too, who's on his way, so maybe we'll have some positive response. Oh, we got it back.
I think it's when we expanded that screen.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Benz.
All right, so I just want you to watch the video. We already saw the state put on in the draft.
Yes.
All right, stopping at 8:12:42. You can see when this person gets on the bus, you don't see any blood on their hands, correct?
No,
You don't see any red marks,
no,
and this individual clearly isn't trying to conceal their identity whatsoever, correct?
no,
There's no mask on his face.
no,
I mean, they got their hood up, but it's clearly raining outside, right?
correct.
And then this individual talks to the driver, pays the fare while the bus is kind of moving, right?
Correct.
And have you ever had to pay for, like, bus fare with cash?
Long time ago.
But you can agree that sometimes it's hard because you're sitting at the front of the bus and it's kind of shaking a little bit, right?
Correct.
But he casually talks to the driver and asks if it's going south, right?
Yes,
And then he gets on the bus and then goes to sit down, right?
yes.
Yeah, so we're starting at 8:12:44. And so what we're looking at here is this is just the back of the bus, right? You can't see the fare box, right?
Correct. I think your speed on there is playing like half speed, it looks like, the seconds, just so you know.
All right, so I got it frozen at 8:14:57. So he's just sitting on the bus, right?
Yes,
And you don't see, and you can clearly see his hands, there's no blood on his hands, right?
correct.
And you didn't observe any blood on his shoes, correct?
Not like copious amounts of it. I can't tell because it's a dark color, if there's anything on there.
Okay, but you can't sit up and testify that you see blood on his shoes, correct?
Correct,
Or on his pants, correct?
correct.
And you can't see any mud on his shoes because you can see the white soles, correct?
I can't see the bottom of the shoes.
Okay, but you can see his white soles, correct?
The sides of his shoes, correct.
And I'm talking about the white.
Correct, the side part of the sole, yes.
Okay, and you can't see any mud on there.
Not on the side parts, no.
Okay. And on this backpack, you've watched this video lots of times, right?
Yes,
You've probably spent hours reviewing this with other detectives as well.
yes,
And you don't observe any blood on his backpack, correct?
not from the video.
And no mud, correct?
No,
No sand, correct?
no.
And so what we really watch is someone walk to a bus stop, wait at a bus stop, and get on a bus, correct?
That's the second part of the bus video, yes.
Okay. And then goes to his house, correct? Or, well, he doesn't go directly to his house, goes to a stop, gets off the bus, correct?
Correct,
And then walks towards the direction of his home, correct?
correct.
I don't have anything further.
State?
Can you see what's in his massive backpack?
No,
the person that he's referring to as this individual, that's the defendant?
Correct, that's Maxwell Anderson.
Nothing else?
Defense, anything?
And then, when you watch this, after he gets up and gets off the bus, you don't see any blood on the seat, correct, where he was sitting?
I can't see the seat good enough to say there's nothing there.
Okay, well, did you ever go back and go to this bus?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further.
State?
Nothing else.
Thank you, Detective. State, your next witness.
State calls Angela Sawyer.
Can I see the attorneys at sidebar for a second?
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm just gonna have you remain standing and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? So please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Angela Sawyer, ANGELA SAWYER.
Ms. Sawyer, I need you to scoot right up to that mic, please, and talk right into it. You're soft-spoken, and we need to hear what you say.
Okay.
State, please proceed.
Ms. Sawyer, do you remember the day of April 18th, 2024?
I do,
Why do you remember that day?
because I left work and went to the beach and found unusual.
I'm just gonna help you with your microphone. It's hard to project your voice, so I'm just gonna ask you to speak right into that.
Okay.
You were walking on the beach?
I left work and I went to the beach, correct.
What beach?
I actually don't know the name. It's down on the South Milwaukee.
Okay,
Doesn't-
you were in South Milwaukee?
Correct.
Is this a beach that you frequently go to?
Yes, did.
Did. Had you been there before?
Yes,
Do you remember the last time that you were there?
yes.
When was that?
It was 2 days before, on the 16th.
On April 18th, you found something.
Correct.
What did you find?
I found a part of a body,
Do you know what part?
the torso and arm.
What did you do?
I called my partner first,
What's their name?
Shiloh Falk,
Can you spell that for us?
SHILOHFALK.
Then what happened?
I waited for him to come and we called 911.
And where did you wait?
I waited by the body.
Did law enforcement come
Yes,
and you spoke to them?
I did,
and showed him what you found.
correct.
Do you remember what time of the day you described this as being after work? When was that?
I got off of work around between 6 and 6:30 a.m. I don't know what time it was because I didn't bring a phone or like my watch, I mean, down to I didn't look.
And when you testified that you had been there before, 2 days prior,
Correct.
you didn't notice this body part.
No.
Can you describe what the torso looked like?
I don't know how to describe it.
That's okay. Nothing further.
Cross?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Lawyer. State your next witness.
The state calls Deputy Laura Jarozinski.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
If you could please be seated, state and spell your name for the record.
Laura Jarozinski, Laura Jaroczynski.
How are you employed?
With Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office,
What is your title?
a deputy.
How long have you been a deputy with the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Office?
5 years.
And were you, did you assist in the investigation into the disappearance of Sade Robinson in early April of 2024?
I did.
You had multiple roles in that investigation, fair to say?
Yes.
Did you do something in particular of note on Thursday, April 18th, 2024?
I did.
On that date, were you dispatched to a certain location?
I was.
Can you tell us where?
I believe it was 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee.
The city of South Milwaukee?
Yes.
Milwaukee County?
Yes.
State of Wisconsin?
Yes.
Okay. I have on the screen over here, Exhibit 443. It's already been entered. It's our county map here, and I just want to orient us a little bit. If we go to the southeast corner, we've got Warnemont Park up here, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the leg was washed or found on the shores of Warnemont?
Correct.
Where is 3305 Marina Road in South Milwaukee in comparison to this?
Approximately 4.5 miles south.
Okay, so as I'm moving down here, you see where I'm circling South Milwaukee Yacht Club?
Yes.
Is it somewhere near there or around there?
Yes.
Okay, where exactly? Sorry if I haven't gone far enough.
It might be further south.
Okay. Not as far as Oak Creek though, correct?
Correct.
All right. So right a little south of the South Milwaukee Yacht Club? All right, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. And you said that's 4 and, did you say 4 or 4.5?
Approximately 4.5.
Okay. And when you got there, did you make contact with any citizen?
I did.
Who was that person?
Angela Sawyer.
Is that the woman who just left the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Did she guide you anywhere?
Yes.
Where to?
So I met her at like the fence at the top of the path, and then we walked down the paved path down to the shoreline, and then she pointed out along the shore where it was.
Is this like a public beach or what is this?
Yes, but at the time there was a fence closing it.
This was mid-April?
Yes.
Okay. What was the weather like?
Cold.
What time did you go there? I don't know if I asked that.
I think it was like 7:59 in the morning.
Okay. When you went down towards the shorefront, what'd you observe?
It was a torso with left arm still attached, but no head and no legs and no right arm.
How was it laying?
Face down, or torso down.
What is the terrain like there? Is it rocky, grassy? What is it?
Sand.
Okay. Just give me 1 second. After viewing the torso, what did you do?
I contacted my captain, and then eventually we called the medical examiner.
At this point, you were, April 18th, you were well aware that Sade Robinson had been not heard from since April 1st, right?
Correct.
And that a leg had been found in Warnemont Park, right?
Correct.
Additional remains found on the north side of Milwaukee.
Correct.
Was it your belief that those things were related to this torso?
Yes.
Did you take any steps to try to yourself identify who the torso belonged to?
I did.
And whether it belonged to Sade Robinson in particular?
Yes.
What information did you have that was going to help you do that at the time?
Previously, I had a picture of her fingernails painted.
How did you get that?
From her general manager at Pizza Shuttle.
Philip Wilder?
Yes.
I'm going to show you Exhibit 38. Is this the picture you're talking about?
Yes, it is.
From 38 and asked to publish?
Any objection?
No.
38's received. Go ahead.
Here we go. This was a screenshot of a text, correct?
Yes.
All right. Her fingernails were visible.
Yes.
There was a text from her to Philip Wilder about getting her nails done, right?
Correct.
He wants Pizza Shuttle to fix them.
Yes.
Were you able to view the fingernails on the torso and determine if they look like that?
I was.
And what you see?
That they matched entirely from the photo.
I'm going to show you exhibits 242 through 257.
What were the numbers again?
242 to 257.
Thank you.
Can you just look through those silently to yourself, take a moment, and then tell me if you know what they are?
And to be clear, we stipulate to all of these,
I'll move them in then.
Thank you. At this point, they are all received.
I can take those. Ask the public.
Go right ahead.
I'm going to start with exhibit 242 here. All right, what are we looking at here?
That is the top of the paved pathway.
This is where you would have parked to go down towards that beach?
Correct.
243. What is that?
That's just inside the fence on the way down as well,
244 further down.
further down.
And when you get to the bottom, it turns and we get to 245.
Yes,
And there's 3 individuals in front of you there, one wearing a medical examiner jacket, another deputy, and another woman, right?
correct.
There's a group of people off in the distance. Would that be to the north?
The way the picture is, that would be, yes, to the north.
Okay, is that where the torso was?
Yes,
246. What is that?
that's just a clearer shot, once you go down the, like, few steps onto the beach.
All right, and the next photos are gonna have the torso. 247. Is that how it was found by Miss Sawyer, to your knowledge?
Correct.
$248. Both legs are dismembered,
Correct,
and her right arm?
correct.
What about her head?
Dismembered,
What about her neck?
dismembered.
249, that just looks north?
Yes,
Okay. From this photographer would be standing where the torso was found,
Yes,
essentially?
yeah.
Okay. And then 250, we're just looking south?
yes,
251. This is how her hand was when you found it?
correct.
Okay. And you were able to then, putting up 252, examine her nails a little more and compare them to the Philip Wilder photo that he sent you?
Correct,
Is this what you're talking about?
yes,
You were aware that Sade Robinson had a tattoo on her chest as well?
I was.
And what was the tattoo?
It's a saying, sometimes you've got to fall before you fly. And there was a bird above it and a bird below it.
You had gotten pictures of Sade to view this tattoo yourself from Mr. Wilder as well? Or were those from somewhere else?
It was from her social media.
Social media, okay. I've got Exhibit 33 here. This is the phrase right here where I'm pointing?
Correct,
And she had a bird on her shoulder?
correct,
And 34. Little better there, a little clearer, right?
correct.
Okay. Exhibit 253. Were you able to read the tattoo?
I was.
And what part of her body are we looking at?
That is her right shoulder, right side of her chest.
That's the same tattoo from those photos?
Yes,
254. Tell us about her right breast.
it is cut off.
255. This would be looking from the top.
Yes,
Okay, and her head is gone.
yes,
256. This be her opposite arm. Or leg.
it's hard for me to see from this
Okay.
angle.
And lastly, 257. You're able to see the tattoo.
Yes,
And it matches directly the tattoo on Sade's chest.
correct.
Nothing else.
Cross,
No.
thank you. You may step down. I think we've had enough for today. I think we're going to call it at this point. Okay. So at this point in time, those admonitions I gave you are all the more important as you go into the weekend, right? And I know it's difficult, but you're under a court order. So I need you not to look at any media. So no television, no radio, no social media. Don't talk to your friends and family about this. Remember, this verdict has to be based on what you've heard in this courtroom. And the decision has to be made by the 12 of you who are ultimately on this panel. It can't be based on things that people say to you. So you just have to put a wall around yourself for the weekend. I know it's difficult. I know it's an imposition, but it's an important duty you have to undertake. So no social media, no investigation, no research. You know, I'd say put on some Netflix and sit in your house and don't even go out. That way you're not going to have contact and it'll probably make your life a little easier. Remember, as you leave here today, to not talk about it with each other even. Wear your badges on Monday, very broadly when you're coming in on Monday. Monday morning, Celeste, what are we thinking?
8:45, Judge.
So 8:45 Monday, I'd like to kick up and get started right back at this. Okay, remember, I need all of you present in order to do so. Feel free, in my box, you're welcome to bring water, soda, or coffee on Monday. What else? I think you get it, right? So put this completely out of your mind until you come back next week. That's what I need you to do, okay? You can leave all your notebooks on your chairs and have a lovely weekend, and we'll see you back on Monday, okay? Thank you, everybody.